Iran functions as a society.
Riak, thanks for the rose.
Iran functions as a society. Afghanistan functions as a society. It's not a great place to live. Right? Iran just proves my point even more, because in Iran, the military went to the Americans, the Iranian military in 1979, and told President Carter and the Democratic Party, there's a revolution going on, we can stop it. Do you want us to? It's going to have all these consequences. The Democrats and Carter said no, because they were behind the revolution. They put the mullahs in power. They wanted the oil contracts, which they didn't get.
What is this?
You have no counter to force doctrine. All it takes is 10 to 15% of the men to decide that they're prepared to, over a period of decades, unalive themselves and take over the society, and you can't stop them. The only people that can stop them are other equally violent men who are good.
He knows that, brother. He knows that. He doesn't want to hear it.
But he's in denial of it.
Yeah,
because the whole feminist argument collapses.
He's not in denial. He just don't like the way it sounds.
I'm sorry. This isn't a world where manpower is not dictated by one soldier and one soldier. Like, we've advanced to a society where we have weapons now. That the person behind the weapon, behind the weapon does not dictate your gender, right?
If test this hypothetical. You have a military with all the American weapons and so on, and it's fully staffed by women, and they take on the Taliban in Afghanistan. Who's going to win?
What year do you live in, dude? Like, I'm serious.
A question with a question.
It's
Here
like,
we go. A liberal.
In this hypothetical,
it's already been run.
We're boots on the ground. If boots on the ground are women, if boots on the ground are women, women will get destroyed.
All right, it's a little bit reasonable.
Thankfully, we've progressed as a society where we no longer have to have boots on the ground, right?
Wait, you mean to tell me battles of territory right now that's not going on in Verdansk, or not Verdansk, but freaking in Ukraine right now? What are you talking about?
He's in a fantasy world.
Yeah, man.
Ukraine was my next go-to, James. Thank you. So in Ukraine,
have you not seen those dang drone flights?
Yeah, this is how bad it is. So in Ukraine, these are the measures they passed in the last couple of years. Number one, if you're a man and you're a fighting age, you cannot leave the country and ask for refugee status. That's number one. That includes
15 to 60 years old.
Yeah, that includes if you're a transgender man. Number two, the rate of unalignment and injury is so high, they've actually started shifting their recruitment to the older men's bracket.
Damn.
For the purpose of, explicitly they've stated, because they need the young men to be around long enough so they can repopulate the country.
I'm curious, when the U.S. decides to like elect a woman as president, and now she's the chief of the executive branch, what do you think commanders are going to be like? Why should I take orders from you if 15% of men can overtake another country?
They grant her rights, just like Orange Man gets his
I
rights
agree with
now.
you. They grant her the rights because that's
So
what
the
it's called,
moment
having
those
a
men
civil
aren't there anymore,
society grants other people's rights.
then you end up with Iran, and then you end up with Afghanistan.
I'm sorry, a woman president leads to Iran?
Won their rights.
A woman president leads to
fight for
Iran?
their rights. They didn't fight with anyone, and they didn't win them from anyone. They were granted.
If a woman becomes president, why would a man give her power? If a woman becomes president, why would a man give her power?
You just proved my point. Any person in a position of authority has...
Hold on. Anybody who wants to anybody who can directly address BZ's point, you can respond. But before you do that, one second, if you want to restate the question, you can, but one moment, reasonable. Pretty please, just allow me.
Can I have an opinion?
You're free to, but what is your age, Ram?
I'm 26.
Are you a feminist?
Partially not.
Partially not. Why? Whose side are you on right now? Are you on VZ's side or are you on the majority side right now?
I just got here. Well, I don't know what the opinions are.
Hush up until you can jump rope into the conversation, all right? Fair enough?
Okay.
All right. VZ, state your question again.
If a woman becomes president of the United States, why would military listen to her if 15% of men can take over another country?
Because they want to.
Be very careful with what you answer, because your whole logic is about to fall apart, my guy.
Oh my
God. It's not going to fall apart. That's exactly why they're in power. The orange man is in power because people are prepared to listen to him and follow his
Answer
instructions.
my question.
I just did.
Yeah, I thought he said because
Orange
people,
man is in power. Nobody's debating that orange man is in power. Nobody's debating.
Yes,
why?
Why is
he in power? Because people are listening to him.
Yeah,
they follow his instructions.
I agree with that.
The moment they don't listen, you don't have any power. So can you agree with that, VZ? The moment they don't listen, the president has no power, right?
Absolutely. Correct.
All right.
Correct.
So then why do you ask the question, VZ?
Because we as a society has progressed so much that we respect the hierarchy. If a woman gets elected, I don't care how sexist you are, that's now the people who elected and the leader of the free world.
Just like you're misunderstanding the argument. You're misunderstanding the argument, and you're actually undermining your own argument.
I'm sorry, are we pivoting the argument now, or
because if the men who grant the rights are the hierarchy, then the respect is effectually patriarchal. Doesn't matter who's at the helm of said patriarchy. They're not particularly at the helm if they don't have power by your own admission. If whoever is leading, if the majority of these military men say no, they don't have any power. So if anything, we're just appealing or trying to influence their power. We actually don't have the power ourselves if we're just an individual. So you're not really speaking, or you're not going against the argument. You're actually undermining your own argument by saying we respect the hierarchy.
Let me drive the argument home. I agree with you, James. Technically, if a commander has a pew-pew, technically they have more power because you can end somebody else's life. But when a woman president is elected, yes, I agree with you. Technically, they can take her out. Not necessarily because they're men, but because they have much more power in whatever weapon they have. Exactly how when somebody has a weapon, they can end somebody else's life. But it's called respect and trusting that society's not going to collapse.
Yeah, you're not understanding how mutinies work. It's not always about
it has to be respect.
It's not always about who has. It's not always about who has a weapon. It's who has the more force and who's a bigger threat. And
then Trump does not have the power. Then can we agree with that?
Yeah. In comparison to this, he has power, but not in comparison to this block.
He does not have any different power than what a woman would have. We can at least agree on that.
Yeah,
it's just one person.
We can agree on that.
Okay, thank you.
What is your point?
But that wasn't so hard. That doesn't speak to the hierarchy that you even admitted that everybody has to respect. What is this hierarchy? It's a patriarchal hierarcy, majority of male collective force that grants the rights to everybody else.
You have hierarchy. In a government, you have hierarchy. In a
marriage, what group of people or mechanism is above the collective male force to enforce the rights that you enjoy? Who is above that? What mechanism is above that?
What mechanism or what gender?
What mechanism? It can be whatever gender you want, but it better not be a male one.
It's the mechanism of the system that we've constructed.
It's a male mechanism.
We have law enforcement, where we all society
collection of males, another collection of males.
Yeah, it's men. It's men who do the enforcing. It's men who protect the rights. It's men who protect the borders. It's men who dig in the ground and get all the stuff out.
So when you say this system is going to go extinct, you fail to understand that this is how most civilized societies that have entitlements, welfare, constitution, etc. This is how virtually all of them exist today. So how are we going extinct again?
You're moving the goalposts.
How am I moving the goalposts? You don't even know my position.
Because I'm not talking about government structures going extinct. I'm not talking about that.
Well, you didn't
I'm talking about
position, anti-feminists. So yeah.
Anti-feminists are going extinct because we live in a society where women have more rights thanks to feminism.
Right, where they perpetually appeal to the men, the hierarchy you just admitted they have to respect. Interesting. That doesn't sound like egalitarian. That doesn't sound like equality to me. That sounds like perpetual appealing to a patriarchy.
20 seconds time if as well. So you can take.
Do you think that the men that allowed?
Would you allow a reasonable to make his point, or do you want to?
20 seconds, right? You can take.
VZ, is that all right? Hold on, because I know he's a minority position. Is that all right, VZ?
That he's a what?
You're the minority position. So I know you're getting piled on right now. Is it all right if reasonable can respond here?
I don't think I'm doing pretty bad for a 1v3 for sure.
Oh, you're doing pretty bad. VZ. You're not doing so well.
So this idea that we've progressed, that society, is different now, is 79 revolution in Iran, modern day Afghanistan. When we left a few years ago, right, under Biden. Immediately, what happened? Why did we leave? Who pushed us out? It was that small group of men. So this is just nonsense. Human beings are human beings, and as long as those good men are there, you're going to have something. You're going to have a civilization that's worth living in. And if you don't get those good men, and you get rid of them, and you demonize them, and you tell them they're toxic, their masculinity is toxic, and all the other nonsense, and that you can just replace them with tools and machines and all the rest of it, you're going to go right back to Iran and Afghanistan.
Just get bad.
It'll happen very fast.
That's the truth.
I'm curious, what society can we look towards that women do not have positions of power?
Every time women get power, they end up the country end up.
They don't. Hold on. He said where they don't have power. Is that your question?
What societies can we look towards to where women don't have positions of power?
Yeah, Middle East, with the exception of Israel.
China. I mean, it depends on how much power you're talking. Like
Middle East would be one. I wouldn't say China because they had women in senior positions and still do.
I just want to get a feel of the sexist panel. Do you guys think that women should have no positions of power in the U.S. or some?
Nope.
They should have less. They should have less than they do.
No,
they should have less than they do.
I'm a liberal, so I don't care whether a woman's running things or not. I just want them to be competent. That's all I care about.
Then who the hell are you arguing with, then, Reason? That's the same logic that I have.
No, you don't have that logic because you don't seem to understand.
Yes, if somebody's competent to have the position, they should have it.
No, you've abstracted society. You've abstracted society in your head away from the reality that it's men who grant everyone their rights and they protect them. You don't live in reality. You live in this fantasy world. There's this thing called society and rules and constitutions, and they protect us. The Constitution doesn't do anything. It's the people who enforce the Constitution and make sure it's enforced.
I agree. I agree. I agree with
men.
that.
Yeah, but if you agree, then it's men. Turkey, thanks for the share. Mestia, welcome back, Mestia.
In the end, you need, if there isn't that a threat of force and violence,
I'm not saying you don't need men. I'm not saying you don't need men.
I never said that you didn't say that. What I'm claiming is that this claim by the feminists that they won their rights, they didn't fight for their rights. There was no battles. There was no war. All that happened is they made an argument in the streets and out of the streets. And the group of men that run and protect the society and keep it functional said, you know what, fair enough, there's a good argument.
Look, Reason, this is going to be my counter thing. I'll just leave it at this. The reason why I view it, you're viewing it as like men do the hard work, for example, are the ones with enforcing the law. The way that I see it is, for example, a CEO that closes a deal on a building that's going to get built. All the construction workers that are doing the hard work for them to construct this building, because you cannot have a building without the actual workers. Are you telling me that the CEO does not deserve the compensation because at the end of the day, the one who are enforcing and creating that labor is the construction workers? They go hand in hand. They go hand in hand.
No, it's not that. You're failing to understand.
The products of society
men do the jobs that are hard, but it's not just hard. It's worse than that. It's necessary, and no one else can do it. That's the point. As a collective,
James, I'm just going to push back on the CEO nonsense, right? So I would strongly recommend you go and look up on YouTube some of the Professor Jordan Peterson videos on this, because that's who he worked with, senior legal and lawyers, trying to get them to optimize their output for these senior law firms. And if you're the CEO of a company, you're working an 80-hour week. You're working, and the amount of stress on you is massive. That's why their compensation packages are so massive. It's not because there's a capitalist class that have some special privileges and everyone's scratching each other's back and just throwing the money at them. No, it's because of the amount of responsibility and risk that they run. Because if they make a dumb decision like they did with Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light, on Gillette lost $1 billion. The outcomes are catastrophic. So the question isn't why we have these people at the top earning all this money. The question, as Peterson points out, is why would anyone want those positions? Because they're an absolute nightmare. And if you spend any time around these people, you'll realize how stressful their lives are. If you're a CEO of a large multinational or even national company, you've got maybe a dozen lawsuits that you're dealing with.
I agree, just like being the president.
You have to know all about
just like being the president.
Exactly. So you just look at Obama, okay? You can criticize Obama as much as you want. I would say he's better president than the orange one, the one we've got. But you look how much he aged. The guy had
so far
gray
we're in
hairs
agreement.
by the time he finished.
So far we're in agreement. It's a collaboration.
All right,
No,
Messia wants to chime in.
Thank you so much.
No problem, man.
Appreciate it. But on what he was talking about reason, that is interesting, because the thing is, those people who are at the top, and this is a culture, it's going to be controversial. Okay, if you realize, like, those people, they're not all like stressed. There are some people who all they do is just work, and this is who they are, and it's almost like a compulsion for some people. Not everyone can do it, for sure, right? It's not for everyone. And that's what Jordan Peterson, he was talking about for women, and he looked at law firms, and the women basically, after reaching like a pinnacle in their career, they're like, okay, well, where is this leading me? They questioned it, and then they just folded and just said, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna.
And quote, that's because they're sane. That's his own words. He said the women aren't insane like the men are.
I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly, because the thing is, the nature of like men and women are different, and to say men are insane for choosing that, no, they have a different drive. Men have a different drive, right?
Only
When
a
it comes
small
to
proportion of Mestia. This is
Sure.
what he said. Only
Exactly,
a small
yeah.
proportion do. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
said
yeah,
if you
that's
give
what I-
these guys, I'm quoting him. If you
Mhm.
gave them an axe, they'd run around the
Yes,
forest just chopping
I
down
was-
trees all day, right?
and that's
So
what I
it's
just said
only
at the
a-
beginning.
They're
Yeah.
the ones who end up in the top positions.
Indeed, and that's what I said. For some people, it's compulsion almost, right? So it's not like this, like say that one is insane or like for choosing that or not.
All right.
There's
so
just different
Messi,
priorities.
if I could real quick, I just want to acknowledge the Rage Quitter VZ.
Okay.
So let's give it up for VZ. Let's give him the wall of shame. Let's give him the shame bell. This guy, so this is what happened. VZ came in real hot, like every smug liberal said, "Oh, I'm going to prove to you how how anti-feminism people like you are going extinct." Didn't want to know my position yet. Didn't care to know. Damn near wouldn't answer any questions until I threatened to kick him out if he didn't answer questions. So he's agreeing with us on force doctrine, how we have to respect the hierarchy that is male. Somehow we're going to be extinct here. His whole position on women's submission, he couldn't really flesh out. So I just want to, next time you come up, VZ, I'm not going to let you hear the end of it. How you failed to show how the patriarchy is going extinct here. The anti-feminist rhetoric that you hate so much. So once again, you guys can't even reproduce yourselves. That's why you guys prey on children. And I don't mean that any way like you think I mean. But what I mean by that is, you guys try and indoctrinate kids at a very young age. That's why you guys love your institutional power, because you guys can't replicate yourselves. I'm almost certain. I mean, I've had a demographic or a birth rate researcher come on showing that, like, he said feminists have a birth rate of like 0.5. So you guys are cooked. Y'all are cooked. If it's not us whom you hate so much, who are going to over reproduce you, it'll at least be Islam. And hell, by you guys' standards, that sounds like a grape culture to me. You guys gonna let Islam come over, especially in the UK? So we're not going extinct, my friend.
James, you know the beauty of your 0.5 rate.
Is that
If they got their act together and they decided that they were going to have lots of kids, they'd end up becoming conservative.
I know, because that mother instinct to protect is going to kick in. Yeah, the women will get smarter, because usually when women have kids, they start becoming more conservative, because it's just, you want to protect your surroundings, you want to protect your children. It kind of makes you start to have these instincts that are like, my family versus others, and how do I fit in? And yeah,
you're dealing with your own mortality. You're dealing with female fertility, which has a very short, limited time span. You're dealing with attractiveness. All these things that make you, in the end, can make people conservative, because conservatives don't think you can be anything you want to be, and they don't think that you're immortal.
They'll probably can only do it. They can do it one way that won't be sustainable, and they can do it the regular way. The regular way is to lean on men, lean on their husbands to help, which would make them more conservative, or their way, which would be to lean on the state, which would just make society collapse even faster. So, but
I've noticed they're very heavily into transhumanism.
Yeah, I mean, hell, the makeup and the way the transgender people are dressing now, they're seemingly starting to try and mesh with how. Have you ever noticed like there's a certain type of makeup that women do, it almost looks trans, and even some of the body modification that the women do, it also looks similar to trans. Obviously the women started with it first, but
take
Buck,
it easy there, James.
Buck, thanks for the follow.
No, look, I would say it's actually, so I'm quoting Peterson again. He said that the thing we're telling 18-year-olds, young women, is everything designed to ensure that they try and reproduce after they're fertile. And unsurprisingly, it's causing massive mental health issues.
Yeah,
you know the rates of medication in North America.
I disagree.
And then these people who are on... Go on then.
Because the thing is, like, so...
Well, before we get into your disagreement real quick, I just wanted to... Sometimes I'm going to pause just to acknowledge some of the chat. But Messi, we're going to let you go right out there. Toxic men give submission a bad name, to be honest. Apasha, I think what's often happening is the way women are selecting, the women that are selecting these men who they probably have no business being with and they lay down with way too soon, and they give up a lot of privileges, or they give a lot of privileges to these men, they end up crying about it and making this toxic male thing bigger than it actually is, because in reality, a lot of men are not getting women like that. Your average man, like if you go to a GameStop or if you go to Kroger and you look at the guy who's bagging your groceries, he's likely not getting women like that. I think what's going on is women are submitting to the wrong men and then they're crying about it, scaring everyone else out who could just pick a good man to submit. But Messia, you wanted to mention something?
Yeah, the thing about, like, women, wasting their fertile years, and Peterson saying that they were lied to, that, the most important thing is, your career, because that's what he talks about. And something that if indeed, women were meant to be in a stable relationship, because quite a number of them do find partners, they settle down, they have children with men that they have chosen. And something that is often missed in this conversation is, what is the divorce rate, right? So you have women who, you're saying, okay, he's saying rather, you are unhappy single, and then they're unhappy when they're paired. So what is it exactly? What is going on? There must be something else, right, in that society that's happening that we're not addressing. So,
yeah, I think that's a good point.
Respond to that?
Well, real quick.
Just respond in less than 30 seconds. So,
one second. Let me just introduce the next guest, Apasha. Welcome up. Are you over 8? What's your age, ma'am? You over 18?
Yes, I'm over 18.
All right. And I'm sure you wanted to respond to something that was said recently, but let's let Reasonable say what he wanted to say, and then we'll let you go right after him.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
I wanted to honor my agreement that I have between Reasonable to let him speak real quick, and then you can ask whatever question you like. Reasonable?
So to your point about the marriage rate, that's 10 years ago. No one's getting married. Look at the latest data, especially since the pandemic. It's literally, the graphs look like a cliff. So we used to think that I think my calculation is something like only 10% of relationships are actually ending up in marriage. And of those, you're getting the 50% divorce rate. So we're way past people getting married. We're at the stage where people aren't even committing, which is why the fertility rate in the West has dropped anywhere from down to 1.2 to 1.6.
Yeah, we're at 1.6 right now here in the US.
Yeah, there you go, 1.6. And then, just to finish the point, and then the second is, if you look at South Korea, it's dropped to, I think, 0.7, which is in South Korea, which is where we're heading in Japan. So it's not going to get better.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Messia, I know you guys want to have a discussion, but I wanted to see what Apasha had to say.
I just had a quick question. So I could understand the context of the discussion, if it was coming from a Christian standpoint, religious, or if the basis is just, you're talking about submission, but I didn't know if it's on the basis also of faith in Christianity, or if it's just a discussion.
Well, fair enough, because when I brought up women who are laying down quicker, it's likely just in the context of society at large. a lot of women who are Christian, who are most of us are not really a lot. There's I would argue that there's probably less virgins, men and women, but the women who are complaining, they're probably Christian too. I know a lot of black women are Christian, but they don't particularly behave like it. So if that gives you more of a context regarding submission, because submission really comes from our traditional understanding of it, which is going to be Christian. But if the society is not Christian anymore, then it doesn't really, they're kind of like, I don't know if it's, they're complaining about a system and they're not even applying it correctly, if that makes any sense.
No, I 100% agree. The context of submission, I feel like or the definition of it in marriage relationship, I think loses some of it if it's also not backed with Christianity, because what is the point of submission? Because then you're just talking about an act of what without what behind it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, the reason why I would push back a bit is because in Corinthians, Paul talks about how submission is to be, but he also mentioned how women are supposed to really not divorce their husband if the man is not a believer. But you would still expect her to still try and do her best to submit to him. So even in a relationship where a Christian woman is paired with a Christian or with a non-Christian man, she still would be expected to submit to him. Obviously,
well, you're allowed to get a divorce if there's adultery, like that is allowed.
Yeah, but let's just say you're in a relationship with a man and he's not a Christian and you are. Let's just say you came to your faith post-marriage, you would still be expected to submit to that man so long as he's not making you actually are sin.
Not, though, because you're not equally yoked. Like you are not, because he has to be the leader of the house like Christ is the church. So if he's not a Christian, you absolutely 100% are not required to submit to that man in a biblical sense.
Whoa. So here's the thing. He's still going to be expected to provide. He's still going to be expected to give you the security. He's likely going to still lay down his life for you. So in a way, he's still acting as a type of Christ in that home. He just doesn't fit. He might not fit the standard of a Christian male who would acknowledge those precepts, but he still does effectually act as a Christ figure in the church. It's just not as perfect. But to say you shouldn't submit to them, I don't really see any evidence of that in the Bible. Because equally yoked, the verses you brought up in 2 Corinthians is not talking about when you're in the context of a marriage, if you're not equally yoked, you can disregard a man's wishes or requests over you. That doesn't say anything like that.
Yeah, I just didn't know what you're referring to, because I haven't been here long enough, so I just need clarification if it's kind of what you guys are discussing.
Reasonable. Are you a Christian?
I may be able to help. No, that's exactly.
All right. Well, then let me just say another thing. I would strongly push back at you saying that women who are in marriages and the husband's not Christian, that she can basically be subordinate to him. I would strongly disagree with that. So long as he's not making her sin, she still needs to submit to that man.
Yeah, but who said that though?
The Bible.
Oh no, I've never made that argument. I'm just looking from the perspective of someone.
That point. So I just want to make sure her position is separate than mine.
So my observation of Western society goes something like this: that Nietzsche's predictions came true. He said that they would replace the Judeo-Christian structure of the society. It would take a few decades. He thought it would be a good thing to do, but he also said that it would leave tens of millions of corpses, which it did. And he said they will succeed. And in the end, they've created, I think, a brave new world. Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. That's what the West has created for itself. And whether it returns back to Judeo-Christian principles, for it to function as a civilization, those principles have to be carried forward. Otherwise, it just becomes one big giant hedonism. And where you have hedonism, you have this collapsed fertility rate. This is well below replacement. The other parts of the world, they're all heading towards replacement levels, which is fine. So I give this example. Bangladesh has had a 2.2 fertility rate since 2010. and that's a Muslim society that's very, extreme Islam, and the way it treats women and so on. And that's because they got the girls into primary school and a little bit into secondary. And wherever you get women educated, the fertility rate falls. And as a liberal, I'm all in favor of that. I have no problem with that. Mm-hmm. But in the West, you're seeing something very different. You're seeing this cultural Marxism, postmodern identity politics, what you'd call woke, and it's really toxic. It's poisoning the relationship between men and women. So much so that there's that term, isn't there? Do you know how much you have to abuse a mammal before it stops reproducing?
No, what's the term?
And that's basically what they've done. Sorry?
Is there a term for that?
I heard that, actually.
Yeah, it was a phrase that a guy used in a panel discussion. They were sitting at a table, and people around him were older, were like, he got a point, and it went viral. And that's basically what the wokies have done. The left wing have done in the US and Western societies. They've poisoned the relationship between men and women through their institutional capture, through their shaming, through their passive aggressiveness, all the stuff you experience when you come up on these lives.
Well, reasonable, believe it or not,
me and Dave Rubin, go on.
Believe it or not, the capture is even the churches now. I think feminism is pretty much steeped into a lot of the evangelical Protestant churches. I'm a
African churches haven't been captured.
Oh, really? That's good to hear.
The black churches are still very...
Not yet.
The black churches? What do you mean? Like the Baptist Pentecostal churches?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely captured. You should see how some of the women are dressing in there.
And, really? Yeah, evangelical?
It's pretty much.
Those ones as well?
It's...
Fair enough.
Let's see about some people in the chat. Pasha and who else? Unapologetically Malik and Deuteronomy. So Malik, I would encourage you to look up some. Well, I don't particularly. It doesn't help my cause to give you instruction on how to study the Bible. Well, actually, it does. So you're referencing Deuteronomy. I'm not sure why. If you guys are talking about marriage and divorce, you would also want to look at what Paul says, because Paul is basically the last apostle for us as Christians. Bro, I don't care about your sky daddy. All right, well, I mean, if you live in Europe or the West, like America, you're looking at the fruits of sky daddy. And if you're an Arab, I mean, what countries do you guys have that everybody wants to go to? I mean, I'll give you guys Saudi or what? Dubai, maybe? So, let's see.
Yeah, all the non-Christians, including me, have ended up in the Christian places because they kind of function, right? And all the non-Christian places have adopted the Christian Judeo-Christian structures in order to start functioning.
Hey.
That should tell you something, right? In India, it's English common law. In Southeast Asia, wherever the English weren't, they left behind English common law for all the predation and looting and everything else that they'd got up to. Looting, by the word, is an Indian. Loot is an Indian word, so they stole the word as well as all the treasure. But it's Judeo-Christian principles between state and religion that make those cultures functioning.
Yeah, because the whole inherency of men, everyone being created equal and under the eyes of God. It's interesting. This guy says the forefathers of America were not Christian. Do you understand the majority of the colonies that ratified the Constitution? They all had state churches, right? Do you understand that the system was set up to appeal to those majority colonies in order for them to all collectively agree to ratify it, right? I mean, Dre,
James,
thanks for following the live.
When you get a chance, look at the seal that they were going to put on the Declaration of Independence. They put a different seal on, but look at the one that they were going to put on before.
What's the name of it?
I don't have to. I'd have to. It was the founding father. It was the seal, the original seal for the Declaration of Independence that they changed. I was looking at it a couple of days ago. On it, it's quite explicitly. It has Moses. It has the tablets. Yeah, this idea that I'm not Christian, right? And this idea that America was not set up as a Christian country is insane. And
Well,
this is
the
why
thing
the
about
left
it
is
is,
having the problems it's having.
yeah, the leftists have to push that narrative because if it was, that might have really moral, that might have some moral implications for their pride parades, basically.
Well, the thing is, I have no problem with pride, right? You know, I'm a liberal. But the thing is that what makes the West function is its ability to tolerate dissent, right? And other societies have that. You have those societies in Southeast Asia also have that, but they don't have the institutional framework that the West has developed, and that's why they're copying it. They're copying the legal system, the processes, the constitutional frameworks, and so on. You know, I have a thing that I tell people, which is that if you want to be a first world country after WW2, the first thing that you did is you invite the Americans in and you tell them to take over completely. You hand over tell them to write the constitution, you tell them to rewrite the laws, you tell them to put them in charge of the American economy. And if you do that, you become first world. So that's all of Europe. That's the UK. That's Japan, because they were taken over. That's South Korea, because with North Korea. That's pretty much any place the Americans went and they took over and they stayed.
Well, this one says, the gentleman in the chat says, what about Singapore? Wandering Nomad says, what
so
about
Singapore is a city-state. It doesn't apply because it's not a functioning nation. When you have a population of only a few million people, you can't go around pretending that you're actually a country. You're literally a city-state. And the Singaporeans understand, as Lee Kan, I can't pronounce his name, so I'm not going to try. The former head of, who was a benevolent dictator, he understood this very well. And he said that we will function within the American system. The Americans protected the sea routes. They ensured that the supply of raw materials flowed across the sea, and they ensured the manufactured goods arrived in Singapore, and the Singaporeans could actually run a financial system.
Do they have an army?
A financial, what do you call it? Financial system.
They have an army?
On the back of the American one. Sorry? The Singaporeans?
Yeah.
They have a paramilitary force.
Okay.
Lee Kuan Yew, I think it is.
Malik says if they made it a Christian country, they wouldn't freely practice Freemasonry without threat of dying.
He doesn't understand what Freemasons. The Freemasons are a Gnostic branch of Christianity, of which a small number of them became the Illuminati. Or to be better to put it, the Illuminati infiltrated the Masonic lodges and took them over a period of centuries. So the idea that the Masons are these evil people, no. The vast majority of them are Christian, how would you say this, various strands of Christianity.
Yeah, well, Gnosticism I can understand. Carolyn Cutler, thanks for the follow. So where are the feminists at? Are y'all in the chat? Y'all just sitting back? Where the feminists at? Why y'all?
I think they're sitting there wondering where all their kids are.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, I mean, I did say in the chat that there should be.
Oh, Apasha, are you a feminist?
I'm a medical feminist.
Whoa, what the heck?
And I think every man.
A medical feminist. This is my first time hearing.
Pro-choice. So you'll be pro-choice.
No.
Yes.
No, don't. That's not what I said.
I'm pro-choice.
No.
Okay, I'm pro-choice.
I mean, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's not what that statement means for me. But no, I think actually every man should be for a woman, and I think if they loved women, that they would be, because the differences that are happening for women right now are definitely need help, even here in America. And I put this in the comment.
What is a medical feminist? Let's define it.
So before I was allowed to get a medically necessary hysterectomy at a well-known hospital, it was at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, I had to have my husband come in. We had to sit through a class. We had to acknowledge the fact that I would no longer be able to give him children. And I had to have his permission before I could actually have said hysterectomy, even though it was medically necessary. And the flip side, my husband, after we had our 3 kids, he went into his urologist. I believe it's a urologist. I could be wrong. I think that's who it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. But went in, had his appointment, got a vasectomy. I was never there. I wasn't even seen. Like, as far as they know, I could have been a wife that had no idea that my husband had just gotten a vasectomy. Obviously, I did know. I had just given birth, so I didn't go with him. But the fact that we are doing this to women in today's society is ridiculous. Women are under medicated when it comes to pain control for procedures that should be done with not only pain management, but some of them should even be done under anesthesia, and they're not doing it.
All right, so women can still advocate for things that they want, but I don't see how that would make you a feminist.
Because you don't think that is being advocated, and that's where, and we also are in a situation where, sorry, I'm not trying to bring up the transgender issue, but it's like we have men taking over women's spaces, telling us that we're not women.
Yeah, but that's feminist.
Like,
that's just a logical extension of feminism.
I mean,
granted, there's going to be people who disagree with it.
I disagree, because the thing is that's an extension of a liberal society.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: when you couple Marxism and postmodern theory with like feminism and egalitarianism, feminists kind of deserve that L, because if you're going to change a language and the meaning of words, then it only makes sense that they're going to try and change the meaning of reality such that women and men are the same.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think that's like a little bit unfair, like to just put it at the feet of just feminism?
Yeah,
because
why?
I'll outline the thinking.
Well, why? Why
let me outline the thinking?
Well,
I can't hear.
Go on, Mesty.
Okay, both of you were talking, so I was trying to listen.
Well, we didn't mean to cut you off. Did you finish your thought, ma'am?
No, I was just gonna say it's kind of odd, like that you would put it at the feet of feminism, because what that is actually coming from a liberal society where people are, told you could be whatever you want, and there's more freedom, right? Because once upon a time, your society was not like that, right? Whereas now you can be whatever you want. You're a man, you can be a woman. So, I mean, you could put that to feminism and say, hey, that's coming from you. But at the end of the day, like you live in a free society, a liberal society, right? That allows somebody like that to manage. Just a second. Hey, reason.
A free society, a liberal society.
Just a second. Okay, so in a free society, feminism it comes also from that. So the father of everything is basically that liberal idea of you could be whatever you want. That's how it started. Feminism. How did it come about? Right? Like the thing is, like you have to look at beyond, I think, just feminism. And then you will see where everything, where it started, the genesis, and then where it leads you.
So you don't think?
I was about to say that.
Well, the reason why I bring up feminism being causal to what's going on is because they are made popular through grievance culture. It was more popular to be Marxist or communist or socialist, to kind of have ideas of the proletariat versus the bourgeoisie class. But what feminism did is it absorbed it. I'm not sure when, but it basically became the patriarchy to women became the proletariat, the bourgeoisie to the proletariat. So the Marxist theory has been a part of feminism for at least
since Seneca Falls.
Well, if it's Seneca Falls, then that's first wave. But it would make sense because Mary Wollstonecraft was a big proponent of the French Revolution. She liked that shit.
So can I outline something that may answer your question?
Yeah.
So the left and right paradigm is based on the French Revolution and the positions that they would sit within the French Parliament under Louis.
Melissa, thanks for the heart. Yeah, but continue. Right? Reasonable.
So if we remove the terms left and right, and you just go back to what before the left and right existed, to the people that we would consider to be left wing, progressives, and the other side, and all the other different flavors in between. The left has become hijacked by Marx and Engels.
Why are you getting restricted? Why is reasonable getting restricted?
Okay. Someone
reasonable
doesn't like me.
Come back in 10 minutes, yeah?
Up? What?
I'll just mute.
We'll come back in 10 minutes.
Let me 10 minutes.
Let me just, I got to be careful. So I'm just going to remove you. I'm come back in 10 minutes.
I'll drop and come back.
Right.
I know someone's.
That's crazy. I'm going to restrict it for what? What did reasonable say that was so unreasonable?
Yeah, like that's just Oh my! And I know him actually from another
Melissa,
life.
you got
Anyway.
bad juju, Miss Bonnie. That's cool. Glad you're bananaed, as they say, Bonnie. Yeah, that's crazy. Hey, everybody who's here.
Host, do you think that there's
Our cams allowed.
something that women
Melissa,
need
yes,
to
cams
do?
are allowed. My apologies, Apasha. Do I think there's something that women
Do you
are?
think that there's thing that women, so like sometimes what I hear is on certain lives they'll say, you know, we don't have women, they're not being traditional. They want more traditional women. They want women that are going to submit, hold those values. But then they will also say it's the women's responsibility to do things in said relationships. And that can vary depending on what live you're on. Do you hold that stand?
Responsibilities like what?
That's what I'm saying. Like, do you hold anything where you think that women are responsible in society for helping men out or for doing certain things? Like I've heard women say or I've heard people say, not women, I apologize. I've heard both men and women say in certain lives, like it is the woman's responsibility to help men because we're in a mental health crisis and it's the woman's fault.
Help men because they're in a mental health crisis. Interesting. Well, what do you?
There's a mental health crisis in men.
So what I expect.
And that,
are you asking me about a societal expectation in marriage or in society or both?
I'm asking, do you think that women are responsible for holding weight or a task of doing anything at all? Like, would you say that they're responsible?
They should be responsible and push towards having kids, and preferably within the confines of marriage compared to what we have now, and picking a good man that they want to submit to as a husband. I think those are two good expectations to have of women. But that might have sounded like a joke to somebody. So, what do you think about that, Bonnie?
I'm not laughing.
Bonnie, what do you think? Bonnie, what is your... Wait, hold on a second. What was that bottle?
Oh, no, this is my Stanley.
Okay. Are you over 18, ma'am? Bonnie?
Yes.
All right.
I'm over 18.
Welcome out. Jax, are you over 18?
Yeah, I am.
Jax, are you a feminist?
Oh, no.
Oh, all right. Shout out to you, man. As your voice kind of threw me off. You might have took me as a feminist. No offense.
Yeah.
And Hakeem.
I get that.
Hakeem, are you over 18?
Of course.
Thanks for coming up. Are you a feminist?
Of course.
All right, we've been sniffing around for some feminists. Bonnie, are you a feminist?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's okay. I mean, I think it's good that you feel shame, but you're welcome here to give your opinion.
It wasn't shame. It was just.
Who was the?
I was just thinking about semantics.
Okay.
May I ask, who was the lady that was talking about like the responsibilities of women in our society? Or,
that was
like,
Apasha. Apasha was asking.
No, I was just asking the question of because a lot of times what I'll hear is, so I brought up a situation and the response from the panel was just kind of like, well, there wasn't much of a response, I would say. Actually, the discussion kind of moved on to something completely different. And I had brought up a situation, and so I was asking if they feel like, because a lot of times what I'll hear is when I bring up a situation where I say, we as a society need to do better. I think we need to do better medically for women 100% down the board. Women are not being heard. The response by the panel was, well, just advocate for yourself, which shows me that you have not been in a situation where you've sat in a doctor's office with a woman who is being gaslit and disregarded or told something completely different by a medical professional. Whereas if you take your husband or your boyfriend or your father, you get a lot better response usually because they have to advocate for you. Like when I say that, instead of it being like, wow, I hear that we have a place where we need to do.
We have a place where we need to. Sorry, you cut off. You said you have a place where we need to.
That was never even said in the panel. It was completely just like, well, why don't you advocate for yourself?
Well,
because
it's
obviously,
just
we have different
political goals than you.
We would advocate for ourselves.
We have different political goals
well,
than you.
Well, to be fair, like
that has nothing to do with politics.
To be honest,
nothing to do with politics.
Women have always spoken out. What do you specifically mean? Women have always advocated for themselves.
They always airing out their
grievances. even feminist men, men who adopt a feminist ideology or who believe. I'm sorry, I'm in my car. who like, you know, hold the same beliefs, like, or similar beliefs, like they also advocate. I mean, they advocate in so
Yeah,
many
so
ways,
that's
even
why I
with
said,
like, go ahead, sorry.
yeah, that's why I said I'm a medical feminist. So I would say that I think that there's still room for feminism, and you can still be traditional, you can still believe in submission, you can still believe in all of this. And I think that it's super narrow-minded of individuals. If someone is giving you legitimate things that are happening in our medical, and you are so far gone on the fact that you don't want to be labeled something, that you can't say that there's even a place where it could be beneficial to help women with this, correct?
Yeah, I might at
Well,
this point,
like,
it'd be similar in my perspective of way Kanye just tries to wear a Confederate flag. I mean, you can try and
well,
co-opt the term or the way it's seen, but you can't get upset. People
well,
don't want to associate themselves with feminism. Feminism
well,
doesn't
so
generally just mean in a small, obscure way, just medical things. It's a completely personal and political movement. So I'm not going to really take it seriously if people want to align with the feminist cause. I don't particularly respect it. As
I
in the
didn't say
opposite,
that it was the
I'll
cause. I
promote.
said
well,
it
regardless
was a
of that,
means of
so like
getting
women
something
have
there,
been
though.
fighting for
It's
like
not the cause, it's the solution.
Feminism
even
is not the
and
cause, but the solution.
wait, so like even in regards to like medical, right? Like medical rights for like women, or like for like women to have this social authoritative like position when it comes to like, you know, medical outcomes and medical positions. Like, I mean, I'm an advocate for it. Like, I don't know if you know me, but Mistia knows me, and like I'm in school for like emergency medicine, and I'm in the medical field. I literally just got out of clinicals, my final clinicals, from passing. Congratulations to me. Like, we even talk about the fact that like
Congratulations.
women are like, you know, severely like disproportionately impacted when it comes to cardiovascular emergencies. Misty heard me mention this before, that like women are, if I'm not mistaken, the research states that women are 50%, they're 50% twice as likely to, well, they're 50% more likely to experience a mixed diagnosis when it comes to cardiovascular emergencies due to atypical symptoms comparatively to men, et cetera, et cetera. They're, you know, less likely to have an AED placed on them. Simple things like that, right?
AD, what's that?
Like, I mean, like I mean, these things are being advocated for. There is research for. I mean, stuff takes time, and I
So
mean,
basically, sorry, Hakeem, he's asking what is, you said host AED, right? That's like the thing that you place on someone's heart to revive them. Like
well,
if they're
the
having like
automatic external defibrillator, right? Like,
yeah,
well, like one of so one of the
AED.
problem with that,
All right.
the problem
Wandering
with that
Nomad,
is
thanks
just,
for the follow.
it's the problem with that is it's just a simple, like, men aren't, you know, they're like super hesitant, you know, and those seconds that are lost, those minutes that are lost, men hesitating or just completely
right toward Birmingham.
just completely you know, foregoing placing an AED because, you know, women have breasts, and you know, you have to use the shears, expose.
Well, now
I
you're
have
cutting
something to
off,
add that is
Hakeem. You're cutting off.
but host, I wanted to ask you earlier, like when, because Melissa
5
wants
more
to come
minutes,
in.
reasonable. Go ahead, Ms. Mestia.
But I think Melissa wanted to come in. But I just wanted to ask you. You said something about like push women towards having children. Like you used the word push. Why do you think women need to be pushed towards that
We have a
direction?
fertility issue right now. We're at 1.6. Some say 1.7. If we have these values that we're trying to promote amongst society, it would be a good idea if we at least reproduce our
Oh,
physical
okay. You mean
generation. Otherwise, other ideas are going to come in. It's kind of like if you have a home and you're subject to guard the home, and it's not the easiest to, like, in order to guard the home, you need like a certain amount of people in the home. But if there's less people there, then there's less of the duties in the home that gets done. Then the home starts to get derelict, etc. It would be the same with how Americans should probably reproduce their own American values to their next kin. It's probably the best way we're going to be able to do that, as opposed to just importing everyone who has different religious ideas and morals and cultures and customs to just
but you don't
expect
have
them to adopt.
You don't have a cohesive, like a coherent, like a one American value system, right? Like I mean, you have. I mean, right?
Well,
So
I would argue a
were you
lot of it
talking?
is constitutional, even though we have a different way of viewing it on the left or right, at least it's better than Sharia law. I mean, I don't mean to say better like to have an argument, but I'm saying it's at least it's a thing.
For you.
If someone was Muslim, they might want Sharia. They might want a caliphate. Hell, they might want a whole system in Houston or Minnesota, Dearborn. Like, these systems are not necessarily compatible with Western civilization. So
no, I mean that's kind of
if it's us reproducing or them, if our birth rate is less than theirs, it stands to reason over time. Hell, even the feminists aren't going to like how society pans out.
I'm not sure about that, but like the thing is like, okay, so
how is Sharia law compatible with feminism?
But I'm not saying it's compatible or not compatible, but the thing is, it's okay. Yeah, you could make the case because I remember someone else but I wanted to come back to the part where you're saying like basically who should breed more so that the value stays the same.
I know people are getting scared. I'm not saying anybody needs to get turkey basted by their own.
No. I'm not
saying perhaps we just provide incentives. Perhaps we have a better culture around.
So do you mean like feminists and everybody else should
familyhood as opposed to being a degenerate? And I mean, I'm not sure if have you heard of Cardi B?
Yes.
Have you heard of Meg Thee Stallion?
No,
Meg Thee Stallion. She's just another Cardi B. We probably shouldn't allow that type of culture to be on the national stage where people are shaking their ass on the presidential stages. We probably shouldn't allow that, but this is degenerate stuff. We should probably allow more of an honorable society where we promote familyhood and not being a boss babe.
Yeah, okay, I get that. But James, right now, did you hear what you were educating me on what those degenerates were. Like, I wasn't even aware of so much of their, like, and you just explained to me what they were, right?
So therefore
like,
it's not as popular as I think? Is that what you're saying?
Just a second. If you want degeneracy to end, you have to stop talking and basically end it, right? Like end it by not talking about it, by spreading it, right? Oh. So the thing is, now I'm curious about I'm curious about Cardi B and all this stuff. And if someone is hearing, right, they tend to be like, the thing is like any value that you hold dear, right? You talk more about that, and what you don't value, you don't talk about. So that's how you.
No,
that's not gonna work.
No.
Okay.
So that doesn't work. Here's how it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
You don't allow the enemy or any type of cancer to persist. You have to cut it out, quarantine it, treat it, figure out the symptom that attacked the cause to cure it. You don't allow it to fester. It must be eradicated. Now, some people aren't going to be as serious as me, but talking about it and exposing it for what it is at least a start.
That
Otherwise, it'll just
Muslim-like a status of you just saying to like eradicate it and like.
Well, I don't think that's possible.
If we could eradicate, let's just say.
Comment on this?
Very final solution speech here.
I mean, this is how men talk, and I know maybe you have a feminine perspective on it.
That's how some men talk.
No, but you're
I mean, perhaps you know a lot of men who have strong convictions, but when we talk about what's right and what's wrong, and we talk about morality, that's a part of society, and you shouldn't really tolerate a lot of things.
Morality is subjective. Your morality is your morality.
Is that subjective? Is that statement you just said subjective?
Yes, I believe morality is subjective.
It's called the self-refuting statement. So, anyways.
But the thing is, like, if
morality is subjective and people are stating that morality is subjective, they're just being descriptive in regards to whether they believe.
Yeah, but does that describe morality? Does that describe morality as a whole?
100% yes. Wait, do you believe that morality is objective? Wait, can you give me an objective moral framework?
I mean, Christianity.
Without God.
Wait. Hold on. I want to challenge him. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not interested in having a discussion.
No. Let's be men.
For the topic of So we're talking about dating here. We're talking about morality. So I understand.
Well,
like
you brought up morality, and
so
now
I'll
we're going to
just
challenge you on morality. If
we don't have the framework of morality.
If we don't hold the same moral framework,
you believe in moral subjectivity. I don't. Like, who cares?
Okay,
well, yeah, it would be more beneficial if you were to tie it back into dating.
Yeah, let's just tie it back into dating if we can.
Okay, well,
if you tie
let's tie it back into
dating, we have a better conversation.
Let's tie it back
into dating.
Thank you, Mr. Coe. So if you have an objective moral framework, and your moral framework you believe is best, and you tie that back to dating, and if I have a different moral framework that I believe is better than yours or superior than yours, or you know, in any way, form, or fashion superior, like, then how, like, we will eventually have like a conflicting like dating advice. We eventually have conflicting worldviews. So again, tying this back to dating, what makes yours objectively better?
Well, at least at least leads to a better outcome.
So if I could butt in real quick.
All right.
Who does it?
So, but then we're not.
Who does it give a better
For
outcome?
men.
So far as these ideas,
Pasha, there you go. I was waiting for that feminism. It's finally manifesting.
For men, it's a better
You ain't
outcome
just no
for
damn
men.
medical feminist. You're a covert feminist.
Oh no, that's
You're looking at the wrong person. I'm the
That's
one that
Melissa.
has
Hey, I'm willing to.
That was Melissa.
Oh, that was
Hi.
Melissa.
Yeah.
My bad. So.
Yeah.
I haven't said anything like
All right,
that. That
Pasha.
wasn't
My
me.
apologies. I've
I
been
can,
tapped out.
Something
I've
to
been
add
looking
about
at
the
this.
medical feminism, if I
wanna-
may.
All right, but
respond to Hakeem.
but
Everyone wants to hear it.
I want to let Brown. I'll take that L. I want to let Brown speak for a sec.
Yeah, so as far as these ideas, when it comes to intersexual dynamics and dating, you might have a worldview that differs from mine. The goal is to unpack these worldviews, to figure out how consistent, how logical, and how reasonable they are in regards to the outcome, what it is that we're moving towards. So for example, Hakeem, you might have a viewpoint or ideas in your worldview that you feel like is the better way to go about intersexual dynamics. My goal is to pick that apart and see how consistent it is in relation to your goal and the betterment of society as a whole. Now, we'll agree on certain things outside of our worldview just to figure out how consistent our views are and if they reflect something that's beneficial for everyone, if it actually works. And I have a inkling that if your worldview differs from mine in a way where you align with feminism, that it'll fall apart. It'll become contradictory. There are certain aspects that you won't be able to account for. It'll be very difficult for you to argue or for you to back up your worldview in a way that would be consistent or have continuity. So like 5 or 6 questions in, it tends to fall apart.
I mean, same, like I challenge men all the time and they can be logically consistent. Thank you for the word salad. But we can definitely have this discussion, but give me just a second. I'm still driving.
You have not arrived to your destination just yet. Fair enough, Hakeem.
I mean, no, I just got out of clinicals, and that's on the other side of town. So yeah.
Oh, I'm
all right. So if I heard
Hakeem,
you,
ain't no thing.
So you don't have to respond, Hakeem. So if I hear you correctly, after you get to where you're going to challenge my worldviews in a way where it'll fall apart. You're gonna be able to demonstrate.
Yeah, we can see if it falls apart. We can see if you can be logically consistent.
All right. Well, let's.
Okay.
If you can be principally consistent, cool.
All right.
Sure.
Well, let us set that fight card for a second here. Melissa, Mestia,
Yes.
Pasha, what y'all got to say? So we're talking about how Messi was asking me about whether I think how we should enforce this birth rate thing. And I'm just saying we should just encourage women to have kids as opposed to waiting till they're the least fertile in comparison to when they start to have kids.
Oh, so you're a
Melissa,
leftist?
can I just go, please?
So you support? No, absolutely. Go ahead. I've said 2 words.
Please, thank you. I'll be brief because I've heard this sometimes. People have said it and they're really never clear. They're just like, okay, encourage. I mean, there are places that have done that, right? In Europe, that have really encouraged, incentivized women. What happened is they fell right back into it worked for like a moment, basically. Right. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, if women are just not as a whole choosing that path, because in the past, the reason they used to choose that path was because they really needed to, right? It was a necessity for them. Whereas now it's an optional, right? So how do you change that mindset? Because you can't, I've seen.
I can explain how.
Mm-hmm.
You get rid of their ability to avoid accountability. Oftentimes how the state is being utilized by women, particularly feminists at large, is to find systems like welfare, access to ABs that help them escape accountability. For example, if a woman knew that she could not get child support from a man or help from welfare state, she's less likely to have kids. If a woman knew that she is not going to be able to abort her kid, she's less likely to have sex with certain people or participate in certain sexual activities. So this would be a way. When you're talking about necessity, yeah, this would be another incentive that we can do.
But wouldn't you're at the same time though, while you're doing that, you're just basically infringing on someone's rights, which were actually
rights.
Yeah. Right.
What a right is currently, as far as how we determine it here in the West, it's democracy. It's in flux.
Yeah.
So the reason why I bring that up is because right now in 13 states, Roe v. Wade doesn't have as much as an effect as it does in the other. This is unprecedented. This happened 2023, I think, 2024. So these rights are in flux and they're voted in and out by the democratic process we have, and I'm just acting consistent with that. You can have a moral grievance for it. You can have a moral grievance for it all you want, but ultimately, if morality is subjective, then neither one of you guys should really care about that. Because if we all collectively agree that something is right, then...
Wait, hold on. Morality being subjective doesn't then mean we don't hold a moral framework. What the fuck? Like, what are you talking about?
It's based on your preference. It becomes based on your preference, does it not?
Wait. Are these lives recorded?
It is.
Holy crap. Say that one more time. Because morality is subjective, that we shouldn't hold moral principles. We can't have a moral framework. What the fuck are you talking about?
Repeat to me what I just said.
Mastilla.
Repeat to me what I just said.
Hold on, Mastilla. Is this the guy you were talking about? Like, this is what I'm supposed to like. This is the man that I'm supposed to be like.
Yep,
I didn't actually wait. I didn't talk about him. Okay. Let's just have a civil discussion.
Wait. Hold on.
This was not.
So wait. Okay, so let's get into it then, right? So you stated. So stated that you have enough.
Are you ready for your? Are you ready for your card with Cal or what?
Yeah. So if he holds
you
the
can
same
have
belief,
that. You can have that.
Wait. Hold on. So if he holds the same belief, cool. Then I can challenge you both at the same time right now. What makes your moral framework objective? Your Christian moral fralet's objective.
So let's bring it. I thought the agreement was we're going to bring it to the context of dating.
Okay, in the context of dating. Okay, cool. So I'm asking him, what makes your moral framework objective?
It produces better outcomes than yours, but I'm still not sure how.
Wait.
I'm not sure. But real quick.
Can you support this?
All right. So
no.
So I'm asking a question. I mean, Mr. If you're gonna be Mr. No. I mean, you can be spirit as you want, but you're not about to have an argument. You're not about to have an argument if you're not respecting the panel. So we can.
Well, I am.
It sounds like you're posturing.
I'm questioning you. You stated that your moral framework is
I'll just take the
objective.
L or whatever. I don't care. You can just be out of here. That's fine.
I mean, that's fine. That's your L, dude. That's your L.
Yeah, that's my L because you're going to be a baboon. You can't control yourself.
I mean, that's fine. If you can't answer,
it sounds like you're arguing in bad faith.
I mean, all right, bro.
Wait. You're the one that said your morality is
so will you answer? I answer your question. When someone is going but you don't want to answer mine. That's interesting.
Hakeem,
guys, we're talking.
Hold on.
Please stop.
Wait. Hold on.
Hakeem, pause for 1 second, dude.
What do you guys think about Miss Steele?
Hakeem, can you just
Cal, real quick.
You're gonna answer my question.
So Hakeem, if you could just if you just be quiet for a sec.
If you could just be quiet for a second and let me answer.
If you don't be quiet, you're just out of here.
You're wasting your time.
I mean, that's fine. That's an L on you.
He's posturing. I don't understand why he's doing that.
All right, I took the L.
His ego's.
That's an L on you then.
Yeah, I took an L because you can't control your own
Real
actions.
quick.
Okay, well that's still an L on you.
Yeah, I took an L.
Host.
Congratulations.
You asked me a question.
Sorry, guys. You guys don't get your card.
Here, it's okay.
I mean, hey, everybody, even the women weren't as emotional, and they were able to hush up when asked. I mean,
host, real quick.
interesting.
We were talking.
If I could say real quick.
Even the women.
Host, real quick. We were talking earlier about an example of men, and I think this is one where I could bring it back to that question of like, how do men sit there and hold it accountable to women? If I said to you, hey, okay, I hear you, those reasons are valid, but let's look at the morality, okay? So I think men should start acting like husbands before they get wives. So let's get rid of OF, seeing that most of the men are the ones that are paying for it.
Let's ban it.
Let's get rid of it.
I agree.
And then because of the fact that, hey, we agree that family planning is important, let's make it so that we absolutely like do away with abortions. And seeing is the fact that a woman can only have a baby, let's actually look into male, like temporary sterilization where they get vasectomies or they take.
This is a cart before the horse, ma'am.
It doesn't work.
Is it?
Apasha, it's crazy. This is what I'm explaining. But go ahead, Apasha. Continue, Apasha.
As soon as it has to do with a man taking responsibility and doing something proactive,
I
it
can
gets
give
put
you the
back on the
science.
woman. As
I'll wait.
no, but
You're triggering me, Apasha. I'm being
it's
triggered.
effective. Yeah, because all of a sudden it's like, hey, you guys do something about the birth control. You guys do something about it because you guys are the ones that can get
All right,
infinite
Apasha,
number of women.
I think I understand. So if I understand your argument correctly, the reason why you're not applying this societal pressure fairly is because you're not trying to force some type of vasectomy or birth control on men. Is that correct? If you're
I
trying
would
to
totally
take away,
do that if I'm being honest. I
so
would
is
be
that?
like,
I'm just
hey,
trying
you
to
guys
understand. I'm just trying to
like-
clarify to make sure I understand your argument. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I've actually held debate spaces about this because
So
I
you're
do
a feminist.
actually.
You're a literal.
stand
You
behind
might
that.
be a little bit more
I am
radical.
not
So,
a
you,
feminist.
so let me just see. Let me just see how far you want to go with this. Are we talking about the men who are sexually active, or we're just talking about all men? Who should be getting a vasectomy?
Oh yeah, I think that the minute that you decide that you're going to be sexually active, I believe that we should do. I actually think Plan A would be better. It's a gel that's put in the vas deferens that you can then.
All right.
Just,
So
put
you
a
want to
solution in to solve
control.
it. So,
You want
like-
to control how people before they can even get into this. You want to penalize them off rip, right?
Oh no, I'm actually. I think this is a plus because we have
She doesn't
men
believe
who
in
are the
bodily
ones that are
autonomy.
getting.
I mean, this doesn't sound like
that
bodily
are
autonomy
getting
to
women
me.
pregnant. No, that are getting
irony.
women pregnant, and then
I know how you would
I
think it's
felt like
irony.
we-
You're a baby
No,
killer.
we're
So.
actually addressing the
I
fact
am
that
not.
it
I
would
have 4
drastically
kids. I've
reduce.
not ever had one.
Oh well, shout out to
It
you.
would,
You promote it at
address
least.
the issue. No, it would address the issue that you have as far as abortions. We're not having women just going out and having abortions because now family planning is that essentially you are planning to have a family.
Right.
And I think
It just
that
needs to be
men need to
governmentally
start acting
sanctioned.
like
You need to get a
husbands
all right. You need to get a certificate under your
Can I
dick
just
or
speak to
whatever.
the
So let
science
me
of
just
this?
handle this.
Governmentally
Let me just
sanction
handle this
us.
reasonable.
That's what you want.
All right. So here's the
No,
difference.
James,
Here's
I
the
want to say
difference,
something different.
guys.
I'll let you handle it.
Apasha,
I
hush,
just
hush,
want to
hush,
speak to the
hush, hush.
science.
How's it feel?
Just the
So-
science
How's
point.
it
30
feel?
seconds.
Apasha, do you want me to respond or reasonable?
I just want 30 seconds to respond to the science side. Forget about
Apasha,
everything
we're
else
just going to let
around
her.
here,
She's
everything
got the
else.
minority position.
I don't-
Who would you want to respond to?
I want to hear
Reasonable
I just want
or
30
me?
seconds to respond to the science.
I mean, I know the science, but I don't know what he's trying to get at for the other
Yeah,
people. 'cause I
So
don't-
so answer
I
the
just
question,
wanna-
Apasha. Who do you want? Come on, stick.
I just
Make a
told you
decision.
that.
You said
I
you
don't-
don't know. You don't know.
Both of you.
You don't,
I want
She's
to
got the
hear.
science
Both?
He's just going to make it quick.
all right. Or go ahead,
No, I don't.
reasonable.
Yeah,
Some
I
might say
don't even
words.
30 seconds. So it's simply the problem they're having with controlling male
James,
fertility
thanks for the follow.
is because we're making the sperm every second. And this means when you look at the side effects of the stuff that she's proposing, they're really bad. And for some of the men, they've been
For us,
irreversible. So there is
They're really
there is
bad for the-
absolutely
no,
nothing.
that's
Let me just
absolutely
finish the point.
ridiculous.
You're already
Let him finish.
interrupting.
You thought you
I've
wanted
not
to
even
hear.
spoken for 30 seconds. So there's nothing on the horizon. And I work in that area. I'm not going to say too much about myself. But I know the people who work in that area, and I know that area well. There's nothing on the horizon anywhere with our science as it is right now, or projected in the next 20 years or so, where we can control male fertility that way. By putting gels in or doing whatever.
Well,
The
then
closest
if you
thing we
work in
have,
it-
I just
no,
want to
if you-
finish the point. The closest thing we have
Okay,
is the
go ahead.
vasectomies, which some of them reversible, some of them aren't. So it's an all or nothing approach essentially with men. We don't have what we have with the female contraceptive pill.
Then you would know,
That's
if
the
you
point.
know that, then being authentically real, then you would know that when the studies came out, the side effects were too drastic for men complaining, and that the funding was removed and they stopped funding
Oh
male
dear, look,
contraceptives.
it's not
That is
this.
a
It's
fact.
not about. So I work in this area, right?
That
It's
is a
not about
fact.
studies.
Yeah, so
Dispel.
that's
Thank you for
not-
sharing the
Look,
live.
look,
Dispel.
Let me just rebut this quickly. It's not. This is what happens when you have people who don't work in the area or are not scientifically trained. It's not about studies. It's not about doing more studies. It's about the underlying biology and science. You're trying to control a biological process that itself is not controllable and we don't understand properly with men.
You still don't
In the case
understand
of women, it was
properly in
much
women,
easier.
though.
The eggs, you're born
No,
with your
it's
supply of
not.
eggs. All we're doing is we're stopping the release of those eggs.
No, and
Right?
that's why I seriously do not like what you're saying, because we know,
Okay, it's
we
not
know
about
for a
liking
fact that
or
there
not
are side
liking.
effects.
It's about the science.
No, it's the
So you tell me
hold on. Guys.
Sufficient money
All right,
thrown.
so how
Your argument is if there's sufficient money thrown at this, it would work.
Let her
That's the argument she's
respond.
making.
Let her respond.
I absolutely do not like what you're saying, and the reason I don't like it is because factually they did try to go this route. The men were complaining about the side effects. The men didn't like it. The studies are also not there for women. We know that women are dying from cancer. We know that women are dying from blood clots and strokes and having complications. But you know what? It's said that it's easier to control it in women. That is absolutely ridiculous. It's because men don't want to take accountability. They don't. The minute you talk about a man going in and taking control of his self and looking at doing something or having, by the way, a vasectomy, that if you're in the medical field, you know that the effectiveness of that and the unaliving, there's been no unalivings associated with vasectomy. They're reversible quite effectively, but yet the minute you ask a man to take responsibility for his sperm that he puts in a woman and gets her pregnant, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, I'm not going to do that.
Here's where I would disagree. So when it comes to the approach, I take more of a principled approach, not so much on the effects. When it comes to the difference between women getting ABs and men being forced before they can even contribute into dating is to get some gel under their gooch. The difference is, all right, so
what about
all right, let me just make my point, Apasha. Apasha. The reason why I talk about this avoiding of accountability is because the woman wants everyone to collectively allow her to do a thing that is a natural process after sex. It's a natural process. What's not natural is you guys introducing some novel invention that will bar men from having sex until they get this procedure. Now, I'm not asking anything of that from women. I'm just saying, if you want the freedom to be able to be promiscuous, then you should have the freedom to experience the consequence, not making us all collectively culpable of your actions. Because at this rate, I think we're at 63 million people aborted. You would call them fetuses. I would just call it human life. We probably would have had a better birth rate by that. But I said I wouldn't get into the effects. My apologies.
Huh? What?
Brown, you're not muted. I can hear your conversation. So when it comes to the differences, one is some type of enforced barrier that the state is going to have to apply to even get people to, in order for you to become sexually active, you must take this test. You must prove to us under your dick that you got this gel, as opposed to just not allowing women to avoid a natural process of sex. One is principle, one's not.
Fair, I never said anything about being state mandated. In fact, I actually had a better solution for it.
How would you enforce this?
They get a free Xbox and a free video game.
You want the government to subsidize it.
This isn't
subsidize other things.
Yeah, we do, but the difference is...
I'm genuinely being serious. I'm genuinely... You think I'm being...
Yeah, but some people would be foolish enough to take that. And two, once again, you're trying to use the state to make this thing happen.
But how is your statement any different than for women?
Because I'm making it illegal. I'm making it a action that would have punishment. It's not so much an incentive program. I would couple it with an incentive program, but I would first outlaw. Because you asked me what would increase the birth rate. It would stand to reason that if you didn't allow women to abort their kids, there would be 60 million kids in America after Roe v. Wade. It stands to reason. That means our birth rate. I was looking briefly. I didn't do the math, but ChatGPT did say the birth rate would be like 2.0, 2.1. So I mean, you can contest me on the math, but I think it stands to reason. I just checked on the statistics. If women couldn't get abortions, we'd have 60 million.
I'm sorry.
Children.
I have to interject. This was happening before Roe v. Wade. Women were still having abortions before Roe v. Wade. We were only able to measure it afterwards because it became a medical procedure.
Okay, so do you support 60 million? Just real quick, do you support 60 million people being deleted out of potential American population, right?
Potential?
Yeah.
Have you met humans? Yes.
So you right.
Yes,
so
I do.
here's the antinatal.
Also,
What's the antinatal position here? What is your antinatal stance? Let's hear it.
It's not an antinatal position. I am anti-forcing anybody to be a parent who doesn't want to be a parent. You're talking about bettering society.
What if
you want to bring all these children into the world that are unwanted or cannot be taken care of. Is that going to better society? No, it is not. Okay, you're creating a slum underclass in these conditions.
What is your what's your evidence of that? Are you calling
What's my evidence of it?
First question is what is your evidence of that? And second question is are you calling people who are poor slums? They're slum.
No. That is not what I said. When you force people to have children against their will, these are not good parents. These are not people you want raising the next generation that's going to have this morality that you're so worried about.
Endeavor King, thanks for the follow.
Okay. Not everybody should be a parent. Okay.
Yeah.
And there are worse fates in life than unaliving. Okay. And
right. Well, are you currently? how many worse fates have you had? Have you unalived yourself? I'm pretty sure you had some bad stuff happen to you. Would you unalive yourself? Have you unalived yourself?
I don't. Do you know how logic
it's
works?
Obvious. It stands. I know it's quite self-evident that you haven't, and you wouldn't wish. Would you wish death on people if you saw them going through hard stuff?
No. What I'm saying
interesting.
Is,
so you can understand that we all have an instinct. We all have an instinct to try and survive. So would the fetus. I mean, it's a human, is it not? So I think your argument falls apart here at this point.
No, but you don't know how arguments work apparently. But
yeah, I don't.
What I am saying is if your goal, the whole point behind your whole argument is morality and the betterment of society, correct?
You should make people. You should not let people avoid accountability
for their actions. You can't make people do anything.
You can.
You can't make anybody do anything.
If you don't follow the speed limit, somebody's gonna hit you upside the head with a billy club, and they're gonna be a police officer.
Right? Does it stop people from speeding?
Well, I'm not talking. You're strawmanning me now. I'm not talking about eliminating it altogether. I'm talking about creating societal enforcement mechanisms that curtail it. Yes.
James, could I give you a rebuttal to your position? And not strawman it.
Yes, sir.
So the rebuttal goes like this. What James is arguing from is reduction of harm.
No.
Just let me outline it.
I'm arguing for reduction of harm.
No, I'm saying that James is arguing for reduction of harm. He's saying that these are human beings, which they are, and that we're unaliving them at rates which are very high, and that if you were to put various measures in place, then those human beings wouldn't be unalived. And they'd either live or they wouldn't be created in the first place. Would that be fair?
Yeah, but that's a principled stance. It's not just because it hurts. Because even if it didn't hurt them, and let's just say it led to better outcomes, I would still say principally that's wrong. Because it's not just to allow people to avoid accountability. It would not be a harm principle. I think it's an added benefit, but I don't prioritize my stance around that. The whole thing is you should not allow people to avoid accountability, especially making the state at large subsidize that mechanism. It's completely it creates a complete moral hazard.
For you then on the accountability part, and the question is, in the hypothetical that your measures take place, and that's what the state does.
Real quick,
what happens to the kids?
Stanky, thanks for that.
What happens to the kids?
The fuck.
Oh, sorry.
What the heck is that? And period. Thanks for the heart. Sorry, reasonable. Continue.
That's right, man. So what happens to the kids? So a woman has some kids. You said they should be held accountable. They can't get support from the state and so on. What's happening to those kids that she's had that she shouldn't have had?
I think in the short term is going to create a lot of some problems. Like a lot of kids might go hungry, but it's
so how is that morally just
because when it comes to oftentimes
it's like people are going to starve to death.
All right. Oftentimes when it comes to how we should have solutions, we have to acknowledge that the medicine is going to be nasty at first. Oftentimes how we fix things is through a short-term... Hold on. Oftentimes how we fix things is through a short-term... how do you say it?
I understand
austerity,
the victim medicine argument, but
or like buckling in, but then it's going to lead to long-term success. Otherwise, we just create a moral hazard, and you keep kicking the can down the road. It's a simple economic argument based on psychological behavior.
But what I can't understand is a dichotomy. So on the one hand, you're saying that they're human beings when they're in the womb.
Well, hold on, Melissa. I want to appreciate that. It looked like some type of dinosaur podosaurus. I appreciate that. Okay. That was sent to Shelly. Shelly sent that. Oh, that was my L. Well, good for you, Melissa. Just for being on live, you got a dinosaur thing.
So on the one hand, you're saying that unborn babies are human beings. I agree with you on that, and that they need to be protected some way. On the other hand, you're saying, well, some of them when they're born, because the mother's made some stupid decisions, which I grant that they have to suffer rather than the mother.
Well, they're suffering in the long term, but it's only to...
Some of you may have to die, but that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yeah, but it's antenatal because the position we're having...
Oh, I am making an argument with reduction of harm. If you want to harm the least amount of sentient creatures, you're going to harm them before they're sentient. No, because forcing them to experience life with people that do not want them, I just don't understand. If reduction of harm is the goal, this is not how you get there. If you
it's not the goal.
But you're saying this only applies for people who are inside the womb, right? But if you're outside of the womb, if you made it out, you're afforded rights. Correct?
No. So it applies to forcing a woman into a very arduous situation against her will.
Is it about the kid?
Autonomy.
Is it about the principles we stand? Is it about the principles we apply for the kid?
For you, it is.
Melissa, is it about the principles we afford to the kid, or is it about the mother's mental state or her perspective? Which one is it?
No,
neither of your positions are tenable. I think
bodily autonomy is for me. That is why. So I've been married a very long time. I have 4 kids. Been married to the same man. I am literally a success story in your narrative here. Okay.
No, you're not. Because if you're promoting abortion, you're not.
I'm not promoting it. What I'm promoting is not forcing other people to do things with their own bodies against their will. I wouldn't force you to do it. I wouldn't force him to do it, and I will not force her to do it, especially having been through 4 pregnancies.
Yeah, but it's the woman's fault. It's the woman's fault for having. It's the
woman's fault. Did you have sex too?
Well, in this example, if I'm having sex with a woman, yeah.
It's her fault.
Yeah, it's her fault.
Oh. Yeah,
is that untrue or not?
In that case.
Is that untrue or not? Who's more responsible? Who's okay, so in our society, hold on guys. Obviously not, but you guys don't care. You guys don't care about that. All right, so let me get this straight. So for whoever asked that, hold on, reasonable, hold on. So for whoever asked that question, let's just say in a society that we could create, if I said, you know what, the only people who can have abortions would be people who got RAPE'd, like anybody who did it against their will. Would you agree to that society? I would. Would you agree to that society?
They're gonna have
answer the question. Either one of you dodging ass lefties, answer the question.
I didn't dodge anything. You didn't ask me. I didn't say it.
It was one of you. It was one of you women's. Was it you, Apasha, this time?
Not as women's.
No, I'm not a leftist, by the way. Just so you know, I am not a leftist.
Okay, 100%. So who's the one who asked? What about the women? What about the women who gets raped?
I asked about the grape because you seem to think that it's a fair question because you're saying women are asking to get pregnant. I'm asking, do you have a grape exception? You're the one over here.
Yeah, I can allow it. I can allow it. If we're for the sake of moving the conversation forward, if we can move towards a society.
For clarification on something
he's answering your question.
Doesn't mean I'm a leftist. So that's
I'm
a little
sorry.
insulting.
I'm sorry.
I'm not a leftist.
Hey, I got a lot of respect for you. I got a lot of respect for you if you find that insulting. So I retract my statement for now. For now, Apasha. So, if we meant moving the conversation forward and society forward, I think that would be a fair concession. If it meant the majority of babies, like the other 99% of the kids, could be born, it would be a good compromise.
Go with your logic. going with your logic, James, now they're born, their parents, sorry, the mother has to be held accountable. So now you've got a whole bunch of kids that are born that are suffering the consequences of having no support.
It would just be a long-term.
No.
It would be a short-term consequence.
Generational thing.
A short-term consequence to a long-term benefit. A short-term
So
negative
how many?
effect to a long-term
Are we,
benefit.
okay, so what are we allowing here? Are we allowing the kids to sleep on the street? Is that okay?
Well, generally,
Would that be allowed?
here's how it goes though. There's a lot of things that you can do, like charity. Hell, even the
No, I appreciate all
even
that.
the
I'm just saying,
adoption
in the event that
adoption
that's not
current
there.
demand for adoption is not fulfilled
He's
at
a
this moment.
leftist now. Look.
How is that a leftist when people
you-
No, that's
voluntarily?
not a left wing
How
position.
is it
The
leftist?
charitable position
Because
is a
if-
right wing position.
How is it leftist, Melissa?
If-
Miss
It's
Bonnie?
a right wing position
I'm going to
because
tell
they
you
don't
right
believe
now.
the state.
I'm going to tell
He's
you
saying
right now.
he's saying that
Reasonable.
voluntary organizations
let her
and
just-
charity would
I
step
Let her
in.
just give herself
understand
more
the
rope.
words that are coming out of his mouth reasonable. I don't need you to explain it to me. I understand, but I'm going to counter it. Is that okay with you?
Go and try and counter it.
I will counter it. So if you want more women to get married and have children, you're going to create a space and a society in which they are capable of doing so. Women do not want to be home being supportive roles. Women are whole human beings, just like you, that want careers, have goals, have ideas. We're not brood.
Okay,
We're
so
not brooding
you're saying
mares,
if I want
okay?
to, are you saying my
So-
position, real quick, are you saying that my position is if I want to create a society where women have more kids, I'm going to create a society where they're comfortable to do so? Is that what you think my position is?
She's doing
Yeah,
the
where they
handmaid's
support-
tale.
That's a
isn't it?
straw man, madam.
I'm
It's a
not
straw
doing
man.
a handmaid's
I never
tale
said
arguments. That's
I never said we should particularly make themselves.
I don't think you know what a straw man argument is.
You're arguing something that I didn't say to destroy what I said, to counter what I didn't say. That's a straw
So
man.
instead, you think you're going to control half of the population
So
and force
controlling.
them
Okay,
into
well, what are
roles against
what
their
are women
will.
what are women currently doing in the 13 states where the restrictions are very high? What are they doing about it?
Going to other states.
Not a god. Okay, so what? If we make it more, what are they going to do about it? Women can't historically do a damn thing
What
when the
that's
society
when
at
you
large
get back
collectively.
alley abortions.
Well, that's okay.
That's how that
fine. If it's an added
happens,
effect,
because you're talking about-
so long as the women who are doing it
So long
and
as
people who
they-
contribute to it are getting X'd out too, punitively by the law, fine. Principally, it's a better
What
it's a
about the
better
men that
society.
impregnate them? What's happening to them?
If they want the kids, they're fine, and the woman doesn't, the woman gets in trouble. If the man pays for an abortion and she does it, they're both in trouble. Either way, the practitioner and the woman are in trouble. This is just a principled stance. Apply justice to what I
So,
would consider
I mean-
in the life of innocent life. That's it. It's just
But
it's-
what
Since
about the
the
innocent
dawn
kids that are
of
born?
time,
what about the innocent kids that are born?
Yes, the innocent kids that are born that you're saying that now the mother has to be held accountable for her bad decisions.
oh, he said
She can
it's okay
adopt.
for them to
She can
suffer
give them to a church.
if the end
She
goal
can.
is
She
controlling
can.
women.
Yeah. There you go.
What happens if people don't want to adopt them?
If people don't want to adopt them, then the kid's going to suffer. But it's better than them being dead. That's the alternative. You understand?
Yeah, America doesn't have that problem. Reasonable.
worse
We have
than
2 million.
9/11.
Hold on. We have 2 million
Yeah,
parents
I
waiting
agree
to
with you,
adopt a
Courage.
newborn.
I know that
That's
they do.
not,
Yeah.
that,
No, I
Oh,
agree
we
with
have
that.
a lot of people waiting to adopt. They're not great people.
Yeah, because what's the
sometimes,
alternative?
which
The
we've learned
alternative is
recently.
either they go back, return home to sender, to heaven, or they get to at least exist here, because that's the only alternatives here. It's not like you guys are giving me a better alternative here.
Melissa,
There-
what percentage
is-
of the 2 million are not nice people?
Of which
Reasonable.
2 million?
That was the
Of the people that want to adopt. I don't know what the
Correct.
exact percentage is, but I do know that there is a lot of insidious things going on behind
Okay,
the
so
Yeah,
scenes.
but what's the
many of the
majority of
2
those
million
people
is-
trying to adopt? How many of those people are trying to shove a baby into a witch's brew stew?
So
I would
the
rather
reason
somebody abort a baby than they end up in trafficking.
the reason I
camps.
make that
How about
argument
that?
Well,
is
then you
I'm
would have to therefore say that a person who's experiencing that is better off that they unalive. But the people who are experiencing that, they tend to want to cling to life because they want life. They feel like
Before
they
they
intuitively know that they
experience
deserve
anything?
life.
Yes.
They want to be alive. So for you to deprive them of that, it's a bit
Well, not everybody
untenable.
wants to be.
Yeah, well,
it is not.
We can't punish people who want to end themselves.
Where sentience doesn't exist. So the potential of sentience is what you're speaking to.
Well,
okay. There is no sentience.
I'm gonna let you.
Do you remember being a baby?
Bonnie, real quick.
It's a Cooper cells
Bonnie,
argument
hold on
now.
a second, Bonnie. I'm gonna let you cross-examine. Righteous man. You better not be agreeing with ABs, or else you ain't righteous man. Are you on the AB side or the non-AB side, Righteous?
I'm on the AB side.
Righteous.
She's still making the Compostela argument, which is wrong.
I definitely agree with you, but I would have one question on one topic.
All right.
Are
you over 18, sir?
Yes.
All right.
More so women on, the gap pay.
What the heck is the gap pay?
I definitely look at
gender pay gap.
Oh, is that the Righteous? What do you mean? Is that what Bonnie's is? Are you saying what Bonnie just said?
Yeah. So
gender pay gap?
when I debate women, and I talk about this, I definitely talk about how women take off more, they have more family roles, they do this, but on average, when I look at all these statistics, it seems to be very true that women do earn less than men, and I think it's very odd. It's the only thing I cannot, debate women on. Whenever I debate women, they always bring up this topic, and it's hard to debate them. So I want to look at what is the true
solution.
Here is the true.
Hold on, guys. Let Bonnie answer. Let Bonnie. Not Bonnie. Damn it, Bonnie. Hush, hush. Righteous. You were going to ask the question. You didn't get to answer your question yet. We're going to ask.
Yeah. So this is your answer.
What is?
It's not an earnings gap like red pillars like to call it. It's not a gender pay gap like woke feminists like to call it. Both parties have it completely incorrect. It is a gender birthings gap. Men who have their first child tend to work more hours, work harder, ask for more promotions, ask for more raises. So their income tends to incline and continue to increase after their first child. The graph on the right, first child being the red vertical line going through the right graph. Women, on the other hand, have a biological setback, of course, because they're the ones giving birth. They're the ones who have to carry it. So they have to, quit working temporarily, and they have a setback. My question is, how come the women who do have children never recover? You can see where the line is on the left graph below. And you can see where women who never have children,
Bonnie is showing
the line
her
at the
armpit.
top, are actually getting paid more so than men. It's common. Brookings auditing is the best thing. In 1974, 40% of American women out-earned 95% of American men, but because 10% or 15% of American women earned less than almost all men, those women wanted to close that gap, and so over the next 40 years they did so. But you're still out-earning men on average for working less hours.
Question: how did we get
I can
into
explain
gender
this.
pay gap with dating and stuff? Like, I'm just curious. I've been listening. Did I miss the jump of how we got here? Because I feel really dumb right now.
Well, what happened was me and Bonnie have been quibbling over birth rate and what we should do about it, and the prescriptions we should apply, and the principal arguments about ABs. Then Righteous came in, where he explained he has issues that he deals with when he talks to feminists about the pay gap. I don't know where he was leading to, but then Ferry.
It was just the only thing that I struggle with. I don't find any sources that say those things. Well, that was my question. I didn't know where you
I
get that.
can give you some insight.
Ferry,
if you'd like.
Ferry, did you want to?
Not that you're wrong or anything.
Ferry, did you want to give Righteous
it's
Men in the
anecdotal, so
DMs?
Righteous,
some more.
follow me.
We all need. Look,
I'll follow
guys.
you.
We all need ammunition to fight feminists.
I'll DM you. I'll DM you, Righteous. I
The
got you.
merrier. Bonnie, Mrs. Bonnie,
Would you like to know, in my experience, why this is?
are you going to use an
I will
anecdote?
tell you right now.
Are you going to use an anecdote,
Yeah,
Ms.
well,
Bonnie?
yeah.
But how is that going to
Yes,
speak to the
yes, I
data
am.
that was
and
brought
I
forward?
clear. Well, I can, because he said, why don't they recover? So I'm gonna just give you my experience on it, so that maybe you might have some insight into it, if that's okay. If you don't want to hear it, that's cool too.
We're listening to unpicked men cry online. Dana, you're probably a 4 without
So here's
makeup.
the thing.
Okay, yeah.
Here's the thing. I have 4 kids, okay? I've had to leave the workforce 4 times in my life, okay? And I am somebody that is, succeeds, somebody that is driven, somebody that's ambitious. But I left the workforce 4 times. That is going to impact my my earnings over a lifetime because you have to start over. We're not talking about, first of all, childcare
the
is
patriarchy
outrageous,
supports
so
this
it just
anecdote.
makes more sense.
The patriarchy supports
Well,
this anecdote.
it is true though.
Yeah,
So
I'm
my
the
earning
patriarchy.
potential has been greatly decreased. But not only that, when I do go back to work, when I am making money, I am the primary caregiver. So the schools call me. I'm responsible for the doctor's appointments.
Righteous,
I'm
thanks for the
responsible
follow.
for the grocery shopping, the cleaning. There's so much outside of focusing on my job that I'm responsible for, and that impacts not only the hours that I can work, but my ability to put, as
amount
much
of
time
effort.
and attention into my work.
Yeah, so it's like
Right.
an opportunity
So,
cost thing.
that
you
is
value
why-
more kids.
that
You
is
value your
why when-
kids, the welfare of the quality of development over like chasing like a check.
Right.
If you can at least sustain
And again,
yourself, that would be
it's
sufficient.
not something
for you.
I'd force on another person.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't force somebody else into it.
here's what I would say though.
So
Um,
no,
I think
that's a crazy
you're.
thing to ask of people.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should force anybody, but as far as subsidizing people's decisions, this is not good. We should not make it a thing to subsidize people's decisions, because what women like to do, at least how they vote, is they like to gamble in life, but they want the government or the society at large to eat the costs of their mistakes. Well, they want to maintain all the profit.
No, I'm sorry, but that
Well,
is just
abortion is one of those
objectively
things.
wrong.
Do you support women using abortion as a contraceptive? You have to say yes. Do you
Do I
legally support it?
support
Do you
it?
legally support a woman's right to use abortion?
Legally, I don't
Yes.
think we should be
Oh, so
forcing
we should
anybody
ban.
to
We
do
should-
anything with their body against
Oh, right,
their will.
exactly.
No,
So the reason why
morally, I have objections to it, but
we don't
that's not
care
the
about
argument here.
here's the thing: how you guys avoid accountability, you women, y'all women. I mean, I personally
women
wouldn't
avoid
judge
accountability.
anyone, but I mean, I don't think it's right. But you can still go ahead and ask your kid. You can use a vacuum.
I don't
Luigi,
think it's intelligent
let me just
to
rant.
organize society around
Let me just
punishing
rant
the
real
people we
quick.
feel less deserving.
I think it's morally wrong, but if you want to use a Luigi vacuum to suck the kid out of the woman's body after you've dissolved them a little bit, go ahead. So the reason why I bring that up is because this is the casino that the government subsidizes that y'all create. The woman gets to sleep around. This is called a moral hazard in economics. The woman gets to
Men
sleep
sleep
around
around.
with impunity, take as many
So do men.
bratwursts. Yes, but here's the thing. There is a consequence for men, but there's not a consequence for women. The women actually
Are
get to
you
escape
insane?
accountability. I mean, ma'am, if you quit interjecting, I can make a point. So
I'll try. I'm sorry.
when it comes to, no problem. When it comes to women, I get to sleep around. And if all else fails, I get to have as many abortions as I want, and the feminists will support me. And what's the prescription for men? Men, if the man doesn't want the kid, he has to foot the bill. If the man doesn't want the kid, but the woman does, it doesn't matter. If the woman doesn't want the kid, but the man does, it doesn't matter. The woman obviously has more societal authority in this example. Therefore, she's more responsible for this. That's
At
the whole
least you
principle
don't
argument.
have to be pregnant.
Right. So because I have more authority, you need to have more responsibility. You cannot force everyone else to be responsible for the authority that you have. This is called extortion. This is called taking advantage. It's called gaming the system. We don't allow for extortion and people cheating in any other ways. We would do it wrong in gaming, in sports, in the economy, in competitions, in award shows. We wouldn't view cheating
in the economy is punished?
we would all agree that cheating is generally wrong, and we don't like cheating. We have an instinct towards it. But if you knew that this is exactly what's going on. Women take advantage of the system by allowing themselves, once again, to subsidize the cost of their mistakes to everyone at large. That's what's going on.
Okay.
You have no counter argument towards that.
Okay. I do. I have several. But my first point is, right, you claim that men have authority over women, correct?
No, I claim that
They should.
I claim that men don't have as much authority as far as reproductive rights go than women.
Just that one thing, but in life, men are authoritative. They are the authority.
Not necessarily. When we look at the state and how the state is being used, we have to understand who gets the advantage. We have to
Can I
understand.
ask her something?
Well,
yeah, who's the societal authoritative figure over women? It seems like men surely shit can't hold women accountable for their behavior. Surely shit ain't women holding women accountable for their behavior, because they get fucking gaslit and attacked the second they do it as well. So
what
who
behavior?
can societally, not criminally or civilly, hold y'all behavior for your actions? Because it seems like every time somebody does, oh god, it's the end of the world, and let's put this motherfucker on
Knights
blast.
Templar,
You know what I'm
Knights
saying?
Templar, thanks for the goat. Appreciate it.
Wow. I think I think it just speaks volumes, because women, I am probably older than everybody on this panel, so maybe I'm in a different generation here, but
Probably.
the people that are on my ass, that are fucking holding account and who are pushing shit, are the older women in my life.
Okay, well, Miss Melissa, try not to use when a question is asked you societally, it doesn't really help your cause to like only speak about your own experience, because we're asking you societal questions, and we're asking you to speak generally. So when you retreat to your own anecdotal experience, you're only making yourself. It's like you're dodging the question.
I understand what you're saying. However, since none of you have lived as a woman, the expectations on women in society are insane. If you're married, right, and somebody comes over to your house and your house is a mess, are they looking at the husband and saying, "Oh my God, what's wrong with you?"
I mean, they might look at the women if they have like more of a. But what does that have to do?
They're looking at the woman.
So what are they? How are they going to hold her accountable? How are they going to hold her accountable? Is she going to answer to those people? Hey, you need to clean this house up.
Well, first,
is she accountable to those people? No, right?
The
Unless it's her mama or her abuela. Who's going to hold her accountable?
Alone are disproportionate completely. Okay, so societally, women are held to a very high standard for a lot of fucking things. Actually, you want to hold the entire morality of humanity.
I want to, but this
women.
is not yet what's going on. So you're talking about a society that I'm proposing. So you what is your evidence? Because all you said is, really? I mean, in my life, people hold me accountable. Please give us a societal answer, answering Fairy's question, please. Where are women held accountable by society at large?
Oh yeah, she's been deflecting.
What she's saying is a father goes in and shows minimal effort.
Apasha, you're supposed to. I thought. Why are you batting for the feminists?
No, I'm not. I'm saying
this is just reality.
I'm just playing around. Go ahead.
Societal
expectations. So
you're going to answer the question.
So in regards to the societal expectation, you go in, and I've seen this in the school system because I've worked in the school system. A father will come in and put in minimal effort. Like he might bring in some store-bought cookies, and he basically shows up and his kids are alive, and they might have a shoe on the wrong foot, or they might not. And like, honestly, the teachers and the staff and other parents are like, "Oh my gosh, he's such a wonderful dad. Look at what he did." A mom can show up, be having a horrible crisis in her life, and they're going to be like, "I'm sorry, Miss Peggy, but did you actually get those cookies? And we're going to need you to fill out the forms. We're going to need you to do this. We also need you to volunteer." And so there's an expectation that I've seen specifically that where men are more privileged. I'm not saying that they're being held anything. I'm saying there's a higher privilege for men when it comes to what they are praised for versus the expectation of the women, especially in the school system.
Yeah, but it's because the men are not doing the same job as women. Generally, they're not. Though oftentimes
How
the
do they
men
know
are
that in today's society? You're saying that when men are cutting off their dicks and getting boobs, like you're saying that like there's not the same
but
thing.
transgender men are not the majority.
Knowing what I know about male teachers and some of the things that I've heard them say whenever I've interviewed them, can you show me some sort of empirical evidence showing that male teachers get more claim,
are you saying male teachers or
something?
Are you saying male teachers or male parents?
Male teachers. I said fathers.
Okay,
I
fathers.
said fathers when they come in and like there's a definite different standard of where a woman is meant to show up, hold things together, and get stuff done. That the expectation is not the same there for the fathers. It's just
I
a
can
fact,
answer that.
and it doesn't.
Let me answer that
It's
quickly.
women that are the biggest.
James, let me just refute that quickly.
Judgers to one another.
So they're
was
all
my
going on feelings and judgment. Here's why the fathers turn up with just a bunch of cookies. Normally, the fathers are busy working and trying to provide a roof over everyone's head. If they're turning up to the school, there's a big reason as to why they're turning up to the school. Something serious gone on. Or they're estranged from the mother. If they're estranged from the mother, normally the child support payments mean that that's all they can afford is a bunch of cookies.
How much are child support?
That is so ridiculous. We're saying that in today's
real
society.
quick,
But also, women are
before
they don't really
anyone
like
responds,
other women.
I mean, y'all didn't say nothing for a second, but let's Crow. My apologies, Crow. Are you over 18, sir, or ma'am?
Yeah,
Sir.
I'm 20. I'm 20 years over 18.
All right, thanks for coming up. What brings you up today?
Yeah, my first question, because it was
You said
the comment
who
about
pays the child support?
Yeah, well, that was what I had said, but that wasn't what brought me up.
No problem.
I also didn't say who pays the child support. I asked how much is the child support.
Okay. Well, yeah, no problem.
But like that again, that's not why I came up.
What brings you up today? What's your bone to pick?
Yeah, what brought me up was just the statement about how women are using abortion as contraceptive. Like I don't, and then I asked, I was like, can you define what abortion is versus contraceptive, and how women are using abortions as a way to not get pregnant?
Yeah, I understand that a contraception is different than an AB. One's a medical procedure, and the other one is basically a preventative measure. But they can still effectually act as the same thing if a person's intent is to prevent. Let's just say they do it at the last cause because they are doing it last minute and they missed the part past plan B, they can still effectively use it as well, even if it's not defined specifically that way.
Yeah, when is the last time that you could use plan B? Because like again,
I don't know, but I know there's a cutoff.
Maybe I'm uneducated on this. Like,
I don't know, but I know there's a cutoff. Probably when maybe, I don't know. I could just look it up. I'll look it up.
All right. Yeah. No. Just because I'm curious. Because I'm like, I want to know at what stage do you find out you're pregnant, and like, oh, can I use the plan B when I know I'm pregnant, kind of thing, or like at what stage? Because I'm confused.
At 2 weeks, like the baby actually has a heart.
Yeah. No, that's misinformation. But like that's okay.
It has a. It has
well,
a
it says
rhythm,
2 weeks.
like any
Taken too late. It works best.
Can you tell me?
Well, real quick, this is hold on a second.
Let's
not splinter into other contentions. Let's stay on the main topic here. So
Right.
So,
I just want to correct. I want to ask Righteous a question because, like, I'm so sorry if there is.
One second. One question at a time now. I'm looking it up.
He's looking it up.
All right,
So I just Googled it real quick. Plan B delays the release of an act. It works best taken within 72. Okay, but I'm trying to figure out when's the latest.
Let's go with Plan A. Plan A is going to be better.
Once it's implanted, it's useless.
Is the latest Plan B works?
I could just tell you.
5 days after unprotected sex.
Terrible for you.
5 days. So
birth
what's the
control
other
doesn't
option
stop
after that?
fertilization. It stops implantation. So
No,
just
it
that.
prevents you from ovulating.
Period.
Yeah,
So,
it completely disrupts
no.
one, your organs, and two, your genitals.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Are we spreading more information? Right? I'm just.
All right. Well, at this point, we're gonna.
Yeah.
What do you? So hold on a second.
Anyways, anybody gonna answer my question from earlier? We still didn't get it answered. Who's the authoritative societal figure for women? Who holds women accountable?
Yeah, because that was not answered.
For their actions, because we never answered it. We just had about a 5-minute monologue that was a deflection, and we just went off on a tangent.
Yeah, but what my question was like period.
Societal expectations.
Yeah, I don't understand like who's the authoritative figure on anybody. Like
men,
what are we talking about?
Men have to go to the draft.
Oh God,
men have to be fathers that they don't want to be, at least financially. Definitely not like.
Right. Society holds men accountable for their children with child support, correct? We do not. Do we not? Yeah, child support bonds. Yeah, exactly. Work release. Anyways, again. Who holds women accountable for their actions when they're not sustaining society? You are a female mammal. You are necessary for reproduction and sustaining human life. If you're not doing your basic duties as a female mammal who's got the female reproductive organs necessary to sustain humanity, and you have a birth rate of 1.6 births per household, and you are deleting 1.5 million babies per year, I'm pro-choice, don't get me wrong. You should have that option. But when you're deleting 1.5 million a year in about 100 years, when there's 300 less people and towns are literally falling apart because they're derelict. I mean, whose fault do we look at men and go, oh man, you really should have done something, or do we look at women and be like, y'all really should have been more responsible? Which who do we blame?
We
blame
the men
for not stopping women, or the women for not being more intelligent with their choices?
So Crow is saying we blame men for the societal.
Right, we blame men for building a society that is based on societal oppression and different marginalizations.
So I have a question for you.
I would agree, but when women are holding themselves
women have all the freedom in the world to do whatever the hell they want.
Period. Can I ask you a question?
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it
ask me too.
I'm trying to answer his question.
All right, Apasha got some basic.
If it's fair to say, I'm not saying you said this, but if it's fair to say that if a man comes up and says that men have built society, that they are responsible for all of it, would it also not be fair to say that if they are responsible and claiming all the glory, that they're also responsible for the demise?
No, that's our fault.
I would say the society at large.
It's a collective issue, definitely.
So it's only collective when it's going crappy?
No, you have to.
We could blame
So
both.
no accountability, right? Perry.
So the
No, we
difference.
blame both.
Socialize the
Can we
losses,
say blame both?
privatize the.
I don't understand how men can be the problem if men have been constantly for the past 60, 70 years acquiescing to feminist complainers, professional grievance holders at this point.
Because we gave it to them.
Men have been acquiescing to what women wanted, and then when women get what they want,
what are holding back women?
they're still pouting and complaining about it. So at this rate,
giving them
it's fair.
everything.
It's fair that they actually don't know what they want, and if they actually got what they want, society would collapse. The borders are open. Welfare would become unsustainable. We have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. We're cooked at this point. This is why there's starting to be
there you go.
A pushback.
Right. So you don't support anything that.
Wait till you see what AI does
right?
to you, baby.
I'm just sorry. I'm just lost, right? Like James, can you tell me, like, do you deny that racism existed and marginalized Black people and BIPOC people? Are we going to deny that fact?
Yeah, it existed.
Do you think that it still exists? And still has an
to some
impact on
relegated,
today's
maybe to
society?
some relegated minuscule amount, but it's definitely not systematic, and neither is sexual oppression.
Right,
Definitely.
sure, maybe. Let's say you're right in this. So if we take that into account, right? Do you think that if we have the same concept of thinking where, let's say hypothetically, women are oppressed, right? Are we supposed to say, oh yeah, just wait, sorry.
I'm just listening.
Because what you guys are saying is that women and it's society who are responsible for what women are going through right now, even though it was men that built the system. So if you're going to say that the whole thing about racism, the hardships that you're saying that the BIPOC people go through, the BIPOC people are still responsible for that system of racism? Because you have to have the same concept.
All right.
It's
So
got both
when
work in
Starts
both
to
ways.
get down to it. It's not really men versus women. It's owners versus everyone
I'm
else.
trying to engage
Women
this
are in
directly.
higher
So if I'm
positions.
understanding you correctly, how can black people or colored people be responsible for the system that oppressed them if they didn't set it up? So why would you afford that? Why would you not afford that same expectation towards women at large? Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't particularly agree it's a one-to-one analogy.
Right. There's intersectionality that comes into it, right? So there's going to be different views and intersections that like intertwine. But when you're looking at it from all intersections being equal, men are advantaged over women.
Yeah, but I don't ascribe to your intersectional paradigm, though.
Yeah, James, you're dealing with a postmodernist, cultural Marxist. That's your conversation. You're not going to get anywhere. Illogical. You're just going to end up in round circles. He'll never accept that there's no systemic racism in the US.
Yeah, look at the society 50, 60 years ago versus today. I think it's definitely changed.
I mean, people are getting black fatigue at this point.
Look how much
this is a person who would... James,
but
you know the
you're
Harvard...
still complaining. That's
James,
the
you know the
issue.
Harvard case, don't you? Harvard University, where they got sued. Supreme Court ruled that they've been discriminating against whites and Asians.
Yeah. Thanks for the likes, everybody.
People like Crow will never accept that.
I don't think they have progressed.
They call it reverse racism. They don't understand basic concepts like racism.
I'm sorry. Are we talking about the same schools whose 90% of their admittance is legacy students?
Yeah.
And we're talking about meritocracy here.
They're not.
They are
90%
legacy.
Don't tell me that Harvard's intake is 90% legacy students. Don't give me that nonsense.
The majority. You're right. I was being hyperbolic. The majority is legacy admittance.
I'm going to go and check now.
So we're talking about meritocracy.
Okay, go check that. But let's
we're
not
talking about
speak
legacy admittance.
Let go check that. And while you go check that, let me just say that, like, hey, let's not state what people's stances are. Right, like I'm saying that they're like, sure, white people can experience some type of prejudice from other people,
right? But not racism because it's not systematic. You better not say that, man. We've heard it before. So let me. So are you going to tell us right now that racism is not racism? White people can't experience racism because racism, how you're defining it, is systematic oppression.
What? Somebody hasn't read the full definition of racism, then.
Is that your definition, Crow?
Sorry, I can't hear when like three people are talking at once.
Do you define racism as a systematic oppression of one group of people towards another? Or one group of people holds a systematic power and they're prejudiced against another? Do you define it that way?
When you talk about defining something, just wait. When you talk about a definition, sure, that is a definition.
Is that the definition you subscribe to, good sir?
When you actually put it into practice,
so why not just answer the goddamn question?
James' question. Where are you reading that one?
Do you subscribe?
Where'd you find that, James?
I found it in the TikTok halls of postmodern.
Where? That's not the Oxford definition of racism.
I'm just trying to suss out whether or not this guy is postmodern or not, because the changing of language would sound like a signal. It would smell like a signal of.
Sounds like he's using a woke definition that's not classified by every other country in the world. I mean, why are we not using Oxford's definition?
So just Crow, if you could, I'm gonna let you engage. Real quick, Ferry. Crow, I'll let you engage with Ferry if you want, but can you at least just answer the damn question?
But I've heard that so much that I literally have this.
I won't ask any more questions. Can you answer the question? Do you subscribe to that definition? Yes or no?
Sorry, James. The other two people, I couldn't understand anything that you were saying because they liked to say it, but I'm going to say yes.
All right.
I'm going to say yes. I ascribe to that definition. But again, that's not even why I came up here.
What the flip?
Bro, because so many people are so many rude idiots on here are ableist and attack my voice that I have this ready to go. This is Sexy Kermit. Crow, be jealous of my whatever all you want, Crow. I don't care.
Voice has nothing
with all due respect, Crow, your voice sounds weird too.
That's totally fine. But
you know,
voice is
not. Yeah. So let's if we could, guys, can we get back? Whatever. I think that's a fair thing. You know what, Sarah? If you're a feminist, shout out to you, Sarah. Are we talking about race or oppression of women? That's a good question. And we're gonna bring it towards women here. We're gonna bring it back towards women.
Yeah, because I came up and I wanted to ask about the oppression, like you were talking about abortion, right? Because again, I'm gonna ask it because you seem to say it's a like a last a last ditch effort. And then I'm like, we don't know how the abortion pill works. We don't know how an abortion works. We don't know at what point a person can be actually be recognized as being pregnant. Someone said that you can have, someone below me said that you can know you're pregnant, that there's a heartbeat at 2 weeks.
All right, so those are not relevant for the responses of the topic that was in this the discussion. Whether whether it is definitionally and technically called an abortion, whether it's not technically a contraception, is not how it's used and how it's applied. And furthermore, the left's position on supporting the right to choose, basically applying to all the exceptions, applying to all those situations. So it doesn't matter whether it is scientifically that or how it matters about how it's used. And I was trying to prove a point about moral hazards and what it creates, the type of environment it creates. If you give people the incentive, you subsidize this type of behavior, you're going to encourage it. Similar to how you give tax deductions for Teslas, people are going to buy more Teslas. You give the ability, you subsidize the behavior, you increase it, you tax it, you try and work against it. Simple economics. I'm going to
disagree.
Okay.
I'm going to firmly disagree because
James, can you give me 20 seconds to do the Harvard? I've got the data.
No, we're talking about something different.
Reasonable. We gotta move on from the race stuff.
James,
sir.
Yeah, I'm just going to give you the data.
No, no one wants to
reasonable. We can't
about
because
that.
I want to get straight to.
It's 15%.
Yeah, no,
I've got the
James,
Harvard Crimson. 50% to legacy.
15%
It's a Harvard poll. If it's a Harvard study, the polling sample size is going to be small. Can you please go to the bottom of the study and tell us the sample sizing?
Yo, we're not talking. The host said we're not talking about that.
So guys,
we don't care about the 200 people that got questioned at Harvard.
Reasonable.
Right,
let's just move on from.
I stand
so
corrected.
James,
Reasonable. Thank you.
Host, I'm just questioning because when we're talking about like you're saying that if we subsidize this behavior, it encourages this behavior. But when we're looking at countries such as Canada, that have free healthcare, that have access to these things, the abortion rates go down. Right? When it's accessible, the rates go down because we're educating people on the risks. We're educating people on the impact of what it is to have like intercourse, and we're teaching this at younger rates. At younger ages, and the risk that it might actually impact people, and abortion rates are going down with the access to abortions.
So if we only educated people, then they
I'm
would
not talking
have,
about
if we
only educating people.
If we educated them, it would make a down. It would have a downstream of. It would have a negative effect towards the amount of abortions. That still doesn't speak to whether or not there's not an increase by subsidy. You understand that, right? Because you can have one downward trend that you're trying to work for. Like if there is, that doesn't speak to whether or not what I'm saying is proportional. Like if it is the case that subsidizing a thing is going to increase, that can still be true as well as people trying to educate a society to make them have less. You understand that, right?
Yeah, they actually had a 4,030 something, 4,300 something abortion increase last year. I don't understand where you're seeing Canada's abortion rates are going lower. Yeah, Canada's abortion rates are increasing annually.
Luna, we need some.
Probably because of economic issues.
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Crow, we're going to let you respond. We're going to let you respond. Let me just acknowledge some people in the chat real quick. I'm a feminist because I believe in equal rights and equal standards. Not that women are better than who? You can't even do the courtesy of typing their names, their gender. And I'm just playing. I know you probably just got cut off. I hear you, Sarah. But I bet once you come up and we start cross-examining you, I bet we would prove that statement false of yours.
Yeah.
And then let me just check on the YouTube side.
I'm pro-choice for the same reason I'm against the draft.
Well, whether or not a society could exist without one is to be discovered. But real quick, on the YouTube side, I acknowledge
should not hold political power.
On the YouTube side, I'll let anybody who has questions on the YouTube side take precedent. I'll allow it to derail the panel.
We've lost us WW2, by the way. With
we all have our own strengths. That's correct. But women currently don't want to optimize around it. They want to abandon it. I believe in humanity. Yeah, but that's kind of It's too gender neutral for me. Anyways,
People
continue,
are
guys.
fucking people.
Oh,
Yeah,
Crow,
no,
Crow,
I
Crow,
just
you
have-
up.
I worked
Crow,
15
hold on, Bonnie,
hours
Bonnie. Hold on
today.
a second.
I have 4
Bonnie,
kids.
Miss Bonnie,
People are people.
Mrs. Bonnie, you understand
I'm sorry.
instructions? All right, so
Not really. I mean, I understand them. I just don't like them.
you wear the pants in your relationship? Just a quick question. You can answer it if you don't feel like answering. That's fine.
Do I? I don't. That's not really a thing that's thought about.
Yeah, you effectively wear the pants.
The whole outfit.
My
Okay.
husband is a very large. He's a diesel mechanic. Like he's a very manly man. If
But
that's what you're
you
asking.
submit to your husband,
In fact, I don't submit to anybody.
right? You wear the pants. So anyways, Crow, you can Crow. You had your
It's
question.
always
You
have
wanted
to do
to.
with masculine
Hate it.
husbands.
Crow, you can I didn't mean to butt you, and I just gotta get some acknowledgments. So you go ahead, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, when someone says that abortion, the number of abortions go up, that has nothing to do with ratio, right? Like, so when we're talking about numbers, as population goes up, numbers go up. But that has nothing to do with ratio.
Oh, so
So
Ferry
I-
was
I'm
bringing
not
up
too sure what we're-
how it's rising, and you're saying you challenge whether it's per capita or if it's just
Yeah,
like
I
at
don't
large.
give a shit. I don't care about per capita.
Well, per capita
Like, I
wouldn't.
don't know.
Doesn't per capita speak to percentage?
Per capita still matters to an
It's-
extent.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying I don't give a shit.
Right, no,
about it.
I know. We have a lot more people than you guys do. That's why I'm saying per capita doesn't really matter. But yeah, you guys are still less. If you guys had the same amount of people that we do, you'd still have less AB. Yeah, I don't know.
So
I don't know.
perhaps we can reset, Crow. Do you think feminism is good for dating? Because perhaps you might. When it comes to birth rate, do you care about that? Like, if the birth rate's decreasing, does that bother you at all?
No, I don't give a shit.
Well, how come? If you could just encapsulate it.
Because like some people are not going to have kids, some people are going to have kids. It's not for everyone to have kids. It doesn't. It's not a requirement.
It's
Even
not a requirement
survival
for
is not
what? For society
survival.
to continue?
I think society needs to collapse and then recreate
Bro,
itself.
so then why should we give a shit about what you want? Like, what? Like if okay, well, at least your
right.
intentions are not a Trojan horse, and you're just letting it all hang out. I think that's cool for everybody who acknowledge the prescriptions that you promote. You don't care if society collapses.
Well, I'm saying society needs to rebuild itself on different values.
So you're okay with it becoming
Yeah, it
bedlam,
would.
so long as it'll
really
restructure
not
itself.
very pro-feminist
Muslim.
values.
How about let's remove
Bonnie, hold
religion
on.
from it? Period.
Bonnie, hold on a second. So you're okay with like society becoming like anarchistic, so long as
No, I'm okay with society becoming less oppressive to people.
Okay, but would it not be? Would it be more oppressive if like the cartel came in, or like maybe like the Muslim? Oh, I can't even say that word. I can't even say that
Cartels
word.
are
That's
created by the World
xenophobic,
Bank.
but
So
like
I'm
again,
right, xenophobic.
Same
He's
people.
definitely a postmodernist. He's definitely a postmodernist.
He's a cultural Marxist.
Super
He believes in
postmodernist. And this is
sexuality.
all right. I was triggered. Crow triggered me. So, anyways, Crow. If other societies take over, and maybe perhaps we have a war here, and then our society gets overthrown, and then maybe women don't have as much rights as they used to, you're okay with that, so long as it eventually leads to like
no,
Utopia.
no. What I'm saying is you're talking about you're talking about again going having a war, which is oppression and marginalized communities in other countries, and we're talking about like how war impacts the world as a whole.
I'm talking about the West here in America where you live.
Right. And in order for us to stop and build our own society, we need to also bring stop the oppression in other countries and stop destabilizing economies.
Oh, so you don't want to just spread democracy. You want us to just spread egalitarianism, even more of a higher calling, right?
I want to stop oppression. I'm
so
sorry.
you want us to
I
just
don't care about
subsidize
what you call it.
You don't care about how
It's
much it
oppression.
costs or who you got to tax. You just want it done, right? So
I
you
just
want
wanna stop
globalism
oppression.
at like a even higher scale than we have it right now, right?
I would just want to stop oppressing people.
okay, so if a logical extension of your intent to stop oppressing people leads to more and more globalism, less and less, or more and more people taxed to fund whatever you're promoting, you're okay with that, correct?
I would make
Just
like
answer,
the top
dude,
one.
just
yeah,
answer the question like directly. It's
yes,
okay, dude.
tax the people, but make sure it's
That's not
100%
globalism,
people.
James.
Weasel, man. Huh?
That's not globalism, brother. I believe a lot in globalism as a centrist. A lot of the stuff that I take from is from globalism. That's globalism. You need to think Star Trek Next Generation. No, there's no money.
Thanks
no
for
currency.
Thanks for the TGIF,
I don't know what the fuck Crow's talking about other than straight up purging, basically burn it all down and start fresh.
I've got a question that's going to put him on the spot.
Centrist and talk about
So
Star
just
Trek.
this is James. This is a question to Crow. I'll let him answer it.
Utopian,
It's going
man.
to take 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds to let me outline
Yes,
the
sir.
question. The question is this: if he believes in removing oppression, then is it the case that if you're LGBT in the Middle East, that he would remove the oppression on the Muslims from persecuting the LGBT because their religious beliefs are being oppressed?
That's patriarchy. What are we talking about? I would
No.
remove
So
patriarchy.
in the Middle
Wait,
East,
what?
Islam
Sorry.
has a set of certain beliefs.
Right.
This is
I
to you,
don't
Crow,
like religion, so this is a moot point.
So you're
you
against
just, you
Islam.
just want to
If
bring
you
in your
stop people
xenophobia.
from oppressing
Wait, how is
other
that not
I
people,
don't know
is
why
that
you're bringing in
oppression?
xenophobic, like
Is that-
How is that
religious
not what you're
shit.
saying?
How's
By
that
your own
xenophobic?
metric, how's that not Islamophobic? If you want to get rid of religion in the Middle
He's
East,
Islamophobic.
No, that's not Islamophobic. That's
Wow.
you want to
not wanting
eradicate the religion?
I didn't
He'd
say-
have to
no.
eradicate the religion.
Right.
So then,
When you guys are
then
saying
answer the question directly. What would you do if if they wanted to have gay parades in Islamabad?
that has nothing to do. Like, I'm sorry. What are we talking about?
We're talking about your
What
motives to
creates the
spread.
conditions?
Are you guys?
Bonnie, are you
so-
just Bonnie's in her own world? What creates the conditions for
I'm not.
for life?
What
Is it carbon?
creates the
Is it carbon? Is it nitrogen?
No.
What are you talking about?
Creates the conditions that allow for religious extremists to take over.
All right,
It
so
is
the
oppression,
origin-
it is
I'm talking
poverty,
about
Madam, the origin
it
that
is
we're-
scarcity.
No
Those are-
extremism.
It could just be
No.
just
No
religious
extremism.
fervor. It could just
Yes.
be people's different
Yes.
perspective on faith.
How do Democrat presidents get into office in the United States of
All right,
America?
guys,
It's susceptibility,
I'm out
y'all.
because this
It's
is chaos.
susceptibility.
Yeah, well, Crown-
the
Crown
militia
doesn't-
person can't shut the fuck up, and
No,
Reason
no,
can't shut the
it's
fuck up.
been pretty-
And
it's been
Period
pretty-
can't shut the fuck up. So I'm out,
All right,
guys.
Crow, you can
I
rage
can't
quit all
have a
you
normal
want. All right,
conversation.
you don't want to defend your worldview. Peace.
No,
Another
it's
feminist
he doesn't have a
forfeit.
once, and you guys can't
He's
shut
just
the fuck
he
up.
can't defend anything.
Quit pouting.
No,
You know
sorry.
that's how
He's a
Manos get.
sexuality.
It's such a
Yeah,
baby.
reason,
big
reason,
baby.
believes
you
in his
don't
own
shut the
religion. He
fuck
has his
up,
own
you
religion.
He
dumb
asked
fuck.
for
That's fine.
Crow's
There's
getting
the
Like, you don't
violence
shut the
coming
fuck up.
out.
Our
There's the
postmodernists
violence.
usually this mad.
Words of
Angry
violence,
pants?
Crow.
Golly,
Words of
man.
violence. How's that words of violence?
Words
Saying
of
you don't
violence,
shut
Crow.
the fuck up is
I'm offended.
But
is
wait
just
a
you
minute. The
offending
person,
things out.
the person who
Crow,
derailed the
as a
conversation.
non-white
Hold
person,
on,
I'm
reasonable,
feeling
reasonable.
your
Hold on. Let me
racism.
handle this. The person who derailed the conversation was the lovely Bonnie. Talking about what are we? What?
Oh,
what
she
where
lost
are
it.
we?
Sorry,
Who
was
are
that
you?
not the first
Why
thing?
are you gay?
She was the first person that I named. Yeah.
Look, Bonnie
She's the
made
first
one
person I
little.
named.
You know what? If you don't like the panel, then fuck off. How about that?
Sure. I
All
don't
right,
give a fuck. You guys
forfeiter.
haven't
Peace
died.
out.
He
Peace
doesn't
out,
believe in
forfeiter.
reproducing, though, James.
Peace
He
out.
can't do that.
Look
He
at this
doesn't believe
baby,
in
dude.
reproduction. He doesn't
See,
believe
look.
in,
You see how
in-
much I care about
in
you,
sex.
Bonnie? At least you're not whining and belly aching like these freaking lefties, man.
Oh, I
Golly.
would never.
Yeah,
James,
so-
this is why I left the left. I was going to tell you earlier. Do you remember Dave Rubin? He's done the Great
The gay dude?
PragerU video. And Dave Rubin is gay, right? He's one of his closest friends was Charlie Kirk. And they had regularly food together with his husband. They cook for each other. He's crying his eyes out after CK's assassination. All these leftists were screaming how wonderful it was.
Dang.
How he deserved
Shout out to Dave Rubin.
Crow's definitely left. He's far left. He's pretending he's not left. He believes in his sexuality.
Wait, now Crow wants
Yeah,
to come back
but
up.
anyway, so
Look, hold on a
James,
second. Crow wants to come back
so
up. For
Rubin-
anybody in the chat, I might have let Crow was pouting, being a diva because he didn't get a lot of attention. He was basically, in a way, actually doing what Bonnie was doing. Because Bonnie, you know, sometimes women just want a little bit of attention, you know, so they just.
I'm just trying to add to the conversation.
That's cool.
Nobody lets
I
me
respect
talk.
it. I respect it.
Yeah, but
That's
you're
cool.
fulfilling the stereotype.
No, I'm saying that's fine. Like sometimes women just want to, you know, they just want to emote.
See, he's at a little.
But
little
Crow,
dig at
on the
you,
other
and
hand,
you
Crow was
fulfilled it.
being passive aggressive.
Emoted not
No,
once.
Crow or Bonnie, I'm explaining it's welcome. Your feminine energy is welcome. But Crow, on the other hand, is acting kind of feminine. It's a little peculiar. So for anybody who wants Crow back up, We need to get the lives up. We need to get the likes up to 20K in the next 3 minutes. We'll let them up. If the audience wants you back up, we'll allow it. So I'm gonna give you guys 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm liking your life, James. Now, all I was going to say
hate to point this out, but it was a bunch of men that were sitting here bitching and crying, and not one woman said one thing in the last like 25, 30 minutes.
Hey, look. I don't think anybody was bitching. It was Crow. Crow's the one who was like this.
Just saying.
Nobody's giving me attention on the live, and I don't like that.
There's something wrong with Reasonable. Even Reasonable talked for like 10 seconds right before. Oh my gosh, I can't believe these freaking effers, mother effing. So it was just, that was a complete. It was
James,
looking kind of gay.
It was men trying to put other men in their place. That's what it was.
Yeah. Good, James, check out the PragerU video by Dave Rubin. And it's titled Why I Left the Left.
Why I Left the Left? Yeah, I'm going to type it in and see.
Yeah, and he's a classic liberal. I'm like, I agree with Dave on probably like 90% of stuff.
They've driven him out.
I disagree with
people,
Charlie Cook on 90% of stuff.
It's people like Crow. Crow, if you're coming back up, I'm gonna say this to your face if you come back up. There's people like Crow who basically change definitions and they hold people to a standard, a new novel emergent definition. And then have like a sanctimonious judgment towards them. You guys are basically eating your own at this point. And I love it. I love it.
Can I just add
When
one
you're
thing about
arguing
that false doctrine
semantics, you're not
with Crow?
arguing ideas.
Here's where that's not true, because the left, if you look at Saul Alinsky and the Marxist playbook, is it the anarchist playbook? Basically,
no, it's
anarchy is not leftism. But
you formulate tactics in language to change the language to win yourself the argument before it even begins. Here's the case in point. I have a logical reason not. Semantics are important when you have discussions. Why? Because in order for you to have a debate, you must agree on the definitions. If people are trying to weasel and sneak in definitions that are not easily understood, then they're effectively, it's sophistry. It's underhanded. So by leftists changing the tactics and being postmodern with it and changing definitions of terms that are not conventionally understood, they're being sneaky and they're cheating. It's damn near witchcraft at this point. Casting spells on the words.
Like I said,
do you remember what I said
if you're
earlier?
arguing
Can I just take 10 seconds?
Okay, so you can assert your statement, Bonnie, but you're not responding to anything I said. Just reasserting your claim does not that doesn't mean you win the argument.
Literally just said what I said in different words. I said, if you're arguing semantics, you're not arguing ideas, which is the exact same thing you just said.
That's where you're incorrect. That is where you're incorrect, because depending on the paradigm that I exist on, whether right, left, postmodern or not, the ideas are baked into the definitions that they're trying to change.
The words matter.
The woman. What is a fucking woman?
With you.
What is a woman? Well,
I am
if you're
agreeing with you.
Damn, wait, he got 20. Wait, hold on. Did you guys blast away the freaking like amount? Did I say, how many likes did I say? I said to 20, but we were already past 20, weren't we?
Yeah,
I meant to say 30. How about this? I'm gonna give you guys 3 more minutes to get the. Crow's not even here anymore. The cunt.
No, he's gone somewhere.
He's gone.
He's gone somewhere else to poison that place as well.
Look, semantics are important, what I said Bonnie, because I'm going to give you an example of how this makes sense. Not just the what is a woman, because that's the easy one. If I have a vested interest in protecting my values, and I look at Islam and I say, Sharia law, wearing a burqa, those don't really seem consistent with making sure women are not oppressed, and maybe that they can wear more things than a lampshade. Well, then I would look at Western values and I would compare them, and I would say, I think I would prefer Western values, because, I mean, if you look at the RAP files in UK and how they view certain type of people who are not Muslim, especially younger women, I would say perhaps this type of ideology is not compatible. But Islamophobic is a term that is stealing from a clinical understood definition in psychology to reinvent a new definition. A phobia is me being afraid, like having an irrational fear of like a spider or a bird or aluminum foil. But Islamophobia is just
semantics with Semitic.
Right, so you're okay, ma'am. Go ahead.
I
So,
think
James, could I just
that
brief
you
Melissa? Could you just give me like 10 seconds? So I just make a quick point.
yeah.
You know what I said earlier about force doctrine, James, and 10 to 15%? Well, that's the wokey left. That's the woke left. They're the 10 15% of people, not even men, because they identify as whatever they identify as, of human beings who are prepared over generations to cause mayhem.
Yeah, it is
And
a good
that's what they're
point. They
doing.
are a small minority who are the most virulent slash militant slash revolutionary, and they are getting a lot of money.
Saul Alinsky, exactly as you pointed out.
Yeah,
Obama followed that playbook.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Now, Bonnie, my ire is going to be focused back at you.
Okay.
I don't like how you're playing fast and loose with
s-
semantics here.
But the Semitic and semantic are two different
Semitic.
words that mean two different
Yeah,
things.
Jewish versus
Semitic is not semantic.
Semitic, like Shem
Is
from the
it
line of Shem.
means- No, semantics is basically arguing definitions of a word. So Semitic is a different thing, does not mean the same thing. So I understand why we weren't meeting on the same level, why you didn't understand that I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay, great. The scientific study of meaning and language, focusing on lexical relations, sentence structure, interpretation, and context-dependent logic. So we can agree on
Yes.
that, right?
Yeah, so
Oh,
that's
okay, then we were just talking
again,
past
like
each
I
other.
said.
Semitics.
Yes.
This sounds like a, I'm just gonna let it.
Shalom,
slide.
brother. Shalom.
Especially it's an
She
improper
also throws
term.
semiotics.
I'm not scared of them. LOL. Just don't want them. DM, what you talking about? The period fairy. Not taking away rights. Sarah. Oh wait, Sarah, you seem like you're on the winning team here. Jake Pin. Where's the dating advice, guys? Well, the
All
added
respect,
benefit of people coming up to
Don't
disagree.
date anti-feminists.
Well,
That's the advice.
I would agree with that. Social or Sharia ideology. Oh, okay. Especially to
Religion
implement
is bullshit.
and
And
right.
it's bad
That's the
for
thing.
you.
Even though, yeah.
George
So I was just
Carlin.
I know Bonnie doesn't disagree, but yeah, having a rational intolerance or reluctance to want to integrate them into society based on how they act, based on what they believe, sounds like a logical, intuitive, inductive way to think of recognizing patterns. It's not irrational at all. But if you accept their terms, then you actually have to start your arguments on a back foot because you're agreeing with their framing.
We should just apply that to all, hyper-religious people, in my opinion.
I mean, it depends on what you think hyper-religious is. You don't sound that religious to me, Miss Bonnie.
Oh, I'm not at all.
Right.
But,
So what do you consider hyper-religion?
Well, there's people who.
I'll give you a question. Make it simpler. If I will prefer a woman to be a virgin at the night of marriage, am I hyper-religious? And if I reject women who are not,
Well,
am I hyper-religious?
Well, it depends on where you form that morality from.
God
But,
told me.
No.
God told me.
Oh.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
if they're speaking to you, then maybe psychosis is a problem.
Okay, so then you're basically saying people who have that belief, they have psychosis.
She's saying any form of revelation, James. This is how serious and toxic it is. Any form of revelatory knowledge is not allowed in her society, in her worldview. Only empirical knowledge is allowed.
I am happy for you to live your life according to any belief
Right.
that you have and hold dear.
What if you
live
want to?
your life
What
to
if
that.
you want to?
The problem is when you're trying to force other people to live their lives in accordance with said belief by revelation and a voice in your head that nobody else can hear. That's where I have a problem. So
What if it?
no.
What if it logically
You-
tracks
do
with?
you.
What if
You
it
wanna
logically
marry a
tracks with
virgin.
reality
You
though?
marry a virgin.
What if it logically tracks with
It
reality?
doesn't.
It does.
never
People who are
really
virgins have the
does.
lowest divorce rate. You realize that, right?
Because they're not allowed to be full human beings.
Oh,
They
so now
never
you're
know who
changing
they
the
are.
goalposts. So I
They
told you it was more.
No, I'm not changing the goalposts.
Okay, so if
I'm not
it leads to
changing the
lower, if it
goalposts.
leads to
When
lower
you-
divorce rates, and I told you it leads to better outcomes, you're saying that's not a better outcome? Lower
For
divorce
whom?
rates for both
whom?
parties.
For
They don't
men.
It doesn't. So women not getting divorced and
For
staying
men.
together.
What she's
it
saying
only,
is,
it
if
only
you don't get
benefits.
to touch your genitals with each other and multiple other human beings, you don't develop into a full human being. That's what she's saying.
We're
are you also a virgin,
hypersexual
Hope?
species
Like,
because
Oh,
we can
no.
reason against reproduction, for one. But you know,
So let's go back
no,
here.
if
Well,
you're
I mean,
with
Apasha,
a virgin, they have no frame of reference. They don't know who they are. You can train them and
You guys
not
train
let
each
them
other.
ever fully form.
you guys can train
No.
each
So
other.
you don't
right?
believe she doesn't believe virgins are human beings, fully
Wait, are
formed
they
human
both
beings.
virgins?
That's not what
really
I said.
important for me to follow
Fully
Yeah,
this
formed
let's just
human
say
beings.
conversation.
You
they
said
are.
you can
Let's just say
train
they're
them.
both
Virgins?
virgins. What do you think about that,
If
Bonnie?
You
they're-
said you can
well,
But I
train
think
virgins.
that's the most ideal fit situation that you can possibly have.
and if that's what you want, you go for it, baby. I
Is
didn't
it
know you were
morally?
still a
Is
virgin.
it morally?
but
Does it make them schizophrenic or have psychopathy or whatever you said?
well, if they think somebody's
I would say
speaking
it's
to them,
absolutely
maybe.
Okay, Apasha would say no. But so let me get this straight. If I'm a virgin and I want a virgin wife, I don't have religious psychosis, even if God told me that.
Well, the point is not your preference. You're allowed your preference. You're allowed to live your life how you want. I'm happy for you. If that makes you happy, good for you. As long as the person you're with is happy with it, that's fine. It doesn't affect me. I don't care what you do with your own body. It's your body. What I'm saying is, if you're saying that somebody's speaking to you and telling you these things, then yeah, that's psychosis.
What do you mean speaking to me? I'm saying, yeah, God spoke to me. I read it.
You said God told you.
Yeah, I read it in the Bible and it spoke to me. So, I mean, that's how a lot of Christians speak, right?
Oh.
I mean, it's kind of the same
Well-
thing in your perspective, right? You're that paranoid.
No, it's not the same thing at all.
God's
That's not how
word
I
is
interpreted
God's
it.
words.
Well, I mean, but how do you know?
I don't know.
Well,
you don't
that's a whole
know.
nother
You don't have
conversation.
absolute. You have faith in it, similar to you have
No,
faith in being an
It's
atheist.
what you believe.
All right.
Can
So
somebody explain belief to me? Because I feel like you're either convinced of something or you're not.
well,
You can't
you have
choose
to think about what
believe
faith
something.
is. Oftentimes, faith to me, I don't know if you guys want to get into this because this is going to get a religious
I
point.
do.
Yeah, but I don't know how this is. Let's just tie it back to dating. Men and women who are virgins who get married together, they have better outcomes. And people who subscribe to religious doctrines, even Muslims, regardless of religion, if you subscribe to such a doctrine of chastity, and you see it has
What is
better.
the measurement?
So, ma'am, you have Bonnie.
I'm sorry.
If you look at how it makes sense principally and also how it has a benefit on society at large, you as an individual and on society, it sounds to me pretty good, a good outcome. But what you're saying is, no, we should all just bump around on a club like greasy electrons. And
No, that's not what I'm
then
saying.
eventually, you settle down and your body count doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
No, I
So
didn't
body
say that
count
at
does
all.
matter?
What I'm saying is, I didn't say that either. What I'm saying is that I know. I'm gonna tell you, I didn't say any of these things. You're putting a lot of words in my mouth.
I'm asking you questions.
What I am saying
That's not putting words in
that
your mouth.
people are. Well, first of all, I want to know by what metrics are we determining better outcomes?
Well,
Which
you look at the
outcomes were
data.
better?
Virgins have better outcomes than anybody, as far as marriage is concerned.
For what?
Making sure there's
For
having
not
less
getting
divorce.
divorced. Oh, so that's the metric we're judging a better outcome by?
Well, that would be one metric. How would you measure it?
I didn't make the claim, so
I think
I
that
have
would
to
be a good
understand.
metric if we're trying to control for better societal outcomes. You would want to control, or
Okay,
you would want to look
how
at
did this-
divorce rates being a good. I mean, the lower the divorce rates, the better. That would intuitively,
But
it would imply a better relationship dynamic, wouldn't it?
it could imply a lot of things, but how
what else?
society
What else could it
did
imply
lower,
but that? What would be a better implication? The more.
again, I didn't make the claim.
Well, ma'am.
What I want to understand,
Yes, ma'am.
what I would like to understand is how lower divorce rates was a better outcome for society. And what metric are we using that lower divorce rates meant society was better?
Because if there's less people breaking up, there's less families that are broken, families that have single parent homes, particularly that of mothers, have the worst outcomes for society when you compare other relationships dynamics. So
do
when
you
we're
know
controlling
that the
for
only
outcome
actual
just for at least the kids, I think people not getting divorced, which leads you out of that single motherhood statistic. So do you think
Everything lowers.
So
do you know that the only predictable outcome that has worse outcomes for a child, whether it's incarceration, poor school, grades, all of these things, is actually poverty. It doesn't matter how many parents
It's
you
without
have.
a father. Without a father in the
Which
home.
this is a statement of fact. You can look
do you
it up.
understand that do you understand that the best indicator to stay out of a family or to stay out of poverty is to have a 2-parent household? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay,
You're
so
not
then
wrong.
it
Two
would
people
go to it would stand to
provide more
reason.
income.
You should also define what poverty is. If you're going to claim that that's the exact amount, like what is poverty? If I'm just somebody who makes $25,000 a year, is my kid somebody who's now in poverty? If I make $50,000 a year, is my kid in poverty?
They did it. Thanks for coming up. Were you over 18?
Do you know math? I don't know how to explain this to you. You can look this up. We have poverty standards and we have statistical outcomes in
what's
regards
poverty
to poverty
to you?
standards.
Reasonable. Thanks for coming up. Reasonable.
It doesn't matter what
who is in
poverty is to me.
So
who is in poverty?
Okay, people don't know how to logic here. I don't know.
I'm completely logic. You're claiming that poverty is more important than like a 2-family system, and I am disagreeing with you. I'm stating that it's not that. The number one cause of kids to have problems is not having a father in the home, not being in poverty, because that's a blanket statement. There's lots of people in poverty all over the world.
This is a statement of fact. You can
okay,
look
who is the
this
fact?
up.
Who is the fact? Who is the God that got to deserve this point?
Guys, please, I can't with this.
Okay, could you credit your source then?
Perhaps you can engage in because right now what's in contention right now, Miss Bonnie, is whether or not who has worse outcomes for families, a person in poverty or a person without a father. That's what's in contention. So what is your evidence of that?
Oh, poverty.
So what's your evidence
Poverty.
of that?
It's the. Oh, you. I mean, do you want me to leave? I can come back with the statistics for you.
If you want to prepare your evidence, that's fine.
I think they go hand in hand. I don't know that you can actually say one without the other because it statistically goes hand in hand.
You could say that. You could say
that. But it does. Like that's just statistics because when you look at poverty is usually induced by single parent in households, which is usually the father lacking. It's not being in there in the family. So they go hand in hand. You can't I don't think you can do one.
Yeah, but what's easier to do? Subsidize? I mean, for the sake of the argument. So
we're supposed to stop all poverty?
Yeah.
Or can we give advice of 2 people stay together and plan to have a relationship?
Yeah, it seems like a more efficient goal to get for, especially if one causes the other.
To control women for
no, how do you bring everybody out of poverty?
What does this control?
Then maybe people should start.
You haven't been able to substantiate whether
like husbands and wives when they were before they were. Maybe if people started acting like husbands and wives when the dating phase.
Interesting.
Just
you mean don't sleep together before? You mean sleep together before marriage?
Interesting.
I didn't say that.
Don't
I said
don't
maybe
do a
if people
third
started
date.
acting
Do
like
like
husband and
3
wife.
months.
I'm saying you're surprised that you're dating somebody that either is a player or a hoe or whatever, but that's who it was when you met them.
King
Why are you so
Xenos.
shocked that they're actually who they showed you are?
That's a good point. King Xenos, welcome up.
Thank you. Hey, I just looked up the stats before I came up. So I decided to just check out for people who are violent offenders currently incarcerated, like what percent came from families of poverty and what percent came from where there was only without a father. So 40% of violent offenders grew up in poverty, in the bottom 20%, right? But 85% of violent offenders grew up without a father, right? So it is. So
your math is not mathing.
they don't add
Also,
up together, Melissa.
You don't know
You
how to
can have
explain
people
math,
who are
man.
both poverty and without a father. So it is mathing. So 85% of the time, the people who are violent offenders grew up without a father, and 40%, it's 40% likely someone who's a violent offender grew up in poverty.
So they all grew up in poverty is what you're telling me.
40% grew up in poverty. 40%. That's 4 out of 10.
Did you not hear her?
So that would so Bella, that would mean that the other
indicator.
Number one indicator is growing up without a father is the highest predictor of whether someone be incarcerated as a violent offender.
Bonnie.
So,
can I get a rose from you? Or can I get one of that 1,000? Can I just get like a rose from it?
All right.
I'll be right back.
We'll hear you. We'll hear you.
Yeah, you teacup away.
What does teacup mean?
Well, the teacup shows it when someone's out of the app and they're like searching something.
yeah, you see the blue box
the
down there.
The purple
Or they
thing.
could get a phone call.
That means that they like go to the other. They
looking at
swiped
a
away from.
No,
your
I think that's
app for a
fair.
second.
You know, if she doesn't have the data right on hand, let's let her get it.
Thank you,
I
Violetta.
will, but there's no way she's going to be anywhere close to making a statement. You know, you have to acknowledge what poverty really is and how it is calculated. There is a very amount of calculations with the amount of homeless people that we have. It is also not even close to other countries. There is more people that are in poverty that are living perfectly fine here in America than people that are in poverty in other countries. You know, even if you go to South America, think of Africa, think of, China.
Yeah, and what's their incarceration rate? I get what you're saying.
What's their whole breakdowns? So, like, I'm an accountant. Statistics can be altered for whatever you want to talk about. You know,
now, you can say that someone who's in the state of poverty has a higher likelihood versus someone who has money, but it's not the strongest predictor of incarceration rates, right? The strongest predictor by far is a fatherless household.
Yeah,
right? There's really no other predictor.
I think the only way she could have argument is if she came with stats that would make poverty the stronger correlate.
Yep. Now there is a correlation. It's just nowhere near as strong.
Yeah, we're looking for the strongest correlate. Now, King, you were talking to me. You're the one talking to me about fertility rates amongst feminists, right?
Yeah, birth rates absolutely in decline. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in a lot of it would be, lesbians, obviously, for one.
Lesbians, there's probably like a small amount.
Yeah, but
it would definitely drop that. But you also have I totally agree that you have a big amount of people that don't want to have kids. I see that a lot with the people that I know.
But isn't homosexuality in America like less than 3% or something?
It's growing like no other. What are you talking about?
I mean, people might be LARPing
has
that
grown exponentially.
It's more has to do with
it is
delayed
grown
family
like no other.
Delayed relationships and no relationships are more of a factor at the moment because we have the least amount of dating, least amount of smecks, least amount of marriages ever in recorded history at the moment.
Yes.
And average age to cohabitate has gone up by almost a decade from what it was from 40 years ago. So it's so the people forming families, right? When it starts at 30, right? The chance, good luck having, only 50% of women who get to 30 and who are childless will ever have a child. Only 50%, even though 90% at 30 say they want one. It just gets physically
abortion
difficult
plays into
after
it.
30.
Well, an abortion plays into it as well.
Relationships, you're kind of giving me like you're for age gaps.
Talking to me?
For what?
Yeah, like, are you the one that we're just talking about 30-year-old women?
No, I was just saying, but I was giving the stat that it's a lot of women who formulate families at 30, it's 90% say they want a child, but only 50% will be able to have one. I'm just saying it's biologically gets difficult after 30, right? It's a lot more difficult than people like to think. And to have 2 after 30 is really getting small chances. And you need 2.1 babies per woman to just maintain population, which is why population rates are collapsing around the world right now.
Mestia, thanks for the share on the live. Appreciate it. Zeko Zessi, thanks for the
Could
follow.
Possibly be the abortion problem. I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly in some places the rates in Russia, like there's over 50% of pregnancies end in AB now, right?
Yeah,
so their birth rates are
50%. That's
abysmal.
crazy.
Yeah,
that's absolutely disgusting.
It's really
We're gonna get taken over by Muslims. We're done.
I heard that. I was just looking online today that we have like 63 million ABs since Roe v. Wade, and if there were those women and men born at the years they were AB, we have like a 2.0, 2.1 at this point. And I'm just like, oh, I see what's going on. I really do see what's going on. It makes it feel like it's more of a plan or a plot. But that's just
like Margaret Sanger, like totally said.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what she planned, and that totally worked. And now we have people that use abortion as not as an excuse anymore, as a right. Yeah. So it's just horrible to try to devalue humans. You know, you don't even have to have a religion to acknowledge that abortion is something that devalues humans.
Yeah. And Zeko Zessi. Mestia, welcome back. Zeko Zessi. I think that's a Bleach character. What brings you up today?
Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't really hear what you're talking about. It just says anti-feminist dating advice. Are you?
This sounds like an impulsive join. Are you a feminist, Zeko?
Yeah, I am.
All right, Zeko.
Male one?
Yeah, is that okay?
Male feminist? Dude.
What questions you guys have, Zeko?
We exist.
Yeah, I'm aware. I interact with you guys a lot, and I notice a lot of anti-feminists or feminists tend to be passive aggressive, but I don't get that feeling from you at this point. So I wouldn't put that on you. What brings you up, Zeko?
Yeah, like I said, what sort of anti-feminist dating advice do you have?
Well, I would subscribe to patriarchal norms. I would promote those. How I would give advice. I support patriarchal norms like gender roles, men being masculine, women being feminine. I don't subscribe to toxic masculinity, sexual liberation. A lot of the cultural prescriptions for fourth wave and third wave, damn near all waves. But the topic of dating, yeah, I would be antithetical to those. Body count matters, whatever. Doesn't matter the position the feminist takes. I tend to take the opposite.
I mean, so let's take it first. So, like dating, do you think that wives should be like traditionally at home, homemakers, things like that?
Yeah, I think if you specialize around having kids, if we're trying to move the birth rate up, systems where a woman can put more time into her children as opposed to making the daycare do it, I think that's a better system. The former is a better system where women get to spend more time with their kids as opposed to having to work. One prescription I'll have to this is if you're a man and you want to have such a dynamic, move to an area that's more rural or less populated such that you can afford to retire your wife so that she can focus on the kids while you focus on earning money.
I would also add to that and state that when it comes to the woman that you decide to ask the question to, you better make sure that she's someone that has kind of the same values as you and understands that this is the commitment you're trying to make. If a woman wants to be a stay-at-home wife, she also has to put in a lot of effort, just like any other athlete has to put in effort to make it to a collegiate level. Is the same thing that a woman should put in the effort to make themselves a stay-at-home wife. in society, you can't expect to have everything handed to you. So that I would bring more into the topic. If you want to be married and you want to have kids, you're going to have to put in a lot more effort to make yourself valuable. And that goes both ways.
What do you mean expect everything handed to them?
Or real quick before
that you'll just find love. You'll just find love.
Real quick, Zeku, 1 second. I'm gonna let you ask that question. Let me just let up the Bonnie. Bonnie is back with her data. Bonnie's back with her data.
Please don't let me get sidetracked, because I actually want to hear this answer too, host, because I'm like, his response about the whole you need to train and be a collegiate housewife.
We're gonna
like,
put this on.
I definitely want to hear his answer too, because
Bonnie, let us put your execution of the data that you're gonna bring on ice for a second. Go ahead, Zeku.
Yeah, absolutely.
Zeku.
So sorry, the person speaking before said something about having everything handed to them. Is that the way it is now? And then I also wanted to ask, are you guys capitalists?
Yes. Are you a capitalist? Was it? They did it. They did it. Are you a capitalist?
Yes. I love capitalism. All about it. Read hundreds of books.
Well, how is that related
to how would the workforce?
Where you have a lot of freedom of autonomy and choice, right?
How would the workforce and the economy deal with just say if like all women just left the workforce?
Increase the price.
They would not survive at all. They would come back.
Many industries sort of run by women, things like that. So like say if they just left the workforce to
what industries are ran by women?
Homemakers.
Yeah. Like what industry?
Childhood
talking
education,
about? Like
I guess.
Child education.
Government programs.
Well, childhood education you wouldn't need as much because if women weren't home, right, you'd have a lot more homeschooling co-ops like they used to have.
Well, which is also growing.
And we can do without HR. That'd be nice. We could just get rid of it. That's cool.
HR, yeah, we could do
like nursing, things like that.
It was a joke.
Yeah,
I'm sure men would replace those jobs. I mean, if you decrease the supply, then decreases the supply, demand rises, price rises.
We actually call HR, that's payroll, actually, guys.
But I just want to come in briefly, like James, because this is really interesting. So what I'm getting from you is that you naturally want people to fall into this roles.
Yeah,
right?
It would be by necessity in a way.
Necessity, I mean, unless you were able, if you were to take people's freedom, which I don't think.
No, I'm not talking about necessity that way. I'm talking about like this. If men really do care about body count, then it's in your best interest to make sure you keep your body count low. Effectively saying, then you need to care about taking your body count. Well, why should I need to do anything? This is just call it being I just call it being cooperative. I just call it being a voluntary member of society. If you want to have an equal trade-off, a voluntary exchange with somebody, you need to actually make the exchange valuable for somebody to want to interact with you. You cannot just cry patriarchy just because you're cheapening your body.
No, I agree with you. Okay. I agree with you.
It's not I'm not saying somebody's got a woman in a headlock such that she can't be a HOE.
I get you. No, I get you. But what I'm saying is today, 2026, we're living in a different time, right? And there is no way that you can make it so that the woman wants to naturally, let's say for her body count, right? Make it so that she's appealing. She's appealing to the man. Yes, she's appealing to the man, right? So that she naturally keeps it, low or zero, right?
There's no way.
That's just it's no way,
there's
right?
But Mestia, there was no way. Wait. There was no way we could get Roe v. Wade overturned. There's no way 13 states are going to ban ABs. There's no way. What?
But I mean, is it total ban?
There's many things that you can say are not going to happen that happen, and I would point to Roe v. Wade being overturned as one. There's many things that we can do to influence women to not be HOEs.
But I'm not from the US, but can I ask you, is there a total absolute ban on it? Because my understanding is not a total ban on the AB. It's not a total ban as it stands, even in those states that you're talking about.
Maybe you guys could start with women not being HOEs by not objectifying them and paying them for content.
Oh my god. Okay,
it's funny how you guys always want to move accountability too.
That's a good idea.
Pasha, this is a super feminist take. If only
not.
Look,
It's so funny.
I'm just
how about
saying,
this?
you guys
How about
can-
this? How about this? Here's where I'll agree with you.
Actively do is
We
the male
ban
population.
porn, ban this
I
type of
agree.
OF.
Yes.
That's how we do it. Great.
Yes.
All right,
I
great.
agree. I think
Ban
it's
it.
I think there's.
I
Yes,
guarantee you won't
Wait,
like
why would
the
you? Hey,
results of
Pasha, you're
that.
falling into this. Why would you ban?
What
Anyway,
do you mean? Oh, so wait. So
I'm saying
I
take
smell a
accountability.
feminist, Mestia. Are you a feminist, Mestia?
By the way.
What do you mean feminist? Like the thing
What
is,
do you
I'm
mean?
like,
What-
if it,
falling
wait, just
into
a
it.
second. Can I just say, wait? If that means like, okay, if it means I'm a feminist because I am pushing for the interest or like of my interest or the interest of a woman, right? Then that's what's your definition of feminism. That
Is it at the
let it
cost
be.
of society, Mistia? Because then that would. So
I
if you
don't-
think that
I'm
your
not gonna-
personal
no,
interests
no.
are at the cost of society,
So
right? Then I would say that you're a
but-
closeted feminist, Mistia.
Not closeted, but I'm outright,
so
like
you're not
outside.
closeted.
So just a
Oh.
second. So the thing is, like, it's always put on women to look out for the interest of others, but not ever men, which is
What do
odd.
you
Where's the
mean?
accountability
Okay.
there? But anyway,
Give me-
let's
could
go
you-
back to
Mistia.
All right. Well,
just a
hold on
second.
one second.
Just
Mestia did trigger us. Let's let her make her broader point.
Yeah, go ahead, Mistia.
okay. So here's the thing. Okay. In today, 2026, right? Like I know, like if you, unless you were able to take like a drastic, outside of drastic change or something happening, right? It's so that women have actually are earning their let's say their own bread, right? So it's difficult to then say that to that woman, hey, you know, because of society, you should, sort yourself in such a way that this is your role from now on. And this is what, society will be pushing for. It's just it's not gonna happen.
What do
Number
you
one.
mean? Women, hold on. Okay, that's your first point. What is your second point?
Yes.
Well, second point was like, I think a lot of men are having a hard time understanding that, whatever you call feminism, like, right, and put that aside, women have their own interest and men have their own interest. And the things, sometimes those two clash, right? And then you're sitting there and you're saying, well, we want a change. We want this, like, this is what's wrong with the other. Like you're pointing the finger at the other while they're doing the same. Right, and we're talking past each other.
Hey,
so
Mestia?
first, just a second. Just
So
a second.
first, you're ending your
So-
second point.
Yeah. So that
because
was my.
men and women have competing interests, you need to first do what?
But
Well, the thing is, you can't because the thing is
can't.
today. 2026, unless right, you have to change to have a societal change, and I don't think you're interested in that. Meaning, right, like if you want women to stay home, to have that, to go into that role naturally, you have to make the environment favorable for them. That is not happening today.
Favorable.
Right?
Favorable compared.
Yes,
favorable.
I will-
This is my only
I'll-
clarifying question. I want you to just try to respond
Okay.
briefly. Favorable to who? To women?
Yeah, because they're the ones
And
who have to
by
give
what
up.
metric? How much money we got to give them?
Okay, that's the thing that they keep
answer.
saying in your society. I'll wait. So they keep saying that because it's their unpaid labor, so you have to basically pay them according to each their I don't know ability or whatever
We
it
don't
is
pay them
called.
jack shit. If we didn't want
I
to.
know.
All right.
No,
so
I know.
all
And
right.
you
So
don't have
gotta
to. You
come
don't have
on
to.
let
this
me just
week.
summarize your points. Okay. The first point was. Let me just go with the second point, so, as I'm going to try and remember the first. The second point was regarding there's going to be competing interests.
That's
so
the main thing.
You can't necessarily. You're not going to be able to reconcile this. You're not going to be able to fix this dynamic without making women feel comfortable to X. Like give them money. Second, that's the first thing. The first thing is you're trying to hold women to a standard that's not really applied to men, and therefore it's not a system that's going to work. So the interesting thing about that is you're actually incorrect, and you're so incorrect that you're correct in a way that doesn't support your position. Men are the only ones right now, they're the only gender who's held to any governmentally compulsory standards, and this is all Western societies, the draft, the infrastructures, the police force, the military. These are all majority
those
male
are jobs.
dominated.
Those
But here's the thing:
jobs.
women cannot collectively do these things. They cannot do them. And even when you have the most egalitarian societies, like in Scandinavia, Denmark, etc., the women still specialize even more on gender roles. So not only are women not being forced, not only are women incapable of doing these things, if you made systems more egalitarian, they would just opt for more of these type of jobs. Now,
why is that though? Why is that?
why is that? I don't know. But I don't know why it is. Why it is.
Wait.
Well, hold on. Let me just respond, guys.
Just guys, hold on 1 second. Because the thing is, there was a study done, right? And I'm sure you're familiar with. So other countries, it's not so. Your countries, women are not in the STEM as much as, say, India, as Tunisia, Turkey, Iran, all these other places that are very much patriarchal, actually. So what is it about your society that women are choosing to be in this kind of fields? Because, I mean, let's just have an honest discussion about this.
They just want to be where they are, or they just want to be where the air condition is and there's more money. If it involves breaking a nail or getting greasy, they don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm. Hard physical labor. Hard physical labor.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Where are the women? Where are the women wanting to put on hard hats and go drill up some gravel, even if it pays a lot?
Right. Okay. So, but that wasn't my case. Okay. So even
that's generally
in STEMs,
the rule across the board.
No.
It doesn't really matter where you go.
Doesn't seem too difficult.
Women are encouraged to do physical things.
They're encouraged to, but they still don't want to. They're encouraged to, but they still don't want to do it. There's DEI stuff for them to get into construction, but what do they want to do? They want to do the office. They want to do the office positions. They don't want to. They don't want to go outside and do that.
Yeah, but is it that they can't do? Wait, can they do it? Or like, but wait. Can they actually like? There is a physical difference.
They cannot do it. Collectively, they cannot
so there
do
is
it.
A
Physically,
difference.
they're incapable of doing it. And
okay.
So in comparison, they're less capable of doing it than the men that will always outperform them. To pick up a big ass box of cement, sand, you need to have the strength requisite to do that.
Okay,
right, but
I agree. Okay,
one person has a tool, and the other person could just unga boonga the bag. One costs money to buy the technology. Hold on, Bonnie.
Apex species of the planet by might makes right.
Bonnie,
that's not how we got here.
Either I'm going to pay $10,000 to get a forklift, or I'm just going to make some caveman with his brow ridge that's really low, just lift the weight for no money. It's a more efficient and effective way to run society.
Is a fraction of a salary for
women don't want the job.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just make the case to properly refute what you said. The men are doing the jobs that really rely on their strength. So it's not. This is to say that there's not a social construction. There's a biological component to how people specialize. It's the first problem. That's the first problem with your first point. The second problem with your first point is men are currently held to a compulsory standard, again, that women are not. Women don't need to give birth. Women don't need to stop being slurs. Women don't need to get married. Hell, women don't even need to keep the marriage. They are divorcing each other. Basically, they're the ones divorcing, really. 70, 80% women. If you're 90%, if you're educated, it's like 90% of the time it's going to be a woman who divorces. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because there's no societal standard. Hell, a woman can have an orgy, and if she doesn't like the outcome, she can get rid of the kid. If she doesn't like black kids, and she had sex with a black dude and she's white, she can get rid of the kids. If she only wants women.
Come on.
Wait, hold on. Is that not is that? I'm explaining to you all the scenarios. I'm smarter than that. Okay, so no. So Bonnie, let me get this straight. What laws are in place such that women can't have an abortion if they only want black kids and they don't want their kid to be mixed, or if they only want white kids and they don't want their kids to be mixed? Where is the clause in abortions in the other 37 states? Where is that clause that you can't do it with malice?
Wow.
Where's the clause at? Right, it doesn't exist.
Will not dignify.
I will not dignify. I will deflect instead. I'll do another D word. Anyways, since you're not added to the conversation, I'm going to carry on. When it comes to the second thing about men reconciling with women, as far as The only way to make this happen, or the best way to make this happen, is just to throw money at women. And to that, I'll say, giving incentives would be a good start. Like, the more kids you have, perhaps you get to a point where you're never going to be taxed at all. Perhaps starting a family and leaning on your family will give incentives for old people to live tax-free.
But James, how do you monetize motherhood?
You monetize it by giving incentive structures as opposed to the opposite.
Yeah, but that's
what's going on right now. Hold on.
Wait, guys, just a second.
Hold on. If Mestia wants to respond, we're gonna let her.
Please.
What was your objection?
Okay, so here, because you're saying incentivized. Still, that is not monetizing, right? The thing is, when a woman has a child, she goes into that role. Just a second. When she goes into that role of being a mother, right? Basically, and that is called in today's 2026, it's called the motherhood penalty. She forgoes her career. She forgoes anything she would have done in order to stay home and raise those kids, right?
Yes.
So there is. Whereas the man, he continues to go to work. He goes on as he would have prior to, having children or even being married. Correct? So how, again, I repeat the question, how do you monetize motherhood?
You monetize motherhood by creating assets that are going to be productive members of the society that she cultivates in her family. This is literal monetization. If the child and the family unit is the most simplified unit as a productive member of society, the building block of society, you monetize it by allowing there to be more children of the next generation to work, to be productive, to have products, to contribute to the economy in ways you might not imagine. But that is literal monetization. How is monetization defined? Turning an asset, skill, or activity into a source of income. The mother becomes the asset. The family unit becomes the asset. Why? Because we all formulate society around incentivizing her to cultivate her asset, which is the kids. How she's going to enculturate the next generation. How she becomes the institution for replenishing society perpetually. This is monetization.
Yeah, but you talked about the greater good for society. You talked about for the greater good of society. I'm asking you for the women. For the women.
What does the women get? You talk about. It's interesting. You talk about women like, oh my gosh, like I don't get to I don't get to get a lanyard and a fucking certificate of completion at my job. I have to have kids instead. Like, what are most women doing? We all live
you're not
quiet,
making the
normal
case.
lives.
But you're not making the case for that.
I'm not making the case.
What is you're not making the case for look, just forget the society. Just look at the mother. She has the child, right? How is she herself? How is she benefiting? Outside of feelings.
She gets to have.
No. Feelings. I don't want feelings. Just
you don't
objectively,
want feelings.
tangible benefits.
She doesn't have to beg Medicaid to pay for her nursing bills. She has children who are going to support her when
there's no
guarantee.
Old. That's feelings.
So who's more likely to subsidize you? People who care about you or people who don't?
The thing is, in your
answer the question. Yeah. Who's more likely to care about you?
Your children, or you said who
people
else?
Who don't.
Sorry, again, please repeat your question.
The child, people who care about you or people who don't? Who's more likely to help retire you? People who care about you or people who don't?
Well, naturally, it would be, people, I would say, who care about you.
Okay, so don't you think it would be in the government's best interest to cultivate a society such that people would be less of a tax burden by revolving around their organic relationships and family, how it was done throughout all of history, as opposed to forcing everybody to pay for a system? What do you think is more financially efficient?
But did it work? How did it work?
It worked pretty fine.
In your country?
It works pretty fine because right now we have 100 trillion with a T, 100 trillion unfunded liabilities. These means liabilities that we cannot fund. We're borrowing against the future of people that are not even born yet in order to subsidize this entitlement program, this big ass welfare system we have right now. That's what we have right now.
Being born, by the way. Not only is it unfunded, but Mestia, You know this, that people aren't having babies. So not only is it unfunded, but we're not actually having the children to fund it, which was the entire plan, which is, hey, we're going to push this down to the road to the future generation. You talked about competing interests. This is the difference. When men have excess resources, whether it's sociological or biologically ingrained, they use those excess resources to take care of a wife and children. It's naturally inbred in them. We are talking about when women, you're making this case for when women get excess resources, they just want to look after themselves, right? So this is why it's not competing interests. When a man has excess resources, his interest is using those resources to take care of you and children. That's actually what men do when they have excess resources.
But women is disadvantaged, right? That's what the part you forgot.
So now this is another point. How are they disadvantaged?
I explained it to you before, but I'll repeat it again. So what happens
you were the chosen one. You were the chosen one. You were not supposed to go to the damn dark side. But go ahead,
No, okay. But I have to question, though, the way you, you can't suggest something and then not expect to be questioned on it, right?
Fine.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Like a woman today, let's just look at today, right? She chooses to go get married, choose the role of a mother, right? So what happens is if she has, in most cases, it is such that
thanks
she
for the
would
hearts,
have
man. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no. So she would have had some sort of education, right? Then if she decides, okay, I'm going to stay home for the next, 18 years, right? This is, it's halted. So she cannot use, so basically she would have wasted that education. That's number one, right? She's not able to use that education that she has gone for. Another thing is while she's a mother, so she's relying on the income of one income earner, so the father, the husband, right? So she's not able to go and earn her own keep. Like she cannot earn her own money.
Not necessarily.
Right? That's a tangible. No. Because you can.
There's many communities before feminism where women and the men were working, and the woman was still submitting to the man, and they pooled their money together, and they effectively had more money than what a woman would have without the man. So her incentive to actually pool her money is perhaps she can work part-time, start her own business that revolves around her family.
I do like socialism sometimes.
And then, and then she can have more money collectively that she would have if she's just trying to get a lanyard and live her best life.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, I have seen that in play out, right? Where the woman is working. So, sorry?
You have seen what play out.
Yeah, so basically when they actually do the part-time job, right? So what happens is they'll say, okay, the kid is now a little bit grown up, I'll do it, and the part-time, and that they cannot do well because this is what happens. They have obligations
they could work
at home.
part-time or from home while the kid is growing up. It doesn't necessarily need to be
let Mestia land. She's in a minority position right now.
Okay, thank you. So I really appreciate this.
No problem.
So she is basically raising the child. Her focus, her mind is supposed to be, if she brings children into this world, 100% on the kid. When she has a job, part-time though it may be, right? What happens is she's doing 50-50, basically. She's a 50% good at her job as a mother and 50% good at her job that she's doing on the side. So we have basically a person who's right in the middle, who's really
but that's her decision. That's her decision. She decided to have kids. She decided to work. She decided to have more than one car. She decided to have a larger square footage at home. They both decided to do that. So if they want to put on the financial load of a high cost of living, then let them suffer.
But you're making my case.
Wait, you're not, because I give you an example where a person specializes in a certain role and both of them do it. And you're saying, well, that's not going to work out because women want to specialize and do two things at once. And I'm saying, let them suffer and die. That's not my responsibility. That doesn't speak to whether or not the men and the women decide to specialize on their. If men and women are specializing on their goals, that's the example I'm proposing. You're proposing a novel example. I never said that women should be able to get away with being a mom and being a bread maker. That's not the society I'm
Yeah,
talking
she's
about.
making a great case for traditionalism without even realizing that she's making a great case for being in the
sorry.
traditional
No.
relationship.
I'm saying
I
actually,
had a
no, I'm
question
making
earlier
it
that
a
wasn't
reality.
answered.
All right. Well,
So
real quick, Messia, will you
I'm
allow
not gonna
for
let
me to?
this.
Just let.
Messia,
Okay.
if I could.
Okay. Yes.
Eddie, the goat.
Slide.
How's it going, bro?
How's it going, Eddie? And I heard somebody with an accent from across the pond.
That was me.
Who's that? Zeko?
That was me.
Sorry, I'm
me as
not
well.
even tabbed in. Say it, Zeko. Is that you? The guy with the bleach character?
I'm British, yeah.
All right. Are there 2 British people here on this panel?
There is. We're taking over, guys.
Shit,
We're here to reverse
Not the British.
1776.
We're taking over.
We're taking America
Wait,
back.
Zeko's been quiet.
British.
Hold on, Zeko's a damn
Eddie, you
feminist
lost
too,
your other country,
Zeko.
so you
You've
have
been
to
quiet
take
this
over us.
entire time. You know, I didn't trigger you at all with what I've been saying.
You can't get a reaction out of me.
All right,
I want to answer to my question. I said, so there's like in the economy, you guys say you're capitalist. In the economy, there's fields that are like primarily women. So how would that hold up if we just took them out?
Just
Someone said
supply
about
and
schools,
demand. People
and then
just fill the job.
Someone said about schools. And
You couldn't
there being
say
more
that men wouldn't
homeschooling.
take those
Germany do
jobs.
that?
What about like
Like,
nursing and things like that?
men would just take
What
the
about 'em?
jobs.
Nursing surgeons.
And the women,
the
here's
best
thing.
outcomes are from
If
female
women are
surgeons.
not going to be married, there's also times where they're not going to be married. So a lot of those women are going to take the jobs that aren't married. Like if I have a daughter, and if most, I mean, either you're going to fall in the camp of, I think a lot of men who are conservative don't care if their daughter's working. So a lot of them are just going to be unmarried women. There's going to be less of them for sure, but I'm not saying there should be a national mandate on. There shouldn't be like a national mandate on women coming out of the workforce. It would just be if you ban ABs, if you ban welfare, women would just fall around their selectivity as a necessity, as they used to.
But James, you said we have 100 trillion in unfunded entitlements. I
Yeah.
definitely believe that if a woman is choosing not to have children, that she should not be should be entitled to significant those, because those children are what funding them. So if women are voting in unfunded entitlements and not having children, why do they get to participate in them? Not to the same level as everyone else.
I would go even further and apply a standard for
anything.
Wait a minute.
I would apply a standard for
None of you have
single
fought a
mom.
war. None of
Oh, here he goes.
How do you know
The
that?
crash out. Here comes the crash out. Bonnie, let's hear it, my lady.
There is a lack of intellectual, consistency in everything that you guys say, and you don't see it. And
Give us an example,
somebody's gotta
pretty please.
point it out.
Give it an example.
Can you break
One
down the
example, you're
inconsistencies?
like, well, if women do this, but men also
Wait,
receive
if women do
welfare.
this,
Men
was not a good.
also
That
are
was not a good
Medicaid.
steel man of my argument. If women do this, give me a good representation of one of the arguments I brought forward.
Ask her what a steel man is, bro, and you're gonna realize she has
also-
no clue what that means.
Bonnie, do you know what a steel man is, madam?
I have no what?
Do you know what a steel man is?
I do know what a stillman is.
What is a stillman,
Yes,
Adam?
of course I know what a stillman is. It's when you're gonna repeat my argument back to me in a
Alright,
better
alright,
version than
see,
I gave it
see?
to you in order
See, Bonnie knows what's up.
to,
Okay.
help me out.
So then
or
can you do
whatever.
can you do it
that's
accurate?
actually not what it
I
is.
just need
That's
you
not
to
what it
shh
is.
and fucking listen for a moment.
She actually gave the wrong
Let
definition.
Can you give us an
stillman my
accurate?
own argument.
No,
Nobody
no, no, no,
lets
no,
me
no,
complete
no, no,
a
no, no,
fucking
no, no.
thought
You
here.
said we're not making any sense here. So can you repeat an argument or a line of reasoning that was said here? Argument here?
I just
Can you present one?
did.
To
You're talking about entitlements and that women are the ones that get these entitlements.
you
but
made
men
Zeko
also
leave.
receive this
Zeko
entitlement.
left. You know why Zeko left, Bonnie?
I made a
Because
move
you're not
because I
doing,
had a thought that I
you're
tried
not
to
doing a
get
good representation
complete.
of feminism.
Melissa,
okay?
it's true that women are more likely to vote in unfunded entitlements. That's you. Are you disagreeing that women vote those in significantly higher than men?
Do women vote for the good of the whole group?
All right, everybody
Yes.
pause.
More
Everybody
often than
pause.
not,
I'm
they
introducing
do.
the next.
Do men?
Hold on, Bonnie. I'm introducing the next guest up. Nah, what up?
James, dude, I was rolling up in the Walmart parking lot, bro, because I had the munchies. I was finna go in there and get me a bag of chips and some ramen, dude.
Dude, you
I
need
seen
to
a
eat
fat
some.
bitch walk into the Walmart. She looked like an upside down cupcake, bro.
Hey, man. Sometimes women.
Are you
or
saying
sometimes
a
people's
woman
needs
should
look.
submit to that?
Bonnie.
Submit to what, dude?
He's
She
just-
could change
Bonnie,
her.
he's
She
just-
could change her build. That's all her. That's her decision. She eats too
How
much.
about you fucking change everything.
Yeah,
You
hold
sound
on,
like
hold on,
a
Nah.
fucker. Who
Nah,
are you
are you-
talking
I
Nah.
to?
smack the shit out you, bruh.
Nah, are you fat?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm
You
like
can-
140,
you can
140,
try.
like 5'10", I think.
You
All right.
can try.
All right,
5'10".
well,
I can try,
What a
dude.
little twink.
I can
I
try.
appreciate- I
dude,
appreciate
I-
having you
wait,
up.
I beat you up, no hands.
I appreciate having you up. Not. Do you have any other things you want to close with?
Yeah, dude, I got one last thing. You know damn well you ain't drinking that water, bro. I seen you take a sip of that
This
shit,
is
bro.
water.
You's not
bro.
drinking
This is
that.
water, man.
You're not drinking it, dude. You took like half a
All right,
second
I
sip,
got you.
dude.
I'll drink some more water. You got it.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah. Get your milk and ice, James.
I
I'll
haven't
see
even
you, my
today,
nigga.
but- All right, peace, bro.
Got caught out on
Oh
your
my
water
god, the
intake?
natural born leaders of the world, everybody.
So here's the
So
thing
I
about
just- I wanna-
men.
I have a question.
Bonnie,
for-
I'm sure if you have sons, you understand that sons can rebel
I have
rouse, they can
three.
roughhouse, they can wrestle, they can be a bit of aggressive with you.
Yes,
This is not a
three-
safe space for you, okay?
Yes,
Don't try
three
and assert
sons.
your feminine
I don't know
energy.
who you're
Wait,
talking
hold on.
to.
You,
Wait,
Bonnie.
act like men
Oh
in
my
here.
gosh.
I bodybuilt. My
sons.
sons
So then why are you
athletes
why are
and
you
honor
so
students.
why don't you understand men are going to be mean sometimes. We're going to be aggressive with each other. We're going to be a bit offensive.
Because you
Stop
hold,
trying to
you don't hold
neuter
yourself
stop trying
to
to
the same
stop trying to
standards you
neuter
hold
men.
women
Are you
to.
gonna feminize your boys?
No.
Stop trying to neuter
Probably
men.
already has.
Did I feminize my boys?
Yeah, or are you
Oh
gonna
my
let
gosh,
them
why are
be
you
men?
complaining? You
Bodybuilders,
just said
athletes.
no. See, I'm
Are
gonna
you
act.
gonna let them be
allow
men?
me to indulge in my feminine side. okay?
Melissa,
They are
Melissa's
men.
hot, but she's
Two
full
of
of
them
shit.
When
are
it comes
men.
when it comes to
They're-
tone
they're
policing,
adults.
sometimes people are going to
Yeah,
be
there
called.
are no lady bosses. That's a
Dylan,
myth.
hush, Dylan. Thanks.
I grew
Welcome up,
3
Dylan.
dicks. How many dicks did you grow?
All right. Well, I don't
You
know
didn't
about
grow
erections
anything.
and all that.
You
Listen,
got a
hold on.
vagina.
Hold on for a second. Stop tone policing. All right. I mean, you can do whatever
I'm
you want,
not.
Bonnie. You can do whatever you want. I'm just explaining to
Your
you.
friend sounded like a fucking idiot.
Look, sometimes women are going to be fat. Is that not true?
Yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes men are gonna be fat
Yeah,
too.
but
grow
that wasn't what
anything.
was in.
You have a
Why
split.
does it need? Did okay? Are you telling me that if he
See?
said there's a lot of
See?
fat
You
bitches,
roll.
are you saying the
Some
only way
are
that
gonna
that
be
would make
smart.
sense is if?
Some are gonna be dumb.
Are you saying the only way that that would make sense is if he said, and there was also a lot of fat men too, by the way. Is that the only way his
I
comment would have
didn't-
been okay?
That is not what I said.
What
Answer
she's
the
talking
question.
about
That's not what I
is
said.
the boys.
All he said was
those
there's a lot of.
dicks
I saw
belong
this
to
fat
the boys.
bitch. Why do you take issue with
That's
that?
not,
Not
not
what I
a
said.
part.
You guys are always coming at me with things I didn't say and
Not a
implying things that I've said that I've
Your
not said.
boys are not you, man.
Your friend,
did you not
Sound like a
sounded
woman.
like a fetus. So
What is the
Bonnie, are you
Sound
under?
like a
Bonnie,
woman.
are you under
Fetus.
the influence of alcohol right now?
I mean, a
Yeah,
human.
she is. She
Are
is.
you under the
Talking about
influence of
human?
alcohol?
Bonnie,
She is for sure. You can
Does
tell.
that mean
Bonnie,
you want to
have you-
ABM?
Bonnie, what do you have in that? What do you got in that cup?
We're good.
Do you
Is
have
she
some?
gonna tell us her stats she found?
Are you, Bonnie?
well, nobody ever let me talk
Hush,
about
hush,
him.
hush, Bonnie. Are you under the influence right now?
Why?
Are you tipsy
She's
just
at
a
least
little bit?
one bottle deep right now. At least one
Yeah,
bottle
no,
deep.
she definitely has had at
Bonnie,
least one.
yeah,
I
Bonnie's a
worked-
little. It's
I
okay.
worked 15 hours today.
So hey,
okay?
I'm not saying you don't deserve your
So-
cocktail. I'm not saying that.
So
I'm
she
just-
had a drink.
All right, that's what's going on. I see what's going on. All right, Bonnie, you're
Yeah,
up.
she was-
All right.
You got the floor. Where are your stats at? Are you ready for that?
Oh, I posted them so fucking long ago. Hold
Well,
on.
did you want
There are,
to? Did you?
listen, there
did you
are no
still-
lady bosses.
Oh, refresh my
Whenever-
memory. Okay, so
We were
his claim
currently
was that
contending-
violent offenders
No, we
was
were.
85%. Right?
Bonnie had too much to sip on. But look, this was
I
the
didn't.
She had
contention.
too much
The
tequila.
contention was whether or not poverty or single motherhood was a higher correlate to negative
Hey,
outcomes.
James.
Indicator.
Absent fathers, actually.
Absent fathers.
Correlator.
What
Not-
is a stronger
you're
correlate?
talking correlation. I'm
Hey, Bill.
speaking about indicator. So worldwide, the number one indicator, and I posted it before. Let me see if it's still in my.
Hey James, she had too much tequila, huh?
This is not the first
Oh
time we
yeah,
had
you,
some women
you
who
know
are
what?
a bit
If I
tipsy.
make you feel stupid, it's easier just to say that I'm what?
Buyer,
You
or-
didn't
Don't
prove
make me
anything
feel
you
yet.
know what's
I'm-
funny,
I'm
Dylan? I
giving
almost
you
called her
the
buyers. I
information.
almost
You don't
called her
wanna
buyers.
hear it.
Remember buyers?
You gave a trust
Oh
me,
yeah, I
bro,
remember
without
buyers.
almost
I
called her
just
buyers.
reposted the
You
link.
just use a broad statement and say that poverty
Buyers.
is the main cause. Like the only thing that takes away poverty is capitalism and in male-bid societies that provide freedom to its citizens.
Well,
this is in the age hold on. Of unlimited knowledge that fits in your pocket.
Dylan, hold on a second. We gotta let them.
A choice.
We gotta let them flesh it out. Right? But hold on a second.
ignorance is a choice.
Wait.
So I'm giving you the information.
Time out, Bonnie. Just hold on a second. Can I be the
from a
arbiter?
woman
Can I be
doesn't
the
mean it's
arbiter of the
untrue.
data here? Hold on a second.
Yeah, well, what about Eve? What about Adam and Eve?
Dylan, you going way too far back.
What about,
eons.
you know what? Take your fairy book and shove it up your ass.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
There it
what I think
goes.
about that.
There it goes. See, there it
It
goes.
wasn't Adam and Steve.
There it goes.
And whatnot.
So,
If it was
They-
Adam and Steve,
hold on,
we wouldn't have this
Bonnie.
nonsense going on here.
all right, hold order in the court. Order in the court. So, they did it, or
Yes, this
or
is how
guys,
logic and
remember,
debate works,
I
right?
don't mute people here. I just
You
kick.
might be pretty, but you're what you
So,
stand for is evil.
Dylan, hush.
Is it?
I
Bonnie.
also posted a link to stats on fatherlessness and crime right
Plus,
below.
I'd be the type of man to smack the shit out of you. And
Try,
put you-
Dylan, chill out.
You
Dylan,
can try.
Dylan, you gotta
You
ring
can
it in, man.
try.
No, I would definitely dominate you.
You
Dylan.
gotta catch me first.
Dylan, bring it in.
Oh,
Bring it in.
I'm fast. I'm extremely
All right,
fast.
all right.
Okay, Ronda
Oh, are you
Rousey,
fast?
we're
You're
good.
big, fast,
Calm
and
down.
strong.
All right, so
Too
both
bad
of
you're
you
not
guys,
smart.
if you keep responding to each other, both y'all are out.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up.
Dylan.
By the way, I
Boss.
listed the stats.
Fucking
Showed
warning.
90% of runaways come from fatherless. 80% of rapists come from fatherless families. 85% of incarcerated youth come from fatherless families. Just
Did
posted the
anybody
link.
look at mine?
So
W. King.
fatherlessness is just an absolute devastating factor to young boys. So,
Is your
All right,
boy
so-
fatherless?
Now,
All
Bonnie.
right, so correlation does not equal causation. I'm sure you're familiar with that
multiple
sentiment, correct?
correlations.
I've never heard that
the strongest
before.
predictor.
You
All right,
can
the only
correlate
people
whatever
who
you
should be
want.
talking
That is
right now,
interpretation of
the only
data.
people who should be talking right now is Bonnie. They did it, and Xenos.
yeah,
Okay.
and you see,
So-
so if you're looking at what's the correlation,
I'm just
right?
having-
There's a
yo,
strong
yo, James.
correlation,
Dylan.
right,
Yo, James.
between
I know he
high,
didn't post
the strongest
America
correlation
First
between fatherless
policy.com.
family and
Yo,
violent
James.
criminal
I'm
activity.
honestly just having fun.
And
with
it's
you.
only 40%. And it's
Dylan,
a
I'm gonna have to let
much,
you go, man. You're
it
gonna
is
welcome up
correlated, but
later on.
much weaker correlation.
Dylan, come back later on. We've gotta
Okay.
ring it in.
I don't think you understand what words mean because you're not listening.
I'm a statistician and a
okay?
forecaster. I got this just fine.
You're a
Melissa, keep going.
statistician posting AmericaFirstPolicy.com.
Yeah, this,
Don't
argue the
talk
stats,
to me,
not the
talk
source.
to your mother
right?
because you're full of shit.
Okay, so what
Yeah,
is
no,
your
Melissa,
source?
you're
We haven't
drinking
heard your
something
source.
like
Make a
my
compliment.
source
or make,
was NIH.gov. So,
.gov. So
this
a
is
government
worldwide
program
study.
is more important to believe their stats. Why?
She's way too drunk for this
yeah, I
conversation.
know. That's like,
Yeah, like why? Why
You
is
know
the
what?
government more trusted than anybody else's work?
You are
Also,
entitled
just real
to
quick, Melissa.
your own opinions. You're not
Melissa.
entitled to your own
By the way,
facts.
causation
Yeah, but you're
doesn't
not giving me facts.
necessarily.
You're claiming
Hold on one
somebody
second.
else is giving you facts.
By the
I
way,
said that already.
causation doesn't
I already said
necessarily
it.
equal correlation. Doesn't necessarily equal causation, but it can. By
No,
the way,
it does
'cause-
not.
Yes, it can. Yes, it absolutely can. You
Indication.
would have to prove that
Oh my
it
God,
does.
Melissa.
It doesn't necessarily equal it, correct? But it can.
Repetitive.
you're saying things that are
Repetitive.
correlated are never caused by it. That's a ridiculous statement to make. You understand that?
You see how they don't let me finish one thought and then sit there and call me all
right,
kinds
well,
of names
to
and
be
like,
fair-
you
to
know,
be
oh,
fair-
you're drunk, you're this, you're that.
All right. To be
Sorry,
fair,
dude.
I'll allow this tone policing interjection. What I'll say is let's allow for the woman to have a little bit more of a response time since she is a minority position right now, and she's under the influence.
How very feminist of you, James. Thank you so much.
No, it's being
All
a
about
gentleman.
equal rights.
A gentleman's not being feminist. Okay?
How about egalitarian?
No, I'm applying chivalry to your current state. This is a
I don't need your
patriarchal norm.
chivalry.
Oh, well
He's,
then,
he's saying you need help.
It's
by
not
the
a
way. That's
patriarchal
what I'm saying.
this is a patriarchal space,
Oh, I
and
need
you're
help.
and you're currently
From
You're
what,
wasting
you
your
two?
time, Melissa.
So-
Why don't
From
you actually
you
make a
two, I
comment?
am wasting my time because I'm arguing with morons. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm wasting my time.
So we can't call you
Unfortunately,
names
I
while you
enjoy
call us
this.
names. Gotcha.
All right. So
Well, I'm glad you're
I
getting
for the
off
minute
of
for the
it.
minute on the
Yes.
panel, will you agree for Miss Melissa to get 1.5 minutes? How many minutes do you want, Melissa?
I just need to complete a thought, if that's
Melissa,
okay.
How many?
Just
How
one.
much
That
time
could
do you
take a
need?
while. To be fair, that could take a while.
How much
so.
time do you need,
Could it
Melissa?
take a while? I know you've never completed a thought, so I know you think this is an unreachable task that will take an eon, but it is not hard for me because I come to my beliefs based on reason and logic and
Melissa,
facts.
we're gonna give you a minute, and if it doesn't sound coherent, we're just gonna drop the whole thing. All right? You got to make it coherent now. So, are you ready? Let me when you start.
Lock in, Melissa. Lock in.
Wait, I need to know what the metrics are. Is this coherent?
your
what,
data.
what these guys are saying?
I mean, you can slur your work, but it just needs to make sense in the entirety of the thing.
All right, I will not be talked down to by a man who didn't know the difference between semantics and semantics.
Oh, so now you're going back.
We didn't even know what a steel man was.
You little snake. Now you're going back on it.
I explained what a steel man was.
You said a steel man is repeating the argument and making a better version of it. That's not what a steel man is.
You don't know what a steel man is. You currently got Melissa, you currently have a steel can and a paper bag. You don't know what a steel man is.
A steel man is just repeat my argument back to me so I know that you understand what I'm saying. You said a steel man.
That is not what a steel man is. I think
that is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Yes, it is.
A steel man is antithetical to a straw man. A straw man is weakening an argument by repeating it in a way that makes it seem flimsy. A steel man is repeating an argument in a way that makes it stronger.
No,
That's
it's
why
not.
It's steel.
I think
not.
How about
look
this?
it up.
Wrong.
Look it
you
up.
Look it up. You look it up.
I don't need to.
I don't know. I tend to agree with the more inebriated. I tend to agree with the more inebriated
Nobody lets me
here.
finish a thought. And
I'm on your side, you big dummy.
Whatever names.
Melissa, I'm on your side.
Whatever.
At least for
All
this
right.
point.
I posted. By the way,
but here's
I
one.
posted other stats. Wall Street Journal.
Right. So let's.
James, sorry, I thought your lives were quite, tame. Now it's just chaos.
But it's entertaining.
Anyway,
I'm entertained.
I mean, I guess so to an extent. But I mean,
are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
I'm about to start
really.
holding court. So, anyways, Melissa, are you ready for your? Are you ready for your 1 minute?
For my dissertation, sure. You ready?
Yep. Well, it'll start when you start.
Again. Correlation does not equal causation. I noticed by the way that you Googled this information, you're looking like, what are the violent crime statistics on single mothers, right? And that's why you're posting things like AmericaFirstPolicy.com. I mean, come on. This is not how we look for real data, right? This is not how any of this works, all right? Indication is how we get to any kind of real world results that we can predict and understand. If you understand science, you make a hypothesis and, you get to a point where you can make predictive models that have any kind of relevancy that you can use in the real world, right? Is that how it works? Yes? No? Predictive. Indicative is what we're looking for, not correlation, all right? So the indicator of poverty, of poor outcomes, not just violent crime, but poor schooling,
I'll give you 15 more seconds.
Failure to launch, all right, whatever.
All right, so does anybody want to repeat Melissa's? So they did it or...
Yeah, I got it.
I think.
Let's hear a good representation.
Causation. That's the only point that I think.
She also mentioned that having an indicator is better, and a model is better.
Like a father? You mean like something like that?
Predictive model.
Having a model is better than literally. Than what other? What was the alternative you said?
A predictive correlation.
Oh, right. Having an indicator or a model data around that is better than the correlative data that
Did
you guys
anybody look up what I posted at
all?
Not
yet. So I'm going to look at it right now.
Okay.
Oh, then make sure you read all 90 pages and then we can actually talk about it.
Wait, is 90 pages?
I know you can't read.
It's not even an actual study. It's just an article talking about the study. Either way, poverty is around the world, and you're talking about a more macro level problem in like the entire world.
Do you know what macro means?
So
I feel like we don't get drunk, so we're all on the same level.
Answer the question. Do you know what macro means?
Yes, I know what macro is. It's the larger opportunity into a topic, not into a micro, which would be the opposite.
So you refuted your own point.
Okay, so can I continue? Can I continue on a macro level point
No, I don't
of view?
suffer morons.
Talking about poverty to the entire world, but at the same time, you're trying to talk.
But Melissa, you gotta let him finish because we gave you a minute.
Yeah, you're not actually making any point. You're putting out statistics that you're not even explaining, and then you're trying to use a very broad thing of poverty. What is poverty? Like I said earlier when we first started talking, are you talking about somebody who makes under $70,000 a year? Because that is considered poverty in some studies. Based on your talking, you're not really making a point, because the only ways that we have decided to lower poverty rates is with capitalism. That's with the idea of open, free markets with societies and people to flourish together. And that is what builds a nuclear family. And what we have seen is when the nuclear family has not been addressed, and we have seen absentee fathers and out of wedlock birth has not produced anything better for our society. Only nuclear families have.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was speaking to somebody that was missing a chromosome.
Ad hom.
Right?
I knew it. I knew she was going to make an ad hom within 5 seconds.
That's not nice.
Ad hominem.
That's
No,
not nice.
don't bring up actual debate right now when you guys are talking like this, okay?
Just make sure, Melissa, I have not bashed you at all. I have not bashed you at all. I have not said one word bad to you. I have not name called you or anything.
Yes, yeah. You've said a lot of things.
All right, he's got. Okay, he's got a missing chromosome. All right.
For a galaxy.
Okay, he's got a missing chromosome. What else?
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Melissa, he's got a missing chromosome, so therefore.
You said.
Miss Dia, save us. Come on.
All right. Okay.
Bro, you know you're fucked when you're looking for Miss Dia to save you.
Hey, I wouldn't put that. I wouldn't say Miss Dia is not good. She hasn't been doing that good at this moment.
So is the lack of coherent thought correlated?
No, I just, like nothing you said had any substance to it.
All right, so hold on, guys.
Yes.
Hold on, guys.
Is the lack of coherent thoughts correlated with your drinking of substances, or is it caused by it?
I'm going fishing in the morning. Nice talking to you guys. Have a good night. Melissa, you were destroyed.
I was destroyed. By who?
All right, they did
by one brain cell that I don't have.
The bottle has destroyed you.
It's fighting for its life in there, baby. It's okay.
Between you and the bottle, it's 1-0 to the bottle
for me.
All right, they did it. Thanks for coming up, man. Welcome back up.
I've been trying to dumb myself down to be like you guys for a long time.
Please try harder.
I think your confidence and your competence aren't really matching right now.
Best.
So,
really. Just you don't understand words. That doesn't.
DJ,
that's not a me problem.
Thanks for the DJ headphones, King Xenos.
So I have a question for you, the host.
Yes,
it's about the prompt. Just to go back to that. So it says anti-feminist dating advice. For me, when I look at it, like I'm thinking, okay, if you're an anti-feminist, you're a traditionalist. What are you doing, even advising, like on dating? What are you doing dating as a traditional person, like? Anybody, like not you.
I would move men and women towards going towards a courting dynamic as opposed to a sexless, sterile, or a sex-filled, sterile relationship dynamic.
But it says dating there, right? Like
so Mestia, so you have to be a feminist in order to date. Just to clarify, if you're not a feminist, you shouldn't be dating. Is that your position?
Can I just finish the thought with the host just for a second? Okay. So yeah, because my thing was like, I mean, from just looking at your prompt there, right? It's like dating advice. Why are you giving a dating advice if you're coming from a traditional, role, like traditional mindset?
Because people are going to. Okay. Dating is still a part of getting to get married. They're not mutually exclusive, right? You don't need to. Granted, there's a difference between slinging meat or spreading your legs, dating, and dating perhaps. Hey, you and I meet each other for lunch. We meet at our job. and we like each other. So now I'm gonna introduce you to my family. That would be courting. It's consistent. It can be consistent, and it can be supplementary to courting. It doesn't need to be excluded from it. That's how. And that's the first thing. The second thing would be you meet people where they're at. You don't particularly have to force a unrealistic expectation on them. For example, let's just say you meet some people and they like each other, but they haven't courted yet. Well, you just invite them to go ahead and do that. I'm not going to say, no, you need to restart. And you need to, generally, I wouldn't advise such a thing. So there's nothing wrong with this. Because you would have to then say, people back then were only courting. Well, as societies become more and more individual, people are going to have less family, even where they're at. Like some people might move out of state. Some people might not even have a dad. Some people, they don't have good relationships with their mom or their parents. You're going to have to meet them where they're at. I'm not trying to force an entire, a gender standard or a standard that doesn't 100% apply. That doesn't mean you can't move towards it. So it's about the spirit of the interaction, not the letter of the interaction.
Sure. I mean, but in that sense, that when they are, let's say, courting, because that's something you took from the past, let's say we go back to that, then wouldn't there be some sort of a chaperone of some sort? I mean, like it doesn't, like the thing is, you're just opposing, because the thing is, you have a society where today people might not have a father, this, that, or like have a relationship with their family, but yet they are out dating. How are you going to ensure that, they are actually, following what you're suggesting?
I never thought I'd say this, but we need Melissa back now.
No, obviously her line of questioning is I
remember what I was going to say to that other guy now.
No,
Sorry.
If you're interested.
So when it comes to
all right.
Why are you asking, Messia, why would I promote a archaic system?
Well, no, not necessarily archaic, but it's a system.
How are you going to get this type of enforcement? How are you going to get people to?
No, can you listen just for 1 second?
Well, I just wanted to make sure.
I'm going to say it to you. Then you can listen to it, right? So, why would you suggest something your ancestors, not ancestors, but your forefathers have discarded, right? They have moved on. Times have changed. Yet you are suggesting that people ought to go back to a time, right? I mean, if you're suggesting, yeah, that's the past.
There was no dowry, but I mean, the family was involved.
Yeah, but it's 2026. You're suggesting that
it's
people
2026 and marriage is at an all-time low, divorce is at an all-time high, promiscuity is at an all-time high. If there's a correlation between dating and feminism, it's that feminism has absolutely ruined dating.
Okay,
Eddie,
that's
the
fine.
question
But
as
if
if dating is like a subculture of feminism. It's not a subculture of feminism.
Yeah, no, that's not even close to what I was suggesting. But thank you for telling us that you were rejected. Okay, got it. But host,
another ad hom.
You haven't
to be fair,
you strawmanned my argument. Literally.
Mestia is currently trying to make a point here, and she's asking me questions. So people are butting in. So she's going to be.
Thank you.
Going to take issue with that.
Great way to tell everybody you never got laid.
Mestia.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, this is something. That was practiced in the past. Right? Today, 2026, by and large, you would admit that this is not practiced, this anti-feminist dating scenario, right? The courting. So since that is and you're suggesting people go back to courting.
It's not true what you're saying, by the way.
But let her make it. If she can't construct the argument.
But the majority of the world doesn't live in the West.
Hold on, guys.
Exactly, I agree.
So
I agree.
Feminism is a Western thing. Most of the world today does not practice feminism. So you're wrong. Everything that you said is wrong. You haven't made a single point that's actually correct.
We're talking about the West.
No, you were talking about 2026. You were talking about
2026 in the West. We're talking. We're not talking about Saudi Arabia, Eddie, or Albania. Okay, we're not in Albania. So that's not what I'm going at, right?
But intelligent, well-developed.
Hey, real quick, guys. Pause for a second. Hold on. 1791 on the YouTube site. if you got any questions, because right now you just got a bunch of statements, man. On the YouTube side, if you got a question, I'll allow it to derail the panel. Otherwise, you're just monologuing. But I appreciate the engagement. But golly,
I'm saying,
man.
why should we stop in the 16th century? We should go back to like the beginning of time, where men had to violently compete with one another for a chance to reproduce with women.
Well, who
How
wants
about
to
that?
violently
Let's
compete?
go back there.
No one wants to violently compete for ran through women. So this is just not going to happen. So anyway,
When
when it comes to
you say that,
when it comes
you
to
say that, but like acting like women need to do anything to attract men is hilarious.
okay, so wait a minute. Don't we?
That's
All right,
funny.
Attracting men for smecks or attracting men for a relationship?
For
right?
fucking
So anyways, let's let Mestia
Getting a
make her
committed
case,
relationship.
guys.
For
So when it
anything.
comes to this archaic thing or this thing that we should just do away with, it's intuitive. It's a part of human nature.
Is it?
To
Why does it take force
all
then?
right, well if you man. So when it comes to how people act, people are generally protective of their own. Giving people
Men are.
a Bonnie, I'm trying to make a point here. So when it comes to how people act, when you're asking about how we're going to get people to conform to a societal system where women are going to be, well, men and women are going to have a pressure of courting. This is something that women will inherently do. Why? Because there's not a safeguard for welfare, ABs, baby mama subsidies. Because there's not a subsidy for that, there's no longer a safety net. Women are going to become inherently more selective, and they're going to start selecting for more secure men, as in the context of commitment. They're going to start venting for this type of man, and what will naturally happen is women, children, or mothers and fathers will want to get involved in order to secure that. So the husband or the father of the daughter is going to be more protective to make sure the man, X and Y. You get it. This is going to make people be more selective as a society, because there's no longer any safety nets to protect people who make bad decisions. So it's not just
disadvantage women basically, because it affects.
All right. So
women.
when
Like
you
when you
talk
get
about
rid of,
disadvantage, I want to understand how you're framing it in reality, how this is being framed.
Well, you listed it.
You hold
I mean,
somebody
you
by the barrel of a gun, and you tell them, if you don't pay for the single baby mamas, we are going to garnish your wages. So if that advantage that women have over society is taken away, sure, but ultimately it's just making it so there's less force and there's more voluntarism in the system. What you promote is a society that is not actually women losing anything. They're just not being able to exploit other people at large. This is not like, oh, they had it. I mean, you have it good, and I can say that. In the same way, like a mob boss is able to extort people.
But I want to know, how are they exploiting?
65% of taxes are paid out by men. That's the first thing.
Okay, in your country, okay.
That's the first thing, and it's likely in most countries. I would venture to say it's likely in most Western countries, but here in America it is. So,
if that's the case in Western countries, it's definitely the case in non-Western countries.
So wait, so
where does most of our
Bonnie,
men pay more
let
taxes?
Messia ask her question.
So men pay more taxes in your country, you're saying, right? In the
They
West,
pay the
in
most
general.
taxes in every country. Every country.
Not
Well,
in
I can at
Albania,
least make
right?
that case for the West for now. I can make
Not
that
in
case
Albania,
for. I'm sorry. I can make that
Albania.
case for here in America. Yes.
Okay.
Where does the majority of our taxes go?
Bonnie, hold on. Yeah, it's unfunded liability or entitlements program.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. And
Okay,
the money that we
you're so
owe the
funny.
future, the money that we borrow against.
But
I'm sorry, the
who's
unfunded liabilities.
entitled? Who are we giving that
All
money
right, so
to?
Bonnie,
Where's
just
all
stop
the
trying to
money
derail
going?
the conversation.
Yeah.
Who are we? What
I'm
are
not.
we? We don't
So
want to.
I like
it's
how
not important
feminists-
right
Can I ask
You don't
Misty a
know
question?
what the
Hey, what up?
majority
What up,
of
Mary?
the
Jason, can I
money
ask
welcome
Misty
back.
a question?
Hold on, guys.
Is on.
Hold on. Time out. Mestia. Does that make
Yes.
sense? How if you get rid of these social institutions that are really just a novel invention of the time, if you just take this away, women are going to be more selective, and so are the families.
Okay, no.
So that's not going to happen. So that's not going to happen.
So wait.
Explain to me how that's not going to happen. I've given you evidence how they are. You've been basically, no. So give me evidence to the contrary, please.
So what you're suggesting, right? If you were to follow that, you would have to visit your tax system, right? Because today, as it stands, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. In your country, you have something called it's progressive taxation, correct? Based on your income. Okay, so you are gonna say, okay, then men on average make more than women, therefore they make more. They pay more taxes than them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what. Okay, so then are you suggesting, okay, because they don't pay as much taxes, we ought to take away their abortion right, like for example?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Because we pay for it, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in reality, if we could, you guys couldn't do anything about it. First and foremost.
Yeah, but that's not okay.
But that's not what relevant.
You suggested. Yeah, that's not
relevant. The
relevant.
reason I brought that up is because you were saying somehow this is a fair system. I'm explaining to you, how is it fair if women pay less into the system that they benefit from, subsidizing their bad behavior and their decisions? If a man leaves, that's okay. I get government cheese for my babies. If a man leaves, that's okay. I can go to Planned Parenthood and have it subsidized to get the kid get X'd out. This is literal.
If my house catches fire, it's okay. A male firefighter will save the day. If I get into trouble, it's okay. A male police officer will save the day.
Mostly subsidized.
Yeah.
So I'm explaining to you. You're saying, this is some type of evil playing field.
Military industrial
I'm saying to you, the men are the one giving you this, and women are the one taking it. They're the one extracting from the situation that they're not contributing to in equal measure.
But if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but in your country, isn't it today that I forget the age group, that women of between the 25 and 35, I believe, they're making as much, if not slightly more than the men. Correct me if I'm wrong. This was the wage.
If only the world didn't revolve around 25 to 35-year-olds, then you'd have a really good point, wouldn't you?
So, just a second, Eddie, be quiet. Just be quiet for a second.
This is an irrelevant, minute statistic.
But here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Right now, we have about 1.5 minority descent, because Melissa's been going on a tangent a little bit. So hold on, guys. Hold on. So here's how it is. The minority position is what we must value, because it's what's giving us attention that allows for the entertainment, but also because you want to make sure people feel heard.
There's only 16 people here.
And not, you want to make it 15?
You have seen better days.
Don't do that to her.
This is seen better days.
Would you like to make it 15? Because are you interested in the conversation?
Really. People like Messia are essentially shooting as feminists. They don't want to be. They don't want to be sexualized, but they can't handle rejection.
You can just tap out, right?
Too.
If you're challenged, that's okay.
Where's your followers at? How many followers you got?
Are you talking to me or who?
Yeah, I'm talking. You want a dick measure? So where's your following at? Where's your audience at?
I'm here.
Right. So being a passive aggressive, this isn't necessarily a safe space for that.
I wasn't being no.
Where's your following at? I'm here. I think that sums up the IQ of the room.
Yeah, I've been pretty cordial here, trying to police for Mestia.
You're getting
hey,
triggered
James, can I ask Mestia a cordial question?
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, if we can be passive aggressive all we want, then I guess
I just stated a fact. I didn't know you didn't do facts.
Yeah, you're being a dick. You're being a dick.
Okay. I apologize. I really do apologize.
No problem.
I do apologize.
No problem. It's all good.
No, I really.
No problem. Forgiven. So, as you were saying, Mestia, let's allow Mestia to get her word out, because she's a minority position.
Appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
But the thing is, with your whole taxation, basically you have to revisit the taxation, and it just doesn't seem feasible. And as it stands today, and again, you will correct me, because there was a stat recently being used by the people who are against feminism, saying that there is no wage gap. Indeed, that in fact young women make as much, if not slightly more, than their male cohorts. So indeed, if that's the case, that means
that's
women
not the
are
argument against the wage gap, by the way.
Just a second. Just a second.
Say one thing that's
All right, hold on, guys. So to be fair, whoever's butting in is gonna get X'd. So be very wary about what you're about to say if you butt in on Mestia.
I appreciate it. So if that is the case indeed, then that would mean that women are paying slightly more taxes than men. So then you're paying because the way your system works, correct me again, you're paying taxes totally, all of you, right? You pay taxes for various things in your society, infrastructure, health, well, some parts of and again, I'm not too familiar with the American system, but why would it make sense that someone would then come and say, okay, you women, because even let's say if it was the case that they pay less taxation, then we were gonna cut this and you will not benefit from that because men pay slightly more taxes.
Why would it make sense?
But how does that make sense?
Why would it make sense if we saw that women were contributing less and then we told them that they should do what? I'm not following you.
Well, that's an idea, right? And you're gonna have to also apply that same theory, right? Same ideology to other members of society, not just to women. There are a lot of people who pay almost maybe zero taxes. What are you going to do about them? I mean, the thing is, you can't just target one group and then expect,
why can't we? What's stopping us?
Well,
if we
what's
do it,
stopping
if we get
you?
it in democratically, I mean, what is it? No one's
You
gonna do
can
anything about
try
it.
you can try because the thing is they're 50% of the population and they won't allow you. So right?
Yeah, then if they don't, then we'll just take their. Then they'll just take.
They vote, right?
Here's the thing.
I mean, you can Mad
There's
Max.
a lot of,
we can
believe it
go
or not, a lot
Go
of,
ahead.
I think it's
Talk
like
about the
41%,
Force Doctor.
42% of women voted Trump in. So women
Yeah, because
can
they
get on
benefited
board with
from that.
this. Yeah, but
Yeah.
you guys would catch on fire if you guys
I think
you
you
guys are of the
underestimate
opinion.
women.
You guys are of the opinion that first off, this is the first point. You're not as popular as you think. That's the first point because women can get this in. That believe with me. And then two, if it comes to it, you're missing the point that you could do anything about it if men just said no. It's over with. Flipping the table. No one's playing the game anymore. We're going back to how things work. So this
but
it
that's
can
a
either
fetish.
happen okay,
But that's
yeah.
a fetish idea, right?
Oh, right. So
Like, it's
what do you mean, wait a
fetish to
minute.
not have sex on a date, like
Iran as a fetish, right? So you mean to tell me?
no.
You mean to tell me?
Oh,
And
you wanna talk
basically
about Iran,
everyone
how we
else,
got there?
every other Western society outside of the Western society, sub-Saharan,
talk about socioeconomic.
African,
No, but I think
understand it.
no, wait. That's
Middle Eastern.
Okay.
Where are these women? Women have rights. Women don't. Women don't have rights. Hold on, guys. Women don't have rights.
Wait, how do you know they don't have a
So
right?
Bonnie, here's how we're gonna do this. Right now, the conversation is in between me and Mestia. All right. Beat it. So, right now we exist in a society where we acknowledge that women have less rights over there. So you're acting as if it's a fetish to imply somehow that this is never going to happen. Either the system is going to correct itself now, or the men are going to stand in place to correct it. That's what's going to happen. Or the men are going to have to pick up the pieces after it. Because either society is going to collapse, women are going to basically continue to vote the way they do, and society collapses. Either men are going to allow that, or we're going to have to pick up the pieces. But it's going to be men. It's not going to be women. Because if society collapses in such a way where the economy goes from up under our feet, here's a way it can happen. All these unfunded liabilities that are going on right now. The only reason why we're able to get away with that is because we are effectively the global reserve currency. If that somehow stops, we're not going to be able to inflate in such a way where we can keep interest rates low. We're going to have a similar situation. It's likely going to be worse than Japan, than China, because we don't even have a production system. We have a service-based economy. If our system goes down, it's going to be a lot worse and a lot harder to get out of But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because if we go in such a way where we're continuously depending on inflating our currency in order to borrow or pay for our debt, eventually China, which they're doing now, India, which they're doing now, Brazil, which they're doing now, Russia, which they're doing now, Iran, which they're doing now, everyone is collectively trying to decouple themselves from the dollar for this very reason, because we're no longer, our money's starting to have less value. That's one scenario where our ability to fund our own liabilities is going to completely ruin our society. That will be done if people want to constantly continue to depend on welfare, entitlement, subsidies, etc., growing the government larger and larger to pay for more free stuff. I'm explaining to you a logical scenario where things will collapse in such a way. What is it going to be like if people don't have welfare, EBT, food stamps, Medicaid, bedlam? It's going to be bedlam here. So who's going to be the one who's going to be the most in contact? The first responders, who are generally men. Yeah, you got your nurses, but who's going to be putting out the fires? Who's going to be stopping the anarchy? It's going to be men. They're probably going to have to call the damn National Guard and the military to fix things. I'm explaining to you a scenario where this is going to happen, where men are going to have to fix this shit. The second scenario is men just decide, hey, if women are not going to get along with us, then we're going to do it. And women are not going to be able to stop it. They're not going to be able to stop it. Because if you look at other societies, all it takes is a small amount of men to fix this scenario. And fixing just depends on who the hell decides to define who fixes it, who decides the winner. When we talk about freedom fighters in Syria, all it took is a couple of countries to fund some type of cell organization to get Assad out of here. When we talk about Iran, it's the same situation. When you talk about the Mujahideen, it doesn't matter. Like, there's always a system where the minority of men completely flip the script. So I'm explaining to you how men can do this. So the other option, as I'm explaining to you, is the third. Women can get along with what I'm explaining. So I'm just explaining to you 3 scenarios of how this will happen. So you're saying it's never going to happen.
Country, okay, I'm asking you, because your country is not Iran, right? Your country is not Syria.
Time, thanks for what looks to be some type of galaxy. I appreciate the graphical contribution while I was ranting. And thanks for what looks to be. Thanks for the heart, Dylan. Thanks for the rose. Dylan, you better be peaceful. If I let you up, Dylan. Mestia, go ahead.
Yeah, so your country, I remember you mentioned earlier Iran being one of those, and I'm thinking you're referring to the revolution that happened in 79, right? It wasn't men who just picked up while women were on the sidelines. Just a second. It wasn't a minority, actually. It was a majority. People who rose up against, I think you should look into that. It was a majority who rose up and said enough is enough, right, against the Shah. And so when you have, and it took them a long time to actually do that. So when they rose up, women were also alongside, right? And they were actually leading alongside the men. So here you have a situation, like you're comparing your country, the USA, to Iran or to Syria, and you're saying it's somehow it's a minority of men who will just, flip things over and change things. So genuine, in curiosity, because in your country, so because women won't, because this is what I don't understand. You have all these other problems, but somehow you have narrowed it down to men versus women. And somehow men will, after your society collapses, they will take over women, is what you're saying. And they will call the shots and they will tell them what to do.
Yeah, and there's a fourth scenario. Fourth scenario is whatever we want is not successful, and there's just be another patriarchy to take us over, whether it be Sharia law, China, whatever.
Yeah, that is actually much more realistic.
Okay, but you guys don't get any. You guys don't get as much rights as you do. You guys don't get as much rights as you do now.
And Messia said that the women weren't supportive of the Iranian regime, you know, the new regime taken over from the Shah. So do women want to be subjugated if that was the case, if we're going by that logic?
But Melissa, have a good night, Melissa. Make sure you get a lot of water. Drink some water. A lot of water before you go to sleep. But thanks for the donuts.
The women yearn to be oppressed.
I mean, well, whatever you call oppression, right? Anyway,
okay, well, where's the gay parades and where's all, like, you understand in China or like
this is turning into a FaceTime call now, guys. So I'm gonna head out. You guys carry on with your FaceTime conversation.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah. So sorry, James, you were saying?
I'm explaining, like, in the fourth scenario that I laid out, women are not going to get as much rights in return. You realize that, right? Right now, there's a VAT tax for contraceptions in China. Like, women would be foaming at the mouth at this.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there is a tax on it, but then again, I mean, it is what it is, right?
What do you mean? Is okay? Go ahead. Go ahead, Mess.
But the thing is, like, it's in a scenario like that, even, you know, with the taxes, then simply all you have to do is like, and I'm not even sure if they're even having intercourse but that much over there because of the birth decline and all
China,
that.
Yeah, they have a birth rate issue.
Yeah, it's a worldwide thing apparently. So the thing is, like, I'm thinking from your perspective where it's a Mad Max world, right? Total collapse, because that would be the only scenario where you would see, okay, you know, women's, you know, rights are curbed. So we can then reset things to the way they were once upon a time, where men got the upper hand, basically. Do I have you correctly?
Well, you're saying it's the only. I would disagree, but I'm bearing with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That was one of the scenarios I brought up, yes.
Yeah. So then, I mean, even in that situation, you put them in that situation, right? And they still reject you. Because you're saying, I'm just trying to and help me in your society, because like I have seen other societies, but how would men handle that? They still reject the man.
Well, I mean, they could just die alone. Who cares?
So basically, just leave them on their own.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. What else can you do? Like, no one's going. We're not going to implement a grape culture, an actual grape culture. I mean,
it's good to know.
If women just want to die off, I mean, they're not going to be able to get on Medicaid. They're not going to be able to contribute in society. Have it? I mean, if they pay into it, if they want to pay into some type of system, like, let's just say, what I wouldn't do is I wouldn't make it, I wouldn't subsidize it by the government. But if other institutions want to get into play, like, let's just say women who are childless and unmarried, if they want to have a insurance policy system that affords them a comfortable life once they get to an age, it would just be something private. It just wouldn't be something that we would subsidize. They can still do that. But
do you see? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see that right there, like the fundamental difference between men and women? Because the thing is, like, I would
allow them to have a way to compete. But what feminists have is a top-down authoritarian approach. I'm just giving one that's more beneficial to at least society replicating itself. Because if we don't, if our birth rate is not,
but it's
the
not
birth rate
beneficial to the women.
Is a real thing. Okay,
yeah, but it's not beneficial to the women. That's why we have a clash.
You're incorrect. You're saying it's not beneficial to me right now. How I feel about it. I'm explaining to you. You have to look in a longer term of, if you guys get what you want, there will not be any society. Right now, if there's a birth rate crisis, there won't be any society. What does that mean? There's less doctors, less accountants, less people to take care of the grid, less people to militarize.
Less slaves, basically.
Less people to prop up the society that you benefit from. That's what I'm explaining. Are you a socialist or a communist or a capitalist? What are you? Where do you fall?
I'm anti-natalist, so that's where I'm coming from.
Are you an anti-natalist?
Actually,
Damn, that's crazy.
So
I'm asking you, are you a capitalist, or do you lean? Are you for capitalism, or are you more like socialist?
I'm more of a laissez-faire.
If you're laissez-faire, then you would know that how capitalist systems tend to work is, or how the communist or socialist systems tend to work is, a lot of times they coast off of the benefits of a previously capitalist society. Or they antagonize.
At some point it has to stop,
right? Because the profit and the prosperity eventually it eats itself from the inside out, because either the people with money escape or the incentive structures get destroyed. So I'm explaining to you what feminism has done in the same example. What feminism is doing is it's lived off a patriarchal society, and it's currently coasting off one now. But the more feminist it gets, the less the society can sustain itself. It's the same.
No, it's the more hostile it is. But it's more hostile to you as a man, right?
Okay, so if I'm the one who props up the society, let's just take it. I'll grant it. If it is more hostile, you're correct. If I'm the one who props up the society, and you're more hostile to me, either I'm going to leave the society or I will correct it. But women can't do anything about it if it comes to men correcting it. You understand that?
Because of the force, like the disparity in, how, the biology of men and women. Yeah, I could give you that to you, totally. But the thing is, at the same time, I think you're not looking at it in the grander sense, where it's just not, half of the men there, half of the women there, and then they pit it against each other, right? It just doesn't work like that. And especially in a society such as yours, right? You would agree with me, because you have all, what do you call the people you don't like the most? The male feminists?
The male feminists?
Yeah, the liberals, yes.
I would argue they're outnumbered.
Antinatalists.
Yeah. I mean, everybody is pretty much.
Like your feminist man who wants like gender bathrooms and those type of things, they're likely outnumbered by your red-blooded mechanic who just wants to be left alone. He's more likely to ascribe to my side.
So
are they?
Can I ask a question?
Wait, is it great?
Well,
just a second. Wait. What? Like, I just want to, because you said you don't want to head towards a grape culture, right? You don't want that kind of society. And I would assume every other male, for the most part in your society, doesn't want that, right? So the only option left to you is then to just leave. Right.
No.
That's the. I mean, you. How do you
This is my
correct?
country, and I'll fight for it. And
Sure.
if other men don't like it, then they're going to be an obstacle in my way. But they're outnumbered, and they're not going to win.
But I mean, how do you correct women who decide? Okay,
They're at this point. I hate to sound this way, but
wait.
women are effectively fodder
Xenos.
if it comes to that.
Okay, Xenos wants to. Please, before you go,
I'm just responding.
Sorry,
Women are
apologies.
effectively fodder at that point. If it comes to a war, I'm not saying we should do anything to them, but they're at least not going to be able to end their babies' lives. Anyways, can Xenos?
Oh, I mean, if you guys want to keep going, that's fine.
Well, somebody had a question they wanted to pose to.
I had a question just for Mistia. It has to do with, because, Mistia and I go way back, by the way. We've had the antinatalist conversations a lot. But it really just comes down, like, when I've been hearing this discussion, why should, when we have 100 trillion unfunded liabilities, why should women who are antinatalists and not reproducing why should they be entitled to any of it?
That's a good question. That's a really effing question.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're effectively mooching right at this point.
Yeah. So why should we let you take any of that when, if it's unfunded and you want to be on your own, you should pay your own way and let those who are contributing to society not collapsing, right? Because you want society to collapse. So for those of us who want society to exist, we should make sure that they get protected. But you're on your own.
So to answer that, right? Those single childless women, right? When they were paying taxes for your crotch goblins, right? You did, or for their schoolings, right? Because they were contributing to that. That was okay, but somehow, it's not okay for them to be, correct me again if I'm wrong, like to collect pension in your society. You're saying you should be on your own, go get go
severely reduced. Maybe you get 25%, right? That'll be the okay.
But I thought that's how it worked anyhow. Like I mean,
so essentially, you want all the benefits without any responsibility.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point, Marie.
And it's unfunded. In other words, nobody's paying the tax for it. By the definition of unfunded means that it's like nobody's money is being set aside for it.
So if there's
it's done with the idea that future children will be working in order to fund your ass.
But you're basically you're using the future. But here's the thing: the difference. I think here's the thing I want to point out to what King Xenos is mentioning: the mechanism of it. You are people who are antinatalists who are likely not going to want to have any kids. They're getting to borrow against the people who do want to have kids future. Because remember, unfunded liability and how we pay for this system is we use the productivity of the next generation as collateral.
Yeah.
So you're saying, why should we allow you? King Xenos is saying, why should we allow you to take the helm of that if your entire intent is not only to mooch off of it, but crash it?
Yeah, so you're leveraging my children's future, and you don't want to have children. That's fine, but why do my children have to pay for you?
So the thing is, good question. So your kids, right, are not shackled to that, right? They can go and move to another country. That happens a lot. I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying, but there is no guarantee that your children. There was a guarantee that I paid for your children's, right? When they were in schooling, right? In schooling and public schooling and all that to fund all that. But what happens is when they grow up, they have the choice to then go anywhere in the world that they want to go to, right? There's no shackles. Like, correct me again, in your
country. They're the ones who are in charge, Miss Diaz. So, like, you're making it sound like you're the dictator, tyrannical source that says, "Oh, these young people are working; they can go someplace else." You understand that if they go, there's no one to fund your old ass. If women are 24% more likely to be dependent on entitlements than men.
But that's not what I said.
If these entitlements collapse,
your kids are leaving. They're leaving
if those
the country.
Entitlements collapse, why should they take care of you? They're going to take care of me, right? They love me. But why would they take care of you?
Because when they went to school, like, I don't know how many times, Xenos, I have to repeat this.
You understand they don't care. The entitlements collapsed. Right?
When they went to school, when they were children, did you pay 100% for
because we did private co-op.
I don't care about you personally. I don't care about you personally.
Are you saying because they benefited from society? Are you saying because they benefited from society, therefore they should?
From the,
wow.
Listen,
they
benefited from that said society. Now that
so you're saying they should have an inherent responsibility because they benefited from society to want to give back, but an antinatalist who doesn't have children doesn't feel the inherent responsibility to have children to fund society? Because you benefited from other people's children.
I mean, it sounds pretty close, Mestia.
You mischaracterized. Okay, so do you want to let me? Okay, just please. So what I'm saying is, you have a child, right? And I don't have a child. Like, I will, never reproduce. Okay, you have, 1 or 2 or 3 children. Okay, those children today, when they are like, and this is the thing that really gets to me, right? In your societies, that people would actually have children, and society would help them with that, because you can't pay 100% for your child. Can everybody take them to a private school where per month they pay? No, right? I happen to be from a society where I went to a private school. My parents had to pay every penny of my education when I was a kid, right? Yeah. So society didn't. They didn't say. Wait, just a sec. Xenos, please. Xenos.
Go.
Okay.
Go.
Your children, society is helping you raise. What is wrong with them giving back in the end?
Very little, by the way. You know the average cost of children is what, $300,000 for adults. Like, how much money do you think I'm getting for my children?
But I'm not talking about you personally. Maybe you're
versus how much it's cost. So here's the thing: is I'm paying the tax of raising my children, right? Which is going to be way more than your measly contribution to rearing them. So in the end, if you didn't also have your children and you paid your $300,000 per kid, right? Why should you get the same benefit as me?
Well, I think she's saying because the public roads, The public roads, the public education.
Schooling,
wow. Wow. This is like, in comparison to how much the parent contributes, you understand it's minuscule, right?
So in your society, like someone like Xenos, let's say,
well, in any society, go ahead.
No, okay. So other societies, parents pay 100%. They have to. They pay the schooling, they pay the food, they pay everything, right?
Let's say it's 95%
You don't,
here.
because a lot of people in your society, they are poor. They have children, so they have school lunches, they have public schooling, they have all kinds of benefits that they get, child benefits that they get monthly for the child. Do you understand?
Let's say it's 5% of the cost of child rearing is through entitlements. It's
more than that.
It's not that much.
It's really not.
It's more than that.
I mean, for people who are probably more poor, it's probably more, but like for a middle class, it's not as much.
Okay, then let's make it
0%.
Okay, why don't we make it 0?
Oh, you're making it harder for yourself. That's interesting.
Yeah, and then if you get old, like the childless person, you say to them, you care for yourself in your old age, and James, you take care of your crotch goblins, and then we'll leave it at that.
Crazy, calling kids crotch goblins.
You see, you already know this is going to happen.
Well, real quick, let me just
really. She had mother and daddy pay for her school, and now she wants society to continue paying for her at the end of the day.
No, I didn't rely on society like you, right? Like I wasn't sucking off. You're sucking off.
What's crazy, man? I never seen the side of Mestia. Mestia is going.
I bring it out in Mestia. We have a long history.
Okay. Well, let me just pause for a second and let's acknowledge some people in the chat.
So even though we're diametrically opposed.
Yeah, I see it. We're having a spirited conversation here, and it's a Linda, I think is how you say it, because comrades look out for other citizens. That's why others get financial assistance. Comrade. Ain't no damn commies over here.
Wait, what is it? What does she mean?
Comrade. It's like
I know, so she's saying communist.
Yeah, like Eastern Bloc ass ideology. It's like ain't nobody no comrade. They're just saying that I got a freaking alarm on my.
Yeah.
She's just saying that because like relying on the altruism of society. It's not how humans work. Humans don't work like that.
Cut all of that. Cut all of that.
You have to have systems that align with the incentive structure. You have to have systems that align with incentive, like biological incentive structures. You can't go against that.
Tit for tat, basically.
Yeah. And all the way, and you don't need to cut it because they're going to collapse anyway. Because the birth rates have collapsed so much that all of our entitlements, right? They'll either be reduced so much that they're basically non-existent, right? So you're going to be dependent whether you like it or not. Right?
It's not going to collapse. They're going to import people in as much as they
import them from where, Mestia?
Ooh.
Right?
Can I say this? Because King Xenos taught me, he had me looking at other birth rates. Import from where? Countries where other birth rates are bad? All the other birth rates are declining? That's like
countries that are much more traditional.
And once they get here, it's going to decline anyway. But I do see your point, Xenos and James. I do see your point. But all I'm saying with addressing the taxation issue, right? Yeah, it's unfair for a childless person to be sucking off of your children, right? That you put into, right? Okay, but I say the same. I don't want anything to do with your children, right? So let's all go indivially, separate, and let's separate.
That's great.
Separate how?
I'm actually okay with
separate. So we have a taxation.
You know what? If we could save the 5% that you contribute to my child rearing, then I would love to not have to pay for any of your Social Security or Medicaid.
Fair enough.
So if we just let all the antinatalists, 5% of our money just goes to funding like antenatal.
Zero.
Land?
How about zero? Just
antenatal
zero.
Disneyland.
And women are 24% more likely to depend on those than men. So it is.
Yeah, but that's what the society you created.
Entitlements is going to hurt women more than it hurts men.
Yeah, but that's the society you created, and this is the thing. Okay, I remember I came to your the first time I came to your live, James. I was asking you about this, whereas you raise your daughters a certain way, right? You rear your children a certain way, then somehow expect a different outcome. What I'm saying is you have a society, right, that you set up the way it is today, right? Don't rail against someone else. Like, don't point the finger at that individual, because it's actually the branch or the root is way longer if you actually follow that, right? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, you have the power, right? If you want, you say, I don't want to pay taxes for these childless females, right, women, right, well within your right. You should be able to vote because you're living in supposedly democratic country.
Democratic,
yeah. Democratic, yes, by all means, go for it. But what I'm saying is you are all interdependent and are intertwined so much. There are few high earners, yes, who maybe perhaps can be, and I really struggle how that would work out, but who pays, let's just say, who can kind of float. But the majority
when
of people
collapse, you don't have to. You're talking about voting for it. When a collapse happens, it's not voted in, right? It just right. And by the way, this is not a U.S. problem. Like most of the Western and Eastern world are mostly run by unfunded entitlements. So it's across Europe, it's North America, it's across all of Asia and East Asia, right? So
meaning okay.
So these societies are we have James mentioned 100 trillion just U.S. It's 370 trillion of unfunded liabilities worldwide. So it is a house of cards, and if the U.S. falls, other society there is no society. Right, that it's going to remain like intact if the U.S. falls. Right, we've globalized the economy with such where it would be an absolute worldwide reset once this childless makes all of our entitlements collapse.
But once they, it's kind of a rich. It's kind of you're reaching there to say that the world will collapse with the U.S.
Not a reach. How does the U.S. How does the world economy does not collapse with the U.S. collapsing?
Wasn't it there was recently that they wanted to have their own BRICS? Was it?
Yeah,
they wanted to, and
they're in the works
and there
to
was
doing
a
it, but they're not currently. They're in the works to do that, but that's not a goal that they've reached yet.
Yeah, but that's it. But the thing is, okay. So because there are who's standing, who's kind of shaking them, like saying, you can't really, standing in their way. But the thing is, here's the thing. You're saying you're headed for, collapse and this doom and gloom.
Worldwide.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not
economic. There'll be an economic reset. It's unavoidable at this
point.
Yeah,
there's going to be, I could agree with you, right? There's going to be reset and people have to, because right now as it stands, people are living completely independent and, something that doesn't resemble the way you're living, right? You would suffer much more because apparently the way you structured your society is such that you have a very complex society that's interdependent. Hence why you said there was this.
The people who would suffer most, Ms. Dia, right, are the people who are living like an antinatalist who lives completely independent of others and completely reliant on the state would be the person by definition who would suffer most.
So
those who have family units and tight communities that have people to look out for each other, right? Those are the ones like. If you're living near and close to people who are your previous generation and the next generation, that's the previous model of entitlement, right? Was family relations looking after each other, right? Or communities and churches.
But
so the person who's, go ahead, Ms. Dia.
Yeah, but you said about who are going to survive is like tight knit communities. Do you realize that as by and large today your society that is not in existence?
Yeah.
It's not in existence.
It's less than it was. There's less cohesion, but there's still even like the conservative migrants who come here, they're like that.
No, but what I mean is American by the nature is more on the individualism side than the collective.
Yeah. So who's less individualistic? Me, because I have children. So if all entitlements collapsed and everyone, and I'm too old to get my own resources, who's going to take care of me?
Let's hope your children.
Right, they'll have a room in the house for me, right? Just like they did in previous generations. But if you're antinatalist, right, and all of a sudden the world collapses, right? Whose room are you going to stay in? Who's going to look after you if you can't take care of yourself?
Okay, so you're assuming that everyone who has children, by the way, is somehow well, there was the ball.
We're just argument. This is argument for probability, not everybody. This argument for probability.
A lot of people don't have a good relationship with their children, right?
Yeah, but most of them will, compared to an antinatalist who might not have kids at all. It's just an argument.
Yeah. Okay. So antinatalist doesn't have anyone, you would say, right? Because they don't have any children. Okay, so in that scenario, then what would they do? What would happen to them?
There's no safety net. They'd be cooked. There's the people with families who look at them from outside. They'd be hungry.
So no, okay. So don't people work in their youth? Don't people save up?
Yeah, but the more society
we have
becomes
the least
less
amount of savings in history because people are more reliant on entitlements than ever. Right? If you go back to before Social Security in the U.S., right, it was only 10% of people didn't have enough to retire. So they created a solution for those 10%. It's now like 60 to 70% of people outside of Social Security don't have enough. So people have gone from being fairly self-reliant on themselves and their community makeups to now being wholly reliant on entitlements that are all unfunded. And by the way, women 24% more likely to be fully dependent on those than men. So if they go away, we are not in a position like we were in the past to suddenly go back to being self-sufficient.
So you're saying basically that like in this new society with all the technologies, I mean, first, are you suggesting those technologies wouldn't exist, or I mean,
no, I mean, it's cyclical collapses. I mean, you could go back to the Great Depression, right? There's only 100, less than 100 years ago, right? It's not ancient history. Right, we still had a lot of advancement. Right, the cycles happen, and we just have a massive bloated cycle that's been expanded by unfunded entitlements, and it's spread globally.
But Mestia,
right, so the collapse will be pretty.
You're laissez-faire. You should know this stuff.
No, but what I'm saying, I'm more leaning towards that. I said more than anything, right? Like,
well, that's good. The economic argument is probably the cleanest route to red pilling. Well, not red pilling, but just kind of like. I mean,
sorry, go ahead. Please.
Well, I wanted to acknowledge some people in the chat here. Brian, and I don't know how to pronounce your name. It's Alinda. I don't know how to pronounce your name, madam. What are you guys arguing about? Why don't y'all come up and argue this? And Jason, the vast majority of people would not have sufficient savings. Yeah, I would agree. People tend to lean on entitlements are going to be more affected if those entitlements get stripped from them. It's like people on EBT, there would be riots in the damn street. It would be complete chaos if people don't get EBT or food stamps. There'd probably be another summer riot, summer of love in 2020.
Even during the Civil War and during the American Revolution, a lot of businesses were disrupted and trade routes, had to be rerouted. We couldn't, like say in the American Revolution, we couldn't trade with Britain anymore. And so, or the West Indies. So we had to go through other trade routes, let's say with France, but that was blockaded. A lot, especially in our economy now, there is a no disruption system where everything from the grocery stores to clothes and retail stores, everything comes on time with a set date. It's expected.
There's this extreme margin for error, or extremely small margin for error.
Right. And so in a societal collapse, all of those benefits and such would go away immediately. People thought the BLM riots like during 2020 was bad. I mean, it was bad, but our economy then was kind of shaky. People thought it was like almost the end of the world. At least we had Wi-Fi and still, places running. And a total societal collapse, all of that is gone. We're basically SOL.
It's Till Alinda. Why you make it so complimented? And you made it look like some Da Vinci Code ass font. It's a cool name. It's Till Alinda. Gomes, Jason, thanks for coming up. Have you been here before, right?
Not for too long. But
are you over 18?
I've kind of popped in a couple of times. What I think.
Are you over 18, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I feel like as we've kind of strayed further and further from nature, we get into the weeds in these systems that are designed to basically shift responsibility away from ourselves. And so if you have a close relationship with nature, you can provide mostly everything that you need directly from the earth itself. But we've kind of evolved into these like zoo-like systems. And from that, you're relying on other people, and from other people being immediate family and friends, it starts translating further and further and further away until you're talking about people that don't even exist. And I think that it's naive to believe that other people that don't even exist, that you're not related to, should be supporting you and should be providing everything that you need because you have voluntarily, either by way of avoiding or by not having the necessary knowledge to actually sustain yourself. And so it's kind of funny to me that you have somebody that's arguing like, well, I don't want kids and kids are just crotch goblins, but they should also be responsible for me. Well, how should they look at you if you look at them as crotch goblins?
Precisely.
Mystia, oof.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, what was the last question?
That was the most scathing part.
Yeah.
Sorry,
How should these people that you call crotch goblins, how should they look at you?
How should they look at me?
Right.
Because you sound like Karl Marx right now. You sound like Karl Marx. Basically, like all these people are bad, and I'm just gonna mooch off of society.
Wait a minute. I explained to you already. I'm not sure why you didn't hear what I said earlier.
I'm not saying you're communist or Marxist. I'm saying you act like him because he had kind of like a disdain for people he felt entitled to help him in his personal life.
That's crazy. But what I'm saying is, and that's not how I came across. I explained it, I think, twice already. Your kids benefited from me when I was working. Now, in my old age, your kids, right? I would benefit
from them. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. How did they benefit from you while you were working?
Okay, so let me ask you. And again, okay, I'm not in the US, right? So I'm not well versed in how you guys work, but I have somewhat of an idea, and you will correct me. Isn't it that today, if you have a kid, right, you are not sending, like, I'm going to assume the average person, right? They are not sending that child to a private school whereby they pay 100% of their education. They pay everything 100% for them.
Yeah, it's safe to say that a majority of kids,
it's safe to say that a majority of municipality taxes, you pay property taxes, you pay sales taxes, which goes towards funding schools.
Yeah, it's safe to say that a majority of kids are in public schools.
Misty, I just looked up the stat. It says it's less than 10% of the cost of child rearing come through government entitlement and fees.
So does that mean that we should cover 10% of the cost of your living? And that you would cover the balance, the 90%?
Yeah, so it's $300,000 cost. Only about 30,000 comes from that. And people are also paying themselves. So some of that is just them paying and getting back their own money.
Okay, so I will, you know what? I'll make it easier, Jason, right? Make it even much easier. You pay for your crotch goblin 100%, and I fund my old age 100%. Is that like a better idea for you?
That would be a much better
not going to let that happen.
Exchange. But the thing about it is that's not what you're suggesting.
That's exactly what I was suggesting. I think you want to like waffle. Like at this point, we're waffling because I'm saying, hey, you want to have kids, and if you have a problem with them funding me in my old age,
the vast majority of people pay for their children. The people that aren't paying for their children are single mothers.
You couldn't afford,
or single parents. Yes.
Okay. Outside of those,
struggle financially because they have children. That's a thing. But it doesn't mean that they're not paying for
it's
them.
Less than 10% of the cost of raising children comes through these things. So it's
a nominal like EBT, and a lot of that is for single parents. People that are actually in stable, successful nuclear families are not being funded by the government for having children.
Their children go to public school. Sorry.
You pay taxes. That pays for public school. So if you're living in an area and you're paying the taxes, the vast majority of the taxes that are paid for both purchases are made by families because families purchase more. So they're spending more money. They pay more in taxes. They also tend to be homeowners more significantly than people that are single. So you're paying more in property taxes. You're paying more in all these different forms of taxes, which are designed. That's the reason why not all schools have the same level of funding.
So you
juxtapose some areas are poor.
You juxtapose that with the antenatal side, which is to not reproduce. So you're less likely to have a family, less likely to own a home, more likely to rent, they're less likely to contribute to the municipal taxes in the area, etc.
Well, and beyond that, you're saying that you were benefiting these children that are directly that, so there's some sort of entitlement. But here's the thing about it: if there aren't schools and there aren't these things that allow for the continuation of society, roads, institutions for maintaining water, power, sanitation, all these things, it's like that requires education. That requires an investment from the government to not just sustain.
But who's the government, though? Who's the government, Jason?
It's a collection of individuals that
No,
have been
I'm saying
assigned the role.
but who's giving them money? Where are they getting where does the government get their money from?
From the people?
Printed from a printing press
Well,
that they're
are you talking
allowed
about
to print off a certain amount of money because of there's a certain collateralized fund. So like all international monetary funds do is they say your country has a certain credit rating based on the average production of wealth of your individual citizens. Like in the United States, you have a social security number. A social security number is way, way back to like Roman empires where people that were slaves were considered socially secured assets. So you have an international monetary fund that gives you a line of credit that's in direct relationship to the actual financing capability of your nation.
Human capital as collateral.
Economically is defined as a credit score collectively.
So it's human capital as collateral, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what then? If that is like, I mean, you made a good case. So why can't you pay 100%? Not you personally, I'm talking in your society, right? Why can't everybody who has a child pay for that child 100%?
I mean,
because it's in the best interest of the state to propagate itself for the well-funding of things like police, hospitals, and infrastructure.
No, here's the thing. Sorry, I'm not talking about that, though.
Here's the problem. Here's the elephant in the room, Mestia. You guys couldn't. We could. You guys could not. Yeah. The antinatalist position couldn't fund all the systems that they benefit from. How on the other end, if anyone could, it would be the family makers who could.
Yeah, but the whole point.
Why would we restructure society to be around antinatalists who won't be around anyway? So the point is,
That's what I'm saying.
We need a society with people who are having children to fund the next generation for the next year. So we're worried long term about solving these problems, Ms. Dia, right? But you're really not. You're really just trying to mooch off it to have as much comfort as you can. And honestly, if it collapses, the kids are probably going to look at you and go, "Hey, we need to decide who gets and who doesn't." And those who didn't contribute to society by having kids, sorry, they're going to vote and say, sorry, you're on your own. Hopefully you saved up enough money and resources to take care of yourself, because we're looking out for those of us who are related to us or those who are propelling the next generation of society first. You guys are last on the list.
Well, I don't expect, it would be ridiculous for someone who's, childless to expect your child to care for them, right? Just as it would be ridiculous for me to care about your child, right? Like in my working years, like, I mean, you take care of like 100% of your child, right? All of it, every
so I
one
covered
of
about
you.
99% probably.
How about 100%? How about 100%?
Okay, but
I don't think you would be okay though.
As soon as you sign up to not do your to sign away those unfunded liabilities, right? I'll gladly pay you back the 1%. Right. So
how about you pay 100%? Because it will be with interest.
Let's do it at the same time, Ms. Diaz. Sign away. It's time to sign away your rights to your unfunded liabilities, and I will pay that extra $3,000 that I probably got.
I
out
don't
of
live
not
in
funding
this
my
thing. But
own
how
taxes.
do they do that? How would they do? Like you said, sign away, because that's already been spent on your children, right?
And
there are people let's say. Sorry, there are people who are benefiting from, let's say, people in your who had.
So when there's no children and these are unfunded, what do you think is the next step? Right. So right now we have a bunch of the entire society got all of these like baby boomers about to leave the working force, and there's not children to replace them. Right. We're going to either have to inflate away or reduce entitlements. It's the only option, right? Or inflate it away. So when that happens, right, what are they going to decide? Who's going to get less? Everybody's going to get less, but
I mean.
Well, I want to interject here. Someone on YouTube said a radical leftist who won't fix anything. Now, I wouldn't say that she's a radical leftist, but do you want to respond to that at all on the YouTube side?
Oh, I didn't know you were actually on YouTube, like streaming there too. But I don't live in the U.S. Thankfully. I mean, but I don't know what exactly what a leftist would believe. I don't think I sound like a leftist.
Antinatal.
Well, antinatalist is not a leftist position, actually.
What are you talking about?
Pretty much is exclusively leftist position.
No, but the thing is, so the whole world is becoming then leftist. Is that what you're saying? Because the birth rate is declining. Is that
the entire world is becoming less conservative? Conservative is literally conserving
lefties is what you were talking about.
As it is.
Lefties.
Mistia, you're 3x likely to have children, right? If you are conservative or religious, than if you identify yourself as leftist or feminist.
Damn.
So it is heavily weighted, right? To
maybe in your
children.
society, I don't know. Maybe
Man,
in your
society, quit trying to cope. Where you at? Where you at, Messia?
Canada. She keeps saying
you're
it's
in
different
Canada.
Society.
You act like Canada's some bastion.
You guys are you have more unfunded entitlement percentages than we do.
If anybody's cooked, is y'all. Y'all might be cooked before us.
Well, I feel this all stems from the fact that it's somehow a fetish for a man to reject sex from a woman. That's just on a date. I just found that interesting.
What do you mean?
Sorry, fetish? What?
Well, because this whole conversation started from the fact that somehow it's oppressive or a disadvantage if a man rejects sex on the first date and wants to court a woman.
Well, we were talking about courting because it was in the context of how is dating revolve around courting. I'm not sure if Messi was making the point that it would be bad for anyone.
Well, earlier, for example, when you argued, we could go back to a system like that and stuff, when she asked about the chaperones, then afterwards, after the chaperone comment, she was just saying that, that just seems a little backwards, and not only that, but that seems like a disadvantage, which I just found comical. It's like, okay, so a feminist doesn't want men to sexualize her, but at the same time, if you don't sexualize her, then for some reason that's also oppressive. It's like Schrodinger's feminist, essentially.
Oh.
So in your society, in your society, right? It would, because what he was saying, I was replying to was
Mistia. It's our society, okay? Wherever the U.S. goes, Canada's going to, okay? You're just a small hat on top of the U.S. economy, okay? We move the border up 50 miles. It includes 85-90% of the Canadian population, right? You are out, you try to act separate, but you're us, okay? Whatever happens to us happens to you too.
So you made a bold assumption there, that somehow that I am actually rooted in Canada. But okay, but it was a nice one though. The thing is, when I told you, right, that I was based in Canada, that was in a private conversation setting. I didn't know that you were gonna use it against me.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
He's not really talking about you personally. We're just talking about just the state, because you didn't mention Canada.
51st state.
Can I address the
but in
courting?
North America.
Can I address what was said about courting?
Yeah, chauvinist.
Hey, what's going on? Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah. So, I see that a lot of women are trying to push more towards this. They use a lot of traditionalist terminology, such as courting, celibacy, not giving into lust. But these are women that obviously were not celibate, don't understand courting whatsoever, and have definitely fell into lust. If anything, they're drowning in it. And they know the only way they can get out of it is to pretend to be, the Virgin Mary. That's why a lot of them are claiming to be something they're definitely not. And courting has nothing to do with most of these women are experiencing by men. Men are starting to mitigate risk to even laying down with you or even letting you know where they live. So it's not that you're being courted, it's that you're not trusted. Whereas women who are actually courted, the women that are actually courted are the ones that are basically not spending time alone with the man. He actually wants to spend time with her and her family. Basically, if you're spending alone time with that person, it's because they're not trying to court you.
I think that's a good indicator of interest. If a guy is really willing to spend time with you around
Your family.
Yeah, family. If he just wants you isolated in your apartment with him, it's not a good indicator.
Yeah, you're not being courted, and most of these women don't even understand that. They will say that a man is courting them when they're like 40 years old and have like 2 kids from another man. It's like, no, that's not what courting is.
I think what's going on is go ahead, Mary.
But that's an exception.
Well, a lot of
There's
women
no
are
exceptions.
A lot of women are attempting to.
Martha Washington.
A lot of women though are attempting
Diana,
to like.
But those are rare exceptions, and plus they were wealthy on their own too. They were valuable women.
But exceptions to the rules doesn't mean the rules change.
The reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because what is a tendency that I have noticed is women kind of turning or trying to co-opt these values without the virtue.
Exactly.
Precisely.
Yeah, I agree with him. For example, I just use them as an example. It's like people like to look at those women, for example, as like, hey, if they can do it, I can do it too. But it's like, again, but you're not Martha Washington. You're not Princess Diana. You're not a high value woman, for example, who are in those positions in politics. You're just an average woman. Like,
question: what was
Hold
high value
hold
about
on.
Princess Diana, though?
Yeah, exactly. Didn't she cheat on her husband?
No, I mean
mother
she was
of the
divorced.
King,
She was
wife of the then Prince of Wales,
No.
member of the world's most preeminent royal family. Like she had a lot
wasn't.
going on for her.
I mean,
No,
don't get me
she didn't.
wrong. She
She
was
was a
very
single mother.
altruistic in a way, but yeah, her son
She had 2
looks
kids.
nothing like. Yeah, one of her sons looks nothing like the father.
All right.
Yeah, Prince Harry.
Regarding the infidelity, someone in the chat is saying Martha Washington was crazy. Give me Abigail Adams. I'm not sure who.
Wait, who was Martha Washington? George Washington's wife?
Yes, that was George Washington.
She's not a great example of a high value woman. When George Washington, check this out. When George Washington was on his deathbed, you know what he told his wife to do?
No way. That's what did he say?
He said, whatever you do not free my slaves. And as soon as he passed, what did she do? And the reason why I know this is because some MAGA guy goes, Martha Washington is the greatest wife ever. And I was like, why? And then when he told me that, I was like, how is she the greatest wife? She disobeyed her husband's last dying wish. Like, how is that great? Like, I get it. I get morally in a sense, but if you disobey your husband, so the 2 examples that you gave are not even high value.
George Washington was a genius, and he knew that she would be the opposite of whatever he said.
I'm referencing like a political sense, for example, like because they were. Martha's case, she was the wife of the president, Princess Diana. She was the mother of future king. And so even Donald Trump pursued her. A lot of wealthy men in the world try to go after her. But again, not every woman is going to be Princess Diana or Empress Josephine for that matter, who is another case like that.
But what would they benefit from her? What would they get from her?
Yeah, exactly.
For
She's a
being,
single
like,
mother.
Influence, prestige,
Yeah, but usually men are not trying to marry up like that. It's not as aristocratic as it used to be.
Exactly.
And
the people that are interested in royal families are certainly interested in that kind of attention.
Yeah, but
It's still in my regard, and I get another reference I could take also Jacqueline Kennedy as well. Like after her husband died, unfortunately, other men try to pursue her. Most notably Aristotle, who already had a girlfriend, but she's like, you know what? He's gonna take care of me. I'm fine with it. Let's do it. So he dumped his old girlfriend, to get with Jackie because she was the wife of the former president. That prestige and power, that notoriety is very, very convincing for people.
Yeah, but Jackie was next to her husband when his brains got splattered. I mean, that's a whole different. Why are we even trying to find examples of women? What is it being courted? These women are not being courted.
Let's try and make it more regarding like something we can observe in every day.
What I would say when you're talking about courting, it has to do with the actual root word court, which is to say, like, to find judgment. So when you're courting somebody, the entire idea is that you actually want to observe them. You're not pursuing them. You're actually wanting to observe them, observe their interactions with people, observe their interactions with their family, observe their public interactions to actually determine the quality of the person. It's not just like, oh, I want to date you or I want to sleep with you. It's not a pursuing activity. It's an observational thing, which is the reason why, like, courting, like, you didn't kiss, you didn't hug, there was no physical intimacy. because the entire point was you're trying to understand who a person is. And most of
Precisely.
these people are not being courted because people aren't trying to understand who they are. They're just trying to get something from them.
Yeah, they're not
I would
trying
say
to
both.
marry.
They're trying to bump
I would
It's
say
uglies.
like if you went to court and they wanted to find somebody guilty, they just really wanted to fuck somebody.
I would say it was both. In the cases for those women specifically, it was both. It was
Ouch,
yeah,
but
I totally
yes.
agree. Not only with the positions and influence they came with, but also the way they behaved, the way that they conducted themselves around not just their husbands, but around the public. Richard Nixon, for example, is a good, good indicator I could think of, where he said that for a man to be in politics, he has to choose the right wife because how she acts, how she is, she can bring the man to the people in ways that he can't. So I totally agree with you on that aspect and such.
I mean,
Well, let's just
I don't
bring it
wanna-
back to courting. Do you guys think courting
yeah.
and dating are incompatible? I would argue that they likely have. They could be supplementary. This isn't to say that you should be. So I'll give an example. When it comes to dating, let's just say you like someone, you've observed someone, you think they're cool, then at work you end up going to lunch with them. That would be considered a date. Now, are you going to their house after, or are you going for a night on the town on drinks? That's not what I'm talking about. It's just more of
I
like
think it's based on the intention. Because like a date is just a meeting of two or more people, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
if you're
two
if you're
people agree
dating,
to a
it's like
date as a
you're
romantic
meeting two
context.
people to go and spend time together. Courting is there's an intention behind it.
Yeah.
That's specific.
Okay.
Yeah, I had no idea what those examples were of courting. It honestly didn't make any sense, and I'm glad we discussed it because now you know a little bit more about Princess Diana and Martha Washington. But other than that, I would say that most of these women are not being courted. If anything, they have to be courted because their fathers are actually interacting with their boyfriend. So it's more of the younger generation, or if an older man wants to date a younger girl, right? Now when I say younger girl, I mean like 18 to 24.
Right.
That's definitely going to be under her father's rules, most likely, right? So he's not interacting with her because he wants to be alone with her. He's interacting with her because he sees her as a potential wife. If you see someone as a potential wife and someone you want to have children with, you're not going to think of them just for schmacks.
Right.
A lot of this hookup culture, it's really ruining anything that's close to courting, and dating itself is very modern because they didn't date back then. They didn't try to keep these women alone and isolated from their families. If anything, they wanted to spend time with them and let the family know, like, hey, look, I'm going to take care of your daughter.
I don't have any ill intentions. I'm not trying to do anything nefarious or advantageous to myself. I'm trying to let my intentions be clear and out in the open, as
Right.
opposed to concealed.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more than just, hey, I'm interested in you. Let's see. It involved also their families in particular. They're, a man investing a time and energy into a woman. It's not just, like you said, it's not just because of schmexual reasons. It's because he genuinely likes her, genuinely wants to build a life with her. And as such, he wants to see how she is, like who she is truly, aside from just, physical aspects. Because someone could be the most beautiful woman in the world, but if she's a harbinger of negativity, of cruelty, and just an unstable,
Or
chaotic
a
mess, then
harbinger
no
of
man's
meat.
gonna really want that.
A
Yeah.
harbinger of meat.
Yeah.
Now-
Yeah.
A harbinger means someone who
No, I'm
is.
saying a harbinger of meat. Like she brings about the meat wherever she goes.
Oh.
She attracts the meat.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
So
I
I
would
like
argue
looking
then
into those
it
women.
seems like
Yeah.
feminism is probably one of the biggest culprits of causing this this shift, because what it effectively created is a deregulation of the marketplace on multiple fronts, from
Probably.
promoting women leaving the home, which is a consequence of them getting apartments to basically have a den of lust and a way
Yeah.
that they can be away from their dad. Their dad's kind of like shame. Because my daughter, I would just observe, as I think about, if I found out my daughter was doing shit like sleeping around and busting all kinds of nuts, I'd be like, I'm not funding your college. I'm probably not even gonna go to your wedding at this point. you might be able to. I'd be very close to disowning such a woman. So it's like, it makes sense why women don't want to do that in their parents' home. They kind of want to get their first apartment, try men out like gloves. But that's the first problem when it comes to this economic autonomy. The second issue is with the economic autonomy, because it's really focused around separating the family. The second thing is birth control and how that affects the woman's incentives. So we could just start with abortion, because if a woman knows that no matter what can happen, in the back of a woman's head, oftentimes women know, if things go bad, I can at least end the kid. If some of them don't view that as a moral option, true, but a lot of women do. And it often informs how they date. It informs the type of men that they'll have standards for, and the amount of time that they'll allow themselves to waste in dating, and the amount of standards that they'll hold out for themselves on who they'll date. Because it's kind of like, is anybody a Christian here?
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
It's when you weren't saved, you're like, I'll get around to it, right? I'm just going to sin for a little bit. It's kind of like the same thing. You have like a moral or ideal that you want to reach, but you just put it back because you know you have time or some type of device that will allow you to revel for a bit. It's the same type of
youth
mind state. Yeah, like I'm young. Yeah, I'm young. I don't have to, or my dad's going to bail me out if I go to jail. It's the same type of behavior.
Right.
So it's sexual liberation. But here's the worst part. Because as you're saying that women are going to, why would women agree to this? There's no consequence. There's literally no consequence. You remove all the incentives, the negative incentives. Like, you can get pregnant. You could be a social pariah. You might not have enough money.
It would be just like how much more crime would happen in society if it was legal to kill the person that you committed the crime against. And if you killed them before they got to court, then there was no punishment whatsoever.
Right. It's like a complete distortion of
You're
incentives.
like, I burglarized that house, but it doesn't matter because the owner's dead. Because I killed them before they could do anything about it. And therefore, no crime was committed because the person that it was committed against doesn't exist.
I mean, it
and
sounds
as soon as I killed them,
like
they lost
ABs.
all their rights.
It kind of sounds like ABs to me. I was watching this video, and this lady was like, she made like this physical diagram, and she brought the baby in this canal. She's like, not a human being, not a human being, not a human being. Okay, now you get rights. I was like, it's pretty sad. Go ahead.
Yeah, my take on all this is that for me, if a woman does all of those sexual things, like OF, for example, or, sexual promiscuity, I'm like, you know what, whatever. However, what I've noticed, especially in that conversation with, I guess, Mistia, for example.
Bonnie, you need to go to sleep. Bonnie.
Yeah.
Go to sleep. Water,
oh, goodness.
Water, thanks for the follow. But Bonnie, thanks for coming.
Oh, goodness.
Go ahead, Maria. Or Marie.
No, yeah, sure. That's fine. Yeah, so what I've noticed is that kind of like what you were saying as well, it's these women want to have the benefits of, having as many many partners as they can without any consequence. They want all of those benefits without the responsibilities. And that comes with, sexual promiscuity. They want to have, those intercourses, but they also don't want to get pregnant. They're scared of, having a kid, for example. They're scared of taking that responsibility, so then they end the kid's life. And then they'll shame men because of that. It's like, well, you shouldn't have sex with us to begin with. You should treat us like human beings. Well, under the same breath, kind of what you were just arguing for as well. You were arguing that, hey, maybe we should go back to our courting system where, back in the day, how it operated. And I would notice feminists, they have
sounds like Handmaid's Tale. Maybe they'll say it sounds like the Handmaid's Tale.
They just have like a problem with that at the same time. It's like, wait a minute. It's like, so you're choosing to treat me like a human being or a potential wife and not a sexual object? That puts me at a disadvantage. How dare you? And I noticed Mistia was also using those same arguments. And I just think it's hilarious that at the end of the day, it's usually men that get blamed for it regardless. You don't have sex with her, there's something wrong with you. You're rejecting her. They don't like that. They don't like they don't like the fact that they're the ones not in control of that. They want to be the ones that, they want to reject you, for example. They want all that autonomy, but God forbid if it's switched around, they can't handle the rejection.
Well, ultimately, it's not about autonomy. It's more about this different way that they want to regulate the market. They want to use different tactics to do that. They want to use the state. They want to use shaming. It's not really any different than how other political or ideological frameworks work around how they use the state. It's just that they want to feign that it's about the freedom to choose.
Rights or something.
I just read a quote from Betty Friedan. She was like, women shouldn't even be allowed to. It was either Dubois or Betty Friedan, who was saying women shouldn't even be allowed to be mothers because they're going to naturally choose this. It would be a natural obstacle against trying to remove the patriarchy. Like, they really don't want this. This is
natural selection.
If you look at the pyramid,
fair, who knows what women want nowadays?
A lot of the feminists are at the bottom of this pyramid, but if you look at the actual movement and the origin and the real intent of the philosophers, it's so much darker, but they just allow a lot of the useful idiots because they're just less initiated than the people who actually understand their own philosophy, the feminist philosophy.
So with courting, right? Fathers would get involved on who gets to date their daughters or marry their daughters, I would say, right? A lot of women are proving that they can't make this decision on their own because most of them are I would say half of marriages and then divorce, and most are initiated by the female. But wait a minute, when he proposed to you, you said you do. So all of a sudden you changed your mind. And if anything, they should definitely have family involved with choosing their partners for life. I don't like to use the word partner because I feel like it's not even 50-50.
It doesn't make it gay, but I get what you mean. But here's interesting.
Their spouses.
Look what Cascadian said in the chat. Women want men who are not physically and emotionally abusive. Here's my hot take. Women respond to emotionally abusive men. Here's how. The more you run game on women and the more insecure, the more you run game on insecure women and emotionally manipulate with them, the more they will respond and sleep with you. That is emotional manipulation. They respond. They don't want emotionally. They don't want emotionally stable men. They want men that are aloof, that have dark traits that might maybe skew towards narcissism. Not to clinically diagnose them, but to skew towards certain sociopathic traits. They like those men and they give up the guts for those type of men. They like that type of stuff. That's what they respond to. It's not. But here's the thing: women are not going to say this because it doesn't make them look nice. Same way how women like to save face. They don't like to confront. They like to fake how they actually look. They don't like to admit some of the darker things about themselves out in public.
I think that has more to do with the fact that women tend to be more emotional than men. Men tend to be more clinical in the way that they observe the world and people. Like, women always want to see the better aspects of people, which allows for tighter knit communities, and men tend to see more clinically, more logistically. It's the reason why, if you look at STEM fields, there's more men, because it's focused around things and not people. And if you look at fields where there's people involved, it tends to be heavily dominated by women because it's more about community and empathy and interconnection. And so when you have people that are Machiavellian, that understand how to emotionally manipulate people, they're going to be successful, because it's just like anything else. If you're a convincing liar, then it seems like you're not lying. And so that's the reason why having a father figure involved is important, because it's like a coach and coaching a professional athlete. Even if you're a professional athlete, having somebody look at the situation from the outside in is always going to provide a different perspective.
Yeah, and having a mediator is important, because look at what Cascading's saying. Women keep holding to your higher standards for a partner. Okay, interesting. So a higher standard is what these gentlemen are talking about, how the men, they went to their dad to make sure he was a safeguard, a hound, a junkyard dog to protect his girl, his daughter. Damn near willing to go to force men to be in a shotgun marriage to say this is how high a price I'm gonna make on you men who are even attempting to disrespect my daughter, to now all it takes is mojitos and making her laugh like 3 times and she's already in bed with you. That's not a high standard at all. That's an inversion of standards. You don't know what you're talking about. And this guy says, how do you know what women want? You're a fool to think if you listen to women that you'll get to know what they want. You have to look at what they respond to and how they act. It's clear you don't know.
Earlier, for example.
It's clear you don't know. You never dealt with women. I'm not trying to brag, but like, I used to be a degenerate, so I know exactly what the hell I'm talking about.
That's what I was talking about earlier when it comes to like, this whole dating thing. You want to be traditional. You want to treat her not like a piece of meat, but as an actual woman worthy of pursuing, they have a trouble with
they will walk over you. You don't know how quickly they're going to walk over you.
Yeah, she has to respect herself for you to even give her any, to be honest. And most of these women don't understand what respect even is. That's why they want men who disrespect them. If anything, yeah.
I just go ahead and finish your thought. I want to let Melissa chime in because I know we've been talking about women for at least 5 minutes now.
Yeah. So if anything, I know this sounds crazy, but society's becoming so demoralized and desensitized that guys are not even flirting with girls anymore. They're using like violence and threats to actually get them excited. And I know this sounds insane, but fear is an aphrodisiac to these women today.
We're gonna let that one air out. We're gonna let that one air out.
I live as a woman in society. And
I'm not so sure that women want to be like
beat
beat upside the head like at a parade, but I will say this whole Minotaur novel situation where the women are like going to be dominated by like these werewolves and freaking 50 Shades
it's
of
a
Grey ass.
hybrostophilia, attraction to danger. A lot of these women are into that.
God, have
also,
you ever
I would
touched
say
a boob?
hypergamous. That makes no
Melissa,
sense.
go ahead, Melissa. What you got to say? A lot has been said.
That's a
Two
very
things.
immature
I
response.
exist as a woman in the world, and I'm telling you right now, there is no lack of men flirting at all.
All right,
None
but how
of them
about
are
this,
trying to
Melissa?
club me upside the
Do
head.
you acknowledge that women?
Second,
Melissa, do you acknowledge that there's a lot of women that like bad boys? A lot.
young women.
Okay,
yeah,
well, these
for
are the
sure.
young women who are
Only
who don't
young
have
women?
much standards. Well, how and what are you talking
not
about young?
only,
We're talking about
but-
of dateable age, like from 18 to 35. Would that be considered young?
I am talking complete prefrontal cortex
Oh,
development.
here we go with this shit.
Oh,
You
God.
know.
Oh my god!
All right, so
Please
then-
don't do that.
So then
here.
from 18 to 15, let's just grant it. Let's just tie our hands behind our backs, guys.
25 to 30
Okay, so-
is when.
Who told you that 25 to 30 is the development of the prefrontal cortex?
Fully developed.
Okay,
scientists.
so you should, if you know so much about the brain, then you know when it starts to deteriorate.
Your brain is a muscle. If you don't work it, it deteriorates.
No. The brain usually starts to deteriorate at what age? Like on average. There is an average, of course.
There is an average, but it's not.
But you don't know
dependent
it.
on age.
Okay,
it's dependent
so-
on lifestyle. It's dependent on.
No. Average.
Usage.
Average
It's dependent
means
on a lot of things.
it's not a case by case basis. It's an
Up to
average. So the brain
35-year-old,
starts
35-year-old.
Like a general thing.
Golly,
Yeah.
man.
So you mean to
you
tell
think
me
the
that
brain
your brain
starts to-
fully develops at 25 just so it can deteriorate 10 years later?
That sounds about right for reproductive age. Yeah.
But okay, yeah, for women, absolutely. But you do understand that
Oh,
when it comes to
no.
the deterioration of the brain, that means your brain's no longer developed to its greatest potential. And if it starts to deteriorate, then should those people date as well? So people that are 36 to
I mean,
55
I'm saying that they
date?
should date.
What are you
so
saying about the
why do people
prefrontal
always put
cortex?
words
Because
in my mouth?
because they say that
Ma'am,
girls
ma'am,
mature.
When people
Oh, sorry.
ask you questions, they're not putting words in your mouth. They're trying to understand if they're trying to get you to clarify your position. So if people ask you, it's because they're generally trying to make sure they understand your position. This is not to say that you're saying things.
Yeah. So when they say that girls mature faster than boys, are they not saying that women develop? Well, girls, I would say, not women, but girls mature faster than boys. What do you think they mean by that?
what do I think they mean by that? I think that
Well, you
societal
would probably argue that as well,
expectations on
right?
girls is a
That
lot
girls.
higher for girls from a younger age than it from boys. I can tell you, as a mother, I have 3 sons and 1 daughter, and they all develop pretty similarly when you expect the same things out of them.
This is
girls tend
complete.
to-
This is anecdote. This is anecdote cope, ma'am.
So the girls start to become nurturing before boys start becoming protectors and providers. And if anything, when we were kids, girls always wanted to play house. We just wanted to flip rocks over and play with bugs.
Yeah, I just wanted to blow things up. Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
Hey, TikTok. I don't mean it. You know, just like
Also,
with toys.
like flipping rocks and blowing things up and
But-
playing
but-
sports
but
and all of
you-
that.
you-
A
you're
lot of
using
it
your own-
is societal
okay.
expectation. Is my point.
The
You
the
can't-
lean
nature
the
versus
lean
Your
road
nurture
thanks
point
for the
was
is
an
follow.
thing
anecdote.
for a reason.
That was
Ma'am.
your point. Your
Ma'am.
point was an anecdote.
Do you think most?
You're just making blanket statements
Okay.
without any factual basis to back it
But
up.
you're using personal
I'm giving you an
experience to
example that
define
disproves
society.
it
But
in
you're
order
using
to
personal
prove-
experience to define society. That's not how this works. If anything, a blanket
Well, you're
statement
just
would
using
actually
your
apply.
opinion
La
to define
Perla.
society.
Thanks for the follow.
I'm not the only person that says girls mature faster than boys. You've probably said this yourself.
Yeah, that's another generalization that
I-
you don't. That doesn't bother you, does it, Melissa? Jason, go on.
It's a generalization, and I'm saying that it's not based on facts.
Okay.
It's just based
evidence.
on
Where would this evidence come from? Perhaps it could be your hormones that are obviously dimorphic between the 2 genders. Could it
Do you
be?
know what causes sexual dimorphism?
Come again?
Do you know what causes the sexual dimorphism between men and women?
Probably the hormones.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
Okay. So then
that's
that would
the
then that might have
catalyst,
a
but
that
the
might have a
evolutionary
correlate.
purpose of it.
The purpose, I would assume it's for procreation in some way.
Pretty much.
Well,
Hence childbearing
yeah,
hips.
in some way.
All right. Well, then it would
But-
make sense as if there was certain developmental differences or developmental environments due to the hormones. There would likely be developmental
Right.
differences due to the hormones, and if there's developmental differences, there would be developmental differences of behavior, different patterns to recognize. So this would just be evidence to men behaving differently than women at childbirth, or not childbirth, but during child development.
Childhood. Yeah.
No, dimorphism is a physical difference.
But we're talking about
Not a,
we're talking about
behavioral
psychological
difference.
differences in the brain, because brain development is not testosterone and progesterone and testosterone for men and progesterone
You have estrogen,
yeah, but
progesterone,
not
and
but
testosterone.
obviously we have them in a dimorphic amount, correct?
Yeah, in varying degrees. You know, some women can have much more, some men can have much less.
But
Like
generally
it is a
speaking,
spectrum.
generally, right? We're going to have
Generally, but
dimorphic
that's not my point.
comparing of contrasting amounts of hormones. I mean, I thought that's how it worked. I mean, I'm granted, I'm not like, I'm not well
you're
versed
correct
in.
that point.
Well, the
It
reason I'm
wasn't
bringing it
my
up is
argument, but
because
you are correct.
we're just talking about how it might lead to different developmental brain function, not functions, but more like
The
behaviors.
brain wise, how they operate.
But then it's not
Yeah,
just
but
that;
how
it's
do you
also how that
know-
gets reinforced.
so-
because if you have testosterone, it's gonna make you.
Societal expectation.
No, but
is
here's the thing.
It reinforces
There's
it quite a bit.
But there's but yes, there are social constructions, but they respond to biological development. It's not like these
Yeah.
are just, oh, we're just gonna pick it. Here has a patriarchy. Every male who has a monocle is just gonna decide where are we going to oppress
that's
women.
not how patriarchy works.
Okay,
at
so
all.
then
We're
there's
all
biological.
victims to
Well,
patriarchy.
that's your assertion, but I'm
So
just
you're a
explaining.
victim to society?
Oh, We're all
Society-
yeah, because patriarchy is just a way for like the higher ups in a hierarchy to control people.
No,
beneath
it's not.
them.
It revolves around biological
Yes, it is.
instincts. Perhaps, like for example,
No, it doesn't.
yeah.
A
Here's how.
patriarchy that allows the women to vote, a patriarchy
Well,
that allows women to participate in public
that would
events.
be
To
another.
drive.
All of this autonomy,
But
and yet for
Instead
some
of seeing
reason they
them
don't
as
have
equal
any
human
agency
beings.
because their
To
prefrontal
work.
cortex is
All right. Well, let's see if
Pay
let's see if I can run this
taxes,
argument by
that-
you,
The way you look at it
Melissa.
tells
So
me
how about
different.
this? How about this, Melissa?
Listen,
In
hold
what
up. First,
way are you
first
being
off,
harmed?
I had a point
Uda,
to
what now?
asking you about the sexual dimorphism. I had a point to asking you
Yeah.
about that.
Go
Can
ahead,
I go
Miss
back
Melissa.
to that for a moment? Do you know that human beings, as a species of apes, has the least amount of sexual dimorphism among all apes? Did you know that?
Okay. What
Among
does that
what?
matter? What does that matter in the context? Let's just say I
It
grant it.
matters
How
because
does it? How
it's
does it matter?
evolutionary psychology, and you're talking
That has
about
to do with
instinctual
the
behaviors
rapidness
and
of
behaving
development.
a certain. You're talking about behaving a certain way based on your hormones and this and that, right?
Uh huh. Not just hormones, but
Okay.
development.
He's talking about the
Not just-
physiological
yeah,
development.
not just
of
How
hormones,
do
but
you
the physiological.
how do you
like, right.
evolve psychologically?
Well, perhaps she's asking questions to get to a.
Psychological evolution
Perhaps she's asking questions.
is just
Yeah.
a field of study.
Well, Melissa, why do you
Don't
ask
we
the
It's
question?
evolve?
how our brains. I mean, I don't know. You might have.
Understanding more of the brain doesn't mean we've evolved psychologically.
Well, this might be a different point
That's
because
not.
we're gonna
means.
contend
It's
on
just a
that.
field
What
of
does it mean?
scientific study.
Hold on, guys. Why
It's
do
a-
you,
it's
Melissa?
a
Why
field
do
of
you bring it up?
scientific study.
Why do you bring it up?
I
I
bring
understand
it
you're
up
trying to get somewhere. Where are you trying to get to?
because yes, I bring it up because in species where the men are much larger and stronger than the females across all mammals, it is because they compete with one another for access to females.
Okay.
Not all men, though, right?
But I'll
And
just
it, and it
grant
doesn't
it.
need
Not
to
every
be
man can be
human,
like that,
right?
right? There are exceptions, right? Those exceptions override the majority, right, Melissa?
They sure
I
don't.
would say the female of most animals are attracted to the apex predator, the most biggest,
Indeed.
baddest, violent.
Yeah,
one that-
I think feminists appealing to evolutionary psychology is not going to work out well. It's not a good.
Not at
All
all.
I've learned from this is that expectations of agency isn't expected until the prefrontal cortex is developed. But even that is debated. So a woman could be
Yeah.
35 teen and still have no idea what she's doing. That's
And
why
she's
I'm
out.
kind of that's why it's like the removal agency is what really ticks me off because like I said, like I like to study I like to learn about a lot of the women in history who I'm inspired by, and these women definitely had agency. So I always hear that feminist argument, for example, like, oh, like we're strong and empowered, yet under the same breath, oh no, like the patriarchy and other factors are, stinting us or
Yeah.
oppressing us or holding
Yeah.
us back.
How,
It
how
just
could you
doesn't
be
make sense to me.
independent, empowered, and still oppressed? That doesn't make any sense.
Precisely.
I'm not gonna lie. When she came in here, she turned on her camera, had like the biggest smile, like she was about to cook everyone in live, and then she was like, "Ooh,
Melissa's a good
prefrontal
sport.
cortex."
Melissa's a good sport. She's been here. I had to kick her later on because she was a little bit
Yeah.
too tipsy, but she's a good sport. I like feminists who put up who can be good sports and
I like.
don't blame
I'm
her,
not gonna
though,
lie.
you know.
I'm not gonna
It's
lie.
nice to have a good time.
Sobriety is very important for a woman.
yeah, women who are go ahead. I'm eating a very good peach, but continue.
Jealous.
Peaches are good.
Yeah, if you wanted to continue your thought.
Oh, no. So my whole thing is right. I don't have an issue with women disagreeing with this. If anything, it's expected. I would question them more if they did agree. I'm like, really? You agree with this? Now I have to challenge you on that. But it's just unfortunate that they try to use a lot of them, like, because we do a lot of debates like this when it has to do with 18-year-olds marrying or dating guys in their 30s, right? And then they go, oh, the prefrontal cortex, 25 years old. So then somebody made a great argument. So you're saying somebody that's 24 years old can't date somebody that's 26 years old because they're developed?
Right.
It's just like it's pseudoscience, honestly.
Yeah, and if their prefrontal cortex isn't developed, if they're not fully functioning adults by, let's say, 25, 26, why do they have the power to vote to decide over an entire the well-being of an entire country, to send men to war, for example, to vote for all these politicians who enable these policies. Why should they be given that option to be treated as adults when they themselves admit they're not fully functioning adults until they reach a certain age?
They have institutionalized being just a girl. I'm just a girl.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh dear.
They've marginalized being a female, which I'm shocked because you're the majority, I believe, in America. And on top of that, you have privilege as a female. As men, you only have privilege if you build yourself up to that privilege. But women are born with that. Women are born with privilege.
Now, Udall, you wanted to come up? Sorry to welcome
No.
back, Udall. Udall.
What's up?
What's going on, man? I forget sometimes who's a feminist and who's not. What's your position again?
What do I believe in?
Udall. RJ? Is this RJ?
No, this is, you don't remember me?
RJ.
AJ.
AJ, my bad. What's going on, AJ? How you doing?
I'm doing good, just chilling out in my room.
Would you consider yourself a feminist?
Do I? A little bit, probably, yeah.
Well, you need to pay attention to some more of these lives and get some wisdom to snap you out of it. Because I think feminism allows a lot of men to fall into a lot of pitfalls because they don't hold women to any standard, because they feel bad for them or they feel like they're downtrodden. But I think men need to be generally meaner to women. Not mean in general, but because men are so nice, balancing out with being a little bit of mean. Yeah, it's holding your ground, not really falling for the crocodile tears. What else?
I mean, like, I think a lot of, like, I mean, and I think, I don't know, like, that's true, I get that. I think a lot of people need to put 50-50 and they, like, I think a lot of people shouldn't act like they're sad or going through things just to get attention or hoping that person would do something for them and make them feel happy. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's how women, that's a female mating strategy, and in damn near that is a female mating strategy though.
Yeah, I think a lot of females, I think a lot of females use, like, because it's a girl thing. I think a lot of females probably, if they know a guy or something like that and they know the guy for a long time, I think a lot of females probably know how to make the guy feel bad for them so they can get what they want.
Well, think about it. Feminism is a political ideology surrounded around making men, depending on a man's benevolence, to get things done. That is their political strategy as well. Feminism has become subtle and misandry. Yeah, Drew, I agree with you. Feminism. Yeah, feminism. Feminism's a cancer.
I think a lot of females and girls, they, what's it called? I think they expect guys to do all the work and they just sit there and do nothing, I think.
Well, they have what's called emotional load now, or emotional labor. There's so many different terminologies that that feminists have invented to basically help them get away or to cheat the system in any way they can. It's completely corrupt at this point. Women, whatever power women have had politically, it's become corrupted. Drew, what did you want to say, Drew?
No, I hopped on here. I kind of agree with a lot of your takes. You can hear me?
Yeah, are you over 18, sir?
Yeah. Do I sound like a minor?
No. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's good. But no, I agree with a lot of your takes, but I do think, like, in terms of intellectual honesty and humility, though, I think there is a baseline where, men and women should be treated equal, given that, women got a lot of rights through the mid-1900s. And I think that, like you said, it has sprung into subtle misandry, but at the same time, it's hard to generalize everybody, when every single woman is not the same. There probably is a traditional woman out there, and even asking somebody to be open to that idea, once you give them the choice, it's better than, generalizing them on a humility level,
Yeah, I can understand. Look, I wouldn't put the sin of feminism on every woman, But the thing, or would you call yourself a Christian, or are you a Christian?
I grew up Christian. I feel like I'm open to the idea of it.
All right.
But I also do believe, like, if I learn a religion,
you cut off. If you learn a religion,
if I were to believe in religion, yeah, Christianity would be it.
Okay. Well, the reason why I bring that up is because the Bible.
He's not one.
Well, that's fine. The reason why I brought it up is because when it comes to what I believe about women is, some people say that women are naturally feminine. I tend to question that because the Bible talks about how when Adam sinned, and when Adam and Eve sinned, there were two separate curses that were given to either of them. They were gendered curses. First curse to the man was that he's going to work for the sweat of his brow all the days of his life. The second curse given, or the first curse given to the other curse given to Eve was that she will have pain during childbirth, 1, and 2, her desire will be to rule over her husband, but he will rule over her. This is to say that a woman's battle that she struggles with is trying to usurp authority over the man she's with. Now, this doesn't happen intentionally. It often happens through their emotion. So the reason why I bring that up is because you're saying, hey, we should accept that a lot of women are not going to be like, she's not like these rabid feminists or these radical ones. No, you're going to have to, you will witness the subtle usurpation of your authority in a home if you're asking for submission from a woman. You are going to, that would be a constant battle. And I haven't acknowledged it to be any other way from all relationship dynamics that I've witnessed, from my mother to other relationships. You're going to see that. This isn't to say that women can't be more submissive than others, but you have to be careful as a man, as I'm explaining.
I really like the religious starting point. I do think that the one thing I would also say about it though is I don't think somebody logical has to be Christian though to understand that is kind of like a scientific or biological nature that has happened. You could probably realize that and still, like you asked me if I'm a Christian, a guy in the chat said no, so I guess not, right? But I still think that I can know what Christianity entails and logically say, this sounds right in terms of moral objectivity when it comes to relationships or marriage, But all in all, I think they may need to come up with a new term or something, more accurate to, like you said, as a political ideology to change the idea of equalness, because I think politically people should be equal, but like you said, there are still roles at the end of the day that people want to do.
All right, well, Drew, let me just
if you cut our arm, we bleed red.
Drew, let me just speed run.
Let me ask you a question though.
Okay, Jason.
If what we're talking about is authority, which is to say the ability to tell other people what to do, that's what authority is. A king has authority.
Right.
And then you have responsibility, which is the capacity to actually do the thing that is being described. If you do not have equal responsibility, you cannot have equal authority.
So what are you disagreeing with?
Well, if I could piggyback, Jason,
equal responsibility in a society where it's not equal. The responsibility for society, maintaining infrastructure, maintaining the systems of society.
So when you get with a woman, do you expect to have to train her, or do you expect her to know what to do off the rip?
You would expect a woman. So training.
Here's
the thing about training. Training can be done. It just depends on who's willing to adopt that. But if you have the more time and money and resources you don't have to waste, the less you should be trying to train anybody. Perhaps if you're young and you're in college,
so
maybe you're dealing with a chick who's a bit more rambunctious in her college.
I'm trying to grasp this, right?
Go ahead.
Right. Okay, I have a question then, right? So I understand the concept of equal responsibility can't exist if you don't have authority, right? Equal authority. Or not equal authority,
no,
but
what
authority.
I'm saying is
do you view yourself as better than your wife? That's my question. The guy that's talking.
No, I'm more responsible.
Yeah.
By what means though?
Well, here's the
by
thing.
all standards.
Here's the thing.
For
These
providing
paradigms
protection, for
existed, and they
providing
had a religious
structure, for providing the qualities of life that allow life to get better. Like, I'm not
So
saying
let's say
that
you were
that means that she's inferior. It means that I
okay.
hold myself to a higher standard of accountability.
Equal in dignity, but with different distinct roles, essentially.
Correct.
So I'm saying, like, what logical framework is what
That's
logical
Christianity. That's
framework
Christian ethics.
makes you like?
That's Christian.
Yeah,
that's Christian
but
ethics.
I
What is
think
equal? If you're
Because
equal,
when
what
something
is
is
Christian
hard or
ethics based on? Though,
difficult or
good and evil, right?
gross or confusing or frustrating, I take the lead.
but why does he do it? It's based off a sense of virtue and duty. But where does this come from? Christian ethics. That's what our
do you
society is
guys,
based on
because you're
here in the
Christian,
West.
right? Do you guys believe that relationships are impossible to succeed without Christianity or any religion?
No, because they can functionally operate similar. They're not gonna be ideal, but they'll be better than the fucking alternative, which is sling dick
Okay,
until
so
you die or have like babies out of wedlock. The alternative.
okay, thank you. I'm glad you brought up that point, right?
Mhm.
Because why is our first argument point, right? Why are we downgrading the people that are not Christian, right? These people that are not Christian can be of ethics, you know? We don't have to say
Okay.
that they're just fornicating and they're just doing this
Here's how.
because they know what they believe in, you know?
Here's how.
That's
Because
irrational. That's very irrational.
what's irrational is trying to pick apart the religion and only take what you want and think that there isn't going to be drastic complications. I don't know what philosopher taught it. I think it might have been Dostoevsky or perhaps C.S. Lewis, who was talking about. The reason why I bring this up is because what's going on in the West, post-Enlightenment, is people are trying to pick virtues out of Christianity. Let's just say security or egalitarianism. The Bible talks about equity, but it talks about it in a context of fearing God. It doesn't talk about it as a virtue that we should just pursue as an absolute. Why? Because virtues outside of the religion become distorted. Outside of Christianity, it becomes they basically become vices in a way. So you cannot say I want to be chaste.
Is measurable.
Come again?
How distorted it becomes. That's my point where I don't like. Okay, I want to have an open conversation with a Christian, right? And I want them to explain how is it like. I get you when you can acknowledge something has went off the deep end in terms of good and evil, right? When you say that certain characteristics of Christianity are being pulled outside of it, you know, I could definitely see that point. But you can't automatically assume that every person is going to the worst extent just because they're not Christian. That just doesn't make sense. Like, I would much rather you explain to me, you know, why you think I'm going to fornicate so much just because I'm not Christian. You see what I'm saying? That's like an assumption.
Because you're not beholden to anyone.
What if I was celibate?
And also Drew,
if you're celibate, then good for you. But this is just
that's not the argument you came with, though.
Think
You
about
just
it.
assumed.
Ultimately, well, the conversation becomes more religious if you're just doing the things just to do them to be like a good member of society. I mean, it's likely just hiding behind self-righteousness. It's not really actually being good. It's just a caricature of the good. Because if you don't know what the good is, then if you don't acknowledge the good, you don't particularly have a standard. If you don't have a standard, then you're just cosplaying at that point.
I'll give an example, if anything, right? So the Bible has an example of lust through King David. What is the example of lust through literature, worldly literature? What is an example of lust? Romeo and Juliet? Because they make it seem like it was love. So how does someone that doesn't understand the Bible? Well, how does somebody that doesn't understand the Bible understand lust?
I've been to the church till I was about 16 to 20 years old, on and off. I've read the Bible a decent bit. I mean, it's not like I have no knowledge of what.
Well, this isn't to interrogate whether or not you've had like a decent upbringing. It's just more if you're saying you're not
like, I
of
agree
the
with most of your
faith.
base values.
If it's
now, do you know what the Bible says about lust? Like how to combat lust?
I mean, in my own personal experience, you know, probably not choosing to give in to lust is probably your best bet.
Yeah. So how do you combat that?
By having discipline and being a man to be like, I'm not about to go.
You have to run away from this.
You run away.
Yeah. I didn't know about this until like maybe a couple of years ago.
But what's the difference? Like, what's the difference in turning/running, quote unquote?
Because
it's metaphorical anyways.
no, because the world doesn't teach you how to avoid lust. If anything, the world wants you to embrace lust. And I'll say this: God creates, the devil imitates. God created love, the devil imitated it, and became lust. This is why many people today don't even know what a relationship is, or longevity for that matter.
Right.
There's women in this world that think they can give great advice about relationships, but they don't know how to keep a man.
Right.
Robert Duran, thanks for the follow. Vaz de Papas, thanks for sharing.
And there's men who think because they read about relationships that they understand them. Right. You have to go through this. And if you do have a strong relationship with the opposite sex, then you can probably be a testament of this as well. But if not,
here's what I'll say, Drew. Annie, thanks for the follow. Okay. You have to, it requires faith. You're not going to get this absolute certainty. You're not going to be able to be effective with God if it's all that you know. It's not the paradigm we're in right now. If you're having issues struggling with taking that leap of faith to get back into what we are arguing is true, you're going to need to deal with that personally. If there is such a creator, you're going to have to deal with that with him, because we can't really convert you. We can try and move your heart in some way, but the certainty that you're looking for, you're not even going to find it in science. You don't know you're going to wake up. We don't know that the universe was in a uniform way that we're basing our entire systems of testing on. There's so many different assumptions regarding inductive reasoning that we have to make about life itself. So faith is really a baseline for how humans act. So you making a leap of faith, you have to do it based on revelation. What do you see around you? What makes the most sense about you? But it's also about opening your heart. What is your heart? Where is your heart at? Is it to do the right thing? Is it to seek truth? And if that's the case, if you keep that mentality, I think you will eventually find your way around Christ.
Believing is seeing, not the other way around, right? Because there's many that need sight in order to understand. So I would say that's what faith is. Faith is knowing without seeing, like without sight.
Are you in the United States?
So you guys are advocating for Christianity right now, right? And I have no problem with that. I also am, like I said, what I said before was I was open to getting back into it. I've studied it before, and I just wanted to be more knowing of like, oh, I can confidently profess this, and really genuinely believe it on my own. Because when you learn certain religions when you're growing up, right, you never know what's going to happen with your family. You never know what's going to happen with your friendships, whatever, right? So when you do fall out of faith, I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think studying any other religion to have better debates within your own and studying your own religion is a bad thing for whoever said no in the chat to me not being a Christian. But, I think that for you guys to say that you could have a framework that does work outside of religion, I think that
Drew, are you in the United States?
A lot of the takes that were being made at first.
Well, Drew, you cut off. So you said for us to have for you to have a view that's outside of religion.
Yep.
You're cutting off.
Yeah, you guys said it could work. You guys said it could work.
I mean, I'm saying in comparison to the degenerate, what's being offered by like the world. Yeah, but it ultimately doesn't matter. If you're just gonna die and go to hell, it doesn't matter. Hell, if you're gonna die and go to hell, why not just live like the heathen? Because if you're not, I mean, you're just gonna be.
That's what I'm not understanding though. Is you keep jumping off the ship and saying degenerate. You keep jumping off the ship and saying degenerate. At what point did I become degenerate for wanting?
I'm not saying you in particular.
What point does it become degenerate?
It's okay. So here's the thing.
It's a slippery slope.
I just don't like the negative connotation immediately.
All right, well,
you have to understand something, right? 7 times the just shall fall, 7 times they shall be lifted up. We slip, we fall, we have to get back up, right? But who lifts us up? It's not ourselves. That's why it says when we fall on our own. But when we get up, we're not getting up, we're being lifted up. So we're not doing this alone. And not to say that there's no Christian out there that's not degenerate. Why do you think they're trying to ban all of these lust-driven activities in these quote-unquote red states? Because they know that they can fall into lust, I mean, many countries are trying to do this, and it's actually a beautiful thing, but it doesn't happen overnight. And there's no one on earth that is either perfect, sinless, pure. There's none.
But if you do not address the behavior and you keep calling it things that it's not, this is what's called suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. This is when when man looks at sin and tries to excuse it, euphemize it, make it something that it's not. Why? This is why we must call homosexuality sodomy. We must call this type of behavior that everyone's engaging in degeneracy. We must call it fornication. We have to call things by their proper names because that's true. If you want to, you can't want truth but get offended by it.
Yeah.
You have to say
no, I understand. I'm not necessarily getting offended. All I was saying was, like, a lot of times when I have any debate with any Christian, it's like the first thing they say is degrading me. When it's like I'm asking open-ended questions, and it's like I don't necessarily believe this right now.
But it wasn't. I didn't call
like,
you a degenerate.
This is why Christianity's bad. Or
but
this
no one
is,
calls you a
yeah,
degenerate.
no, I
understand.
It's true. Christianity's bad because of the division within the church, right? That's why Christianity's bad, I would say. There's many that are trying to, if anything, lead a church on their own. And it even says in the Bible, the heart of man is desperately wicked. So if we're desperately wicked, imagine what we did when, Christ said he will build a church here on earth and the gates of hell shall not prevail. What did man do with that church? Man perverted it. Now, everything that we see today is becoming church. Anything you see today that's being idolized is your God, right? Whether it's materialism, feminism, what is it that you can even lust, everything, gluttony, all these things. And I will even argue that the American value is antithetical to Christianity, but that's a discussion for another time, I guess. But yeah, anti-feminist dating advice is basically finding women that are sincere, right. And I'll say this one last thing. I want men to practice what they preach, but I want women to preach what they practice. Many of these women are not being sincere about their lifestyles, and nor will they ever reveal it to you. And that's the problem.
I agree 100%.
Well, Drew, I didn't want to make you feel like you were being interrogated, but
no, 100%. I think like, do you understand what I'm saying though? In terms of like you starting it off, like two different arguments you had. You said, if you're not Christian, then you're automatically slanging. If you're not, then you're automatically degenerate. You see how like these things come off as like a negative connotation, Like I never attacked Christianity when I brought up my
judgment's
points.
going, but it is if it is that way, it is that way. And I'm not if sin is sin, proper judgment must be applied. So I wouldn't apologize for that. If that's how you.
The only sin I'm technically committing or convicting to is the questioning of my faith, right? So it's like, other than that,
no, it's not a sin to question your faith.
Me to be a sinner is like we're all sinners.
No, it's not a sin. It's not a sin to question your faith or to have doubts or to. Here's the thing, man. You can be, but here's the opposite side is you can be.
And I haven't said anything to say I said.
No, but
Peter had doubts. Peter had doubts, and he walked with Christ. There's no reason to ever believe that we're not going to struggle, suffer, but there is salvation. There is sacrifice that needs to be made. So you're not.
Drew, that especially if you're in the United States, you have to understand that a lot of the things that you think of as being fundamentally just or right, that all people are born equal under their creator with inalienable rights. These documents and these ideologies were actually all funded and founded by people predominantly Christian. So you're borrowing a lot of your morality from Christianity, but it's just being divorced from the religion itself.
How do you know I didn't get it from logical thinking?
Because you grew up in a society that, is it in the United States where you reside?
Well, my little brother is not, like I wouldn't say he's not from the
I'm
US,
just asking you a question. It's okay, it's not an attack.
So repeat the question.
When you grow up in a society, your views are surrounded by other people. Like your thoughts are the echoes of other people's thoughts. So there's things you read, there's things you watch, there's maybe movies, there's television, there's documentaries, there's observations.
You can't escape the American values, the American
propaganda
moral systems.
Machines.
Correct.
I don't really
if you were in a Muslim country, you would have completely different values that you have right now. If you were in an atheistic country, you would have different values than you have right now for different reasons. That's all that I'm saying.
I would say if we're in a Muslim country, we definitely wouldn't have a discussion about feminism. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Ruby for me, thanks for the follow. But hey, man, look right now. You're dealing with probably three different denominational perspectives. They might even disagree with me saying, pick up a King James and see where your heart, what speaks to you. I think that would be a good start.
King James was.
I love King James.
My only issue with the argument though was like, just because the government, right? Let's say you said you observe, you do this, you do that, right? They show you a piece of paper, right? And you have the ability now to have divergent thinking, right? So you can create an idea out of something you've seen that came from nothing. This is why we're more superior than AI. You see what I'm saying? Because AI can force feed us all this info, but they can't think divergently. Divergent thinking is something that they can't take us away.
Okay,
You know,
what's your point?
I think that logically literally proves that just because I've seen something from the government, that does not mean that that's just what I believe. I can have some self-thinking to where like I gauge where I want to be on it, and that's my decision. Like I don't have to just have American values. To some extent, yeah, I would like to consider myself a patriot and stuff. But other than that, like
There
I don't
you
have
go.
to obey the
And that's
government to
my
adhere to
point is
society.
that the entire society, not the government, but the society that was founded by a government. The government is just people, right? Influential people that influenced other people. And what I'm saying is that the momentum of their influence creates, even now, hundreds of years later, certain aspects of thinking.
But how can you measure that? Like, how can you prove that?
You just have an
Because you can look at different
anthropological or
societies.
archaeological.
Just looking at different societies is not a way you can measure anything.
Well, you
Like,
can
that's
look
just
at
observing.
you look at
can.
Islam.
It's called anthropology.
You look at Islam
Right, but
compared
like-
to you look at the Enlightenment. You look at. I mean, you're saying? How can you measure that? So you're just
Right.
really
Let's talk
focused
about the
on
Enlightenment.
if I can't put it in a beaker or pinch it, therefore it's not.
Yeah,
it's
like-
in question. Yeah, but your
Well,
entire.
I don't think that
Go ahead.
looking at other societies proves that necessarily, though. That's the thing.
You can see foundational knowledge in different societies and how it manifests itself over time.
And what is your metric of proof that you will be convinced in your own mind? What is that metric? What needs to be met?
I'd need just like I like to work off definitives, kind of how people understood psychology initially. Is a lot of definitives, made us understand things that are kind of complex and almost too hard for humans to understand.
Psychology, by
Final,
definition,
conclusive,
is
and
not
authoritative.
definitive.
Yeah, that's a soft science. And that's even psychology is a soft science. It's going to be even less testable.
So I'm just using it as an
than
example. I'm not using it like it's something I go off of. I'm
Final,
just using it as an example.
final, conclusive, and authoritative. Yeah, but you would need to submit to that, right? What do you
That's like
submit
trying
to?
to say define consciousness.
But that, like you guys are saying society made y'all adhere to this. I
No.
don't have to adhere to what y'all adhere to. That's the thing.
We're just explaining
my
that
own
we probably
choices.
have more of an objective. I mean, do you believe in morality being objective or morality being objective?
It's for certain things. I mean, some people argue like stupid shit like all the time. That's like kind of unethical.
So,
like,
but regardless of
this
what, so
is
do you think
acceptable or whatever.
morality is?
You don't
exists,
say.
Does morality
Yes, if you hate-
exist
if you hate
independent
somebody
of
for
the
no reason,
mind?
that's fine.
Does morality exist independent of the mind? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Does truth exist independent of the mind? I mean, it's a follow-up, but
Like
truth.
based on critical thinking.
You and I might have a different rendering of the truth, but regardless of our rendering, we're either going to be incorrect or correct about it. It exists
if two people
independent of
look at
us.
a
It
poster and
exists.
It's red. It's red.
No, not a consensus. Independent of a mind, truth exists. Do you believe in that?
Like without a mind.
Without minds to exist, at least our human minds to exist, to observe it. Does truth exist outside of that?
I mean, we used our mind to create the word truth to understand truth. So that kind of doesn't.
I would argue truth is just our ability to map on our interpretation, and we just happen to be correct. And we formulate society around that. For example, how.
Truth is not synonymous with correct.
All right, so right now we're trying to have a different conversation, Melissa, with this gentleman here, Drew. When I talk about truth and how we acknowledge it, we acknowledge gravity. We have a rough rendering of it, but it serves the purpose of having our societies function. That would at least be one extension of showing how it's cohesive. Another thing is it's universal. A lot of truths have cohesion in other different aspects of life, like how people behave psychologically has its effects on how we observe the same thing in economics. I'm saying truth has a universal way. So the more we can acknowledge that, you're saying, oh, we just all made the shit up. Is that what you're saying? We just made the shit up and it just serves us?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, so
I understand truth, right? I want to ask you a question based on truth, though, right? And the thing I can't grasp about Christianity or religion as a whole, right, is it's more frowned upon to, like you guys said, if you question your faith and let's say you get in a car crash right now, right? Did you die a believer?
Well, we would have different doctrinal understandings of that. Here on the panel, we would probably have different doctrinal understandings.
So
I would just say
me right now, if I crash, what do you guys think?
If you
well, the Lord knows your heart.
Okay.
The Lord knows your heart.
Okay.
That's all that matters.
Okay, that's the thing that I find hard to grasp is just like certain rules where they're like all sins are equal, and then they like to me what doesn't make sense logically, right, is one of the worst moral things you could do. I probably can't say on here, and you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So probably one of the worst moral things you can do if you guys are connecting the dots, right, is considered worse than not believing in God. I don't understand that. You know?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. Are you talking about blaspheming the Holy Spirit?
That is the only unforgivable sin.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit? Is that what you're talking
about?
Well,
yeah, like that's what's crazy to me. Like, look in the chat. Like that being less ethically wrong than not believing makes no sense to me. I'm sorry to say.
Oh,
I can't.
Rape?
Yeah, I can't say to myself, like, I cannot believe the idea that.
Yeah, but at this point, Drew, you have a lot of theological questions, and I'm not sure if we're equipped to answer those here. I think we probably. I think we've.
You think I should go to a pastor with this?
Yeah, you need to seek some spiritual help here, and
not only a pastor.
I mean, I'm all right.
Which would be.
I really don't struggle that much with it, but I just want to hear y'all's takes.
How old are you, Drew? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, you want to
do
this sooner than later.
I've never had anything for a day. I've never really like struggled that much.
You're gonna regret it if you don't.
Yeah, if you go to pastor, like that'd be cool.
No, I mean, I'll tell you, like I agree with a lot of takes.
Your journey is your journey, but what I will say is that American morality, we're having this discussion of morality, like what makes America, for example. And I would argue that American morality has been founded in Christianity. A lot of our founders were Christian. For example, especially in the early 13 state constitutions, for example, Massachusetts, 1780, Connecticut, 1639, they have these references towards God. You couldn't even get elected to office unless you're a Christian, specifically a Protestant.
Yeah. Actually, so I'm sorry to cut you off there, but many of these Protestants or whatever religion they claim to be, they wind up denouncing their faith, and many of them became deists. That's why when they say in God we trust on the money, a deist, not a theist, a deist, right?
That's what I said. You said theist.
What?
Yeah, but we're not 13
I said
states.
deist. I know the difference between deist and theist.
No.
But the thing is,
you knew
right?
You know that our founders weren't Christian; they were deists.
No,
that's what I just said.
We're Christians, specifically
That's
Protestant.
what I just said.
Right,
Hold
so
on.
chauvinist is of the position. Real quick, chauvinist.
A moment ago.
Chauvinist is of the position that America wasn't founded on Christian values, and Marie Christie.
It's not that it wasn't.
Okay, so then why? So what is the point of interjecting if it's not?
Yeah, I don't know why I was even interrupted. I said deist. I know the difference, right? Now, the fact of the matter is this, right? This country at one time, just because Christians were building this nation, it was still founded by men who wanted to reject the monarch, which is very unchristian, by the way. And not only that, but try to develop this new land of liberties and freedom, which, believe it or not, in the Bible it says liberty and freedom is through Christ, not through man. But yet we have a liberal doctrine that tells us that we have liberties and freedoms through man. So, yeah, I wouldn't say it's a Christian value. And look at America today. America today is Hollywood, pride parades, McDonald's. None of this is Christian whatsoever. I mean, alcoholism.
In our early founding either. What I was trying to say is that they have shaped, Christianity has largely shaped, what America is and what we believed on, things like humility, justice, things like that weren't even a consideration in pre-Christian times.
Take it easy, Jason. Yeah. God bless. Good night.
So yeah, there's a lot, I myself am not Christian, but I can recognize that, hey, look, these guys did have a part in shaping
Peace, Jason.
our morality and how we operate and such. And that was enshrined in our early state founding, the OG state constitutions and such. So that's definitely something that, hopefully people can search up for yourself. Like I said, Connecticut, 1639.
Bunny,
Massachusetts,
Bunny,
1780.
thanks for the heart. I'm not sure when you sent it. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I gotta go soon and such. But James, it was really cool talking to you again.
Marie.
It was cool to talk to everybody on the panel.
Yeah, thanks for coming up, Marie.
You as well.
But before I finish, I looked up Mount Vernon, the official website for George Washington's estate, and it turns out Martha Washington freed the slaves, but only because George Washington wanted to, because he would feel a revolt if they didn't free them. So that's something I found interesting and which I wanted to bring up. It was Mount Vernon's website.
Okay.
So hopefully someone
I heard something about that, but yeah, apparently his last wish was not to do that. But I think she waited till he passed to do. There's something about it that is not, because you have to understand. There's things about history they don't want you to know. Like they don't want you to know that Abraham Lincoln was, if anything, against freeing the slaves, or he even said that if he would have won the war without freeing the slaves, he would have, right? He even wanted to send them to Africa through this Liberia project. But the fact of the matter is, they're not going to talk about that. There's a lot of revisionist history that they actually use so that way you believe this person that's, in history is who they
she
said.
freed them a year early before he died. And that was apparently to, so the slaves don't revolt, because apparently there was a fire that was started around, the estate, and they suspected the slaves were in part of that, and that's why George feared for his wife.
Drew, thanks for coming up, Drew.
Yeah, he said, free them beforehand, but she didn't release her own slaves, the slaves that from the Custis estate, that was her first husband.
Oh my God.
Because she had no right to do so, because that they belonged to her first husband, not to George or Martha. But aside from that, thank you so much. I really like talking to you guys. See you, James. Great
Marie
to see
Christine,
you again.
yeah, thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
have a great night, everybody.
You as well. All right, so I guess I have a contention with you, chauvinist, but I'm not. I'm not too versed in this. So, this whole idea of
America.
Yeah, you're saying it's basically not a Christian concept.
Well, I don't believe America is a Christian nation. It is inhabited by Christians, absolutely.
I'm not saying it's a Christian
Christians
nation, but it's based. It has a lot of Christian underpinnings. The people who contributed to the ratification, the colonies, a lot of those guys they had state churches, right? Or am I wrong?
They had, I guess. Okay, so I know this sounds
but you're
crazy.
A Catholic. You're either a Catholic or an EO. I can already tell.
No,
right?
no.
You're not.
No,
you're not a Catholic or an EO. I'm mistaken.
I'm Pentecostal.
You're Pentecostal.
Yeah.
And you take issue with. You're Protestant then. If you're a Protestant, and you take issue with people not wanting to be under. I thought it was religious persecution.
Right, by the way.
I thought it was religious persecution. Is that not what went down back in Mayflower days?
The Mayflower days. You're talking about the Puritans?
Whoever is the people who left fleeing religious persecution. I mean, it's a historical slogan at this point. But is that not what happened?
They left. They tried to leave the British Crown, but if anything, they were actually still. The British Crown didn't really lose much, even during the war. Like, if anything, they gained more.
Well, financing the debt that was still owed after they won, after Americans won. Yeah,
but I don't. Yeah, so if you look at a lot of the founding fathers, they either denounced the Christian faith or they weren't Christians. They were just LARPing as Christians. I guess WASP.
But who were they appealing to, though? The people who are going to ratify their papers.
Okay, so they were basically Jews and Freemasons. That's who they were. They were Jews and Freemasons.
Hey, Drew, you're going to need to mute up your mic if you're currently in the water.
One of the financier for the Revolutionary War was Haym Salomon. He's considered a founding father. What's it called? He's Jewish. Benjamin Franklin was a theist. John Quincy Adams and John Adams, I believe, they denounced their Christian faith. Many of these men denounced their Christian faith, and they believed in a higher being, right? That's what the Freemasonic G is. It's Gauthu, which is the grand architect of the universe. That's what they believe. But they don't believe in Yahweh. They don't believe in the Abrahamic God.
Does this make it secular?
Yeah, you could probably argue that. I mean, you can't really say it's secular.
Yeah, because
you can say
this
that
God
it's,
that they're referencing, an atheist would reject this.
well, yeah, because it's the idea that there is a creator. They just don't know who he is. So it doesn't matter what the Bible says. And if anything, Jefferson rewrote the Bible, or he wrote the Jefferson Bible. I think many of what the founding fathers are trying to do is just basically, I know this sounds crazy, but have schmecks with whoever they want, eat whatever they want, drink whatever they want, and say whatever they want. And if anything, the Constitution is only for those who can afford it.
Not wrong there.
Now, when it comes to how the states were propagated, these were Christian people, though, right?
Yeah.
From everyone who contributed down to the wars, to the societies, to the workers, to the immigrants. A lot of them were either Protestant, Catholic.
Yeah.
So this is still
exploitation
cultural.
and cannon fodder. Yeah, unfortunately, exploitation and cannon fodder. Remember, Rockefeller said it
that's still what's
himself.
going on right now, right?
Oh,
Americans,
absolutely.
Christians.
Well, that's what they do. They pander to the Christian majority, right? And then they say to them, we care so much about
state.
Yeah, the whole concept of God and country is not even Christian. If anything, it's more Zionist.
That I would disagree with.
Yeah. No, it's true.
That I would disagree
It is
with.
absolutely true.
When it comes to a system set up to judge the evil, that is a governmental system, right?
Yeah, but look who's judging us. The
But
evil
concept of itself, it's how it's applied is not what I'm talking about. Its intent is what I'm explaining, right?
Yeah, you have
governmental
to
system that
understand.
you submit to, that you give due to who's due, and custom to whom custom, honor to whom honor. This is a system, a governmental system, right?
Yeah,
That's going
but
to
I would
punish
al-
the evil. So government is a godly thing to punish
So-
evil at the very least, correct?
But I would say no in the sense of America, because can you really send the evil to punish the evil?
Yes, you can. And God can still use evil governments, governors, kings, rulers to judge evil
I
and
agree with
and
that.
dispense justice. So, I mean, yeah, we can have
Yeah. So I don't think we're a Christian nation led by Christians. I think we're a nation inhabited by Christians who were exploited and treated as cannon fodder, but they definitely did shape society in a sense, or the communities. That's why when people argue for conservatism, they're against the Constitution, because conservatives don't want people to speak freely. They want them to say things that are not degenerate. You know, I mean, it goes farther than just the First Amendment, but still, even look at today. People that are calling themselves conservatives want to eradicate Islam. They want Islam out of America, although they're claiming they're constitutionalists. So either you want to eradicate Islam or you're for the Constitution. It's not a false
there's
dichotomy.
definitely, I can agree that when it comes to our Constitution, the way it's set up, this liberty thing is definitely at the very least a foothold at this point.
I
A complete
say
foothold.
this. I say, okay, so there was a man who said, democracy is for women and gays. But I think that's what liberty is. Liberty is for that, because men who understand that society needs structure, authority, power, and control, unfortunately, it's going to be evil in some shape or form. There's no way to have power of any sort and not have any corruption. But yeah, this idea of liberty and freedom, it's very feminine and gay.
Wow, you guys telling yourself so easy.
Melissa thinks she has like a.
Well, it's on my bio, so I don't need to hide it. I mean, look at my
I
profile
didn't
picture.
look at anything. I don't like there.
Been ruthless. Do you have a wife?
You were correct about a lot of things, though, so that's cool.
Do you have a
No,
wife?
it's not that I'm correct. Is that you don't agree with everything. Doesn't mean I'm incorrect
No,
about things
I
you don't
agree
agree
with
with.
all the factual statements that you made about the Constitution, religion, and all that.
Yeah,
I
but
agree with all of
she's
it.
just one of those atheists who like to LARP and mooch off of
Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. The new wave of feminism is actually covert feminism. So
for
I call
sure. And
I call it right-wing feminism. And I know this sounds crazy, but earlier when we were talking to Marie, she was saying she's against feminism, but then she used examples of women that need to be an exception, and we need to look at that as an example. I was just like, it's irrelevant. Like, it's irrelevant. We don't even need to use, and I'm glad we discussed Princess Diana and Martha Washington. But the fact of the matter is, most of these women that are on the right, they just want to be right. That's it. It has nothing to do with being correct or, true. It's just they want to be.
Definitely
They want to be right.
not living as they preach. That's for damn sure.
Well, most women don't live as they preach. That's why I said men should practice what they preach, but women should preach what they practice. Your lifestyle needs to be your words, and if it's not, then why are you even talking?
Actions speak louder than words. I thought everybody knew that.
I blame Daniel.
But a
Says
man
being
is-
white is being against America. It's a crazy word.
That's dumb.
Action can speak louder than words, but a man is taken for his word. So whatever a man says, he has to live by. If he doesn't, then he's not really seen as a man, or he's not seen as masculine.
Men don't respect him if he's not a man of his word.
Yeah.
At least not men.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a woman being a woman of her word. If anything, she doesn't even need to say anything. She can live it. Like that's why when I see a lot of these covert feminists come up here and they talk about defend the patriarchy, get rid of the 19th. And then I ask them, do you vote? Yes. All right. What do you mean get rid of the 19th? Why don't you get rid of it? Why don't you stop voting? It's like so simple.
Yeah, that is a good point. I think Pensive says, what is your definition of feminism? I can define it, and then let me see what do you think about it? Or Melissa, what do you think about it as well? Feminism is just the promotion or the movement towards equality amongst the sexes and the movement away from patriarchy.
I mean, that's the textbook definition. Yeah.
You'd be surprised somehow some feminists take issue with that. Chauvinist, what do you think?
Why?
You want me to go first or her?
Well, how do you define it? Does that definition sound good to you or what?
I would say ladies first, and then I'll respond.
Melissa, how would you define it? Would you agree or would you deviate for the definition?
I think it's just another fucking movement that gets people to, be pitted against one another so that, we're distracted away from what really fucking matters.
Is that as concise as you would define the definition to make it distinct from other?
Not.
To make it distinct from other things that do that thing? You're saying?
No, that's not concise. You're correct. Essentially, it's about egalitarianism. That's what it's supposed to be.
Okay. Chauvinist?
So, it's interesting. Words have so much power. So, the word feminism is not real feminism, right? Because it's not embracing femininity. It's actually mass misandry. But they use the word feminism to disarm, I would say, mostly men. And this is actually a form of cultural Marxism, is to emasculate the men, to disarm the men, to basically get control of the system by, if anything, domesticating them. I don't want to use the word domesticate, but the fact of the matter is, when you use words like feminism and you say you're against it, they're saying you're against women.
It's like a packed-in response.
I'm against,
because femininity, what makes women different than men, you're against who I am, my identity. It does
exactly.
speak to that.
So
yeah, it is another. Is this postmodernism before it was invented?
This is a psyop. This is more of a psyop. A lot of this is psychological warfare. So when you're using the word feminism, right? Somebody says you're against feminism. You hear the word fem and you're thinking, no way, I'm not against women. I'm against, the stupidity behind, you know, this whole movement, which is basically just mass misandry.
No, I can agree with you, chivalrous. But
yeah,
how would you
yeah.
just, because I can agree that it's a psyop.
Yeah.
But, and I can also agree with Melissa to an extent regarding its ability to pit one against another.
Yeah.
But how would you define it distinct from
How would
other
I define
psyops? How would you define it
feminism?
concisely? Because you're gonna, when you're coming up against a feminist, you got to know the definition that they're going to generally
Okay.
lean towards.
So my other account is masculinist, right? And this is me focusing on basically men knowing that, you know, if anything, if men become victims to society, society crumbles. But women can always be the victim. Like nothing's going to happen to society if women remain the victim for eternity, right? Like nothing's going to happen. If anything, we're still going to function because the men are the ones that keep society going. Women do contribute to society by giving birth to boys that become leaders, rulers, and kings.
Well,
right?
I'm not, real
That's
quick,
what
I'm
I
not
was
sure.
doing. Yeah.
You and I wouldn't disagree on particularly how you're rendering society, but I'm just
Yeah.
asking you, how would you define it? Because Pensum is asking. But then let's just say, here, we can just skip ahead. Pensum says, are you against women, people being equal? Well, my response to that is usually, how can I be for something that is false?
Exactly. It's a myth.
It's kind of a question that there's assumptions that are baked into your
Equality.
Melissa
is a myth.
getting triggered at 1 p.m.
Yeah.
No, I just have to understand for a moment.
How can I be
believe
how can I acknowledge something, or how can I move towards something that's false?
Yeah.
Men and women are not equal. You know that through physical anthropology that's incorrect.
Well, there's many
physical
examples.
anthropology.
Yeah, physical
listen.
anthropology is
You don't know the
evolution.
meaning of the words that you say sometimes,
if women,
and it's funny.
There's a difference between
that's
cultural
mostly
anthropology
women
and physical
doing that.
anthropology, is there not?
So you think by virtue of being a man that you are smarter and more capable than a
Well,
woman?
I know I'm at least not equal because we're different. That
Because
which
you're
is equal.
stronger.
Logic follows that
In
which is
many
equal
ways.
is not the
Yes.
same.
In many ways.
That which is equal is not the same.
Yeah.
This is true in this case as well.
So
But are women whole human beings with thoughts, ideas?
Yeah,
and
they're worthy of
whole
dignity, but
inner
these are
worlds,
Christian
just
concepts.
like-
These are Christian concepts.
Yeah.
Being
No,
afforded
that's
being
not a
afforded
Christian
dignity
concept. That
as
is
a
just being inhuman.
So-
really.
So I would argue
where did the
equality-
secular
I'm sorry.
where did the secular Darwinist get his idea that we are all created equal under the eyes of God, or we're all created in God's image? Where did the secularists get this idea from?
Oh,
if not
I
Christianity.
can give you a very
Hmm,
clear, concise
interesting.
answer to this if you'd
All right,
like.
where?
If you're interested.
What secularists?
So,
Did
what
they derive
you
it? Did they
call
derive it from some type of
morality-
religion?
No. What you
So
call
enlightenment doesn't come
morality-
from religion.
No,
Doesn't come
enlightenment comes from. No,
It doesn't come
enlightenment
from
comes
borrowing from religion.
from philosophy.
Yeah, it just
So
asserts
if you keep
what
saying
happens is
enlightenment and saying it's like contrary to the revolutionary founders, but it
All right.
is the cause of the
Okay.
founders and what they created here. So you're not making sense. You just
well,
need
I
to
think
know
I
that
think
up
I am
So-
making sense
so-
because we have to go.
Hold on. Let me complete the fucking thought. Do you want to
Fair
know where it
enough.
comes
Melissa,
from?
fair enough.
Okay. So what we call morality is really just empathy. Empathy is an evolutionary byproduct of a social species that requires, theory of mind in order to. We're not physically strong as a species compared to other animals on this planet. What we do have is intelligence and we have cooperation. Okay? So, yes, empathy created in-groups and out-groups and allowed us to coexist and understand one another. And that develops into morality. So, yes, there's a very basic, fundamental understanding of where morality comes from. And you can look at it in a scientific way where it is, reduction of harm. Cause the least amount of harm to the most amount of people in society. That's one way to look at it. But this idea that it comes from anything other than that,
All right, I didn't
morality
ask you
is
about
dependent
morality.
on
You just
time.
you just completely
did.
dodged.
Well, wait a minute.
You just completely
You did ask me about
dodged
morality.
the question. I asked
No.
you what.
Play the tape back.
I mean,
You asked me about
Play the
I
tape
asked
back.
you what idea of all men are created equal under the eyes of God. What is What is the?
Yeah, he did ask that.
And you gave me you said morality. How we view morality comes from our evolutionary biology or whatever. That's not the question I asked you. The concept of we're all equal under the eyes of X. That comes from Christianity. So this presumption of equality, where does this presumption of egalitarianism work? Because it doesn't work in the animal kingdom that you guys talk about so much. There's a lot of hierarchies and everything is in flux.
For a lot of social species. And I gotta be honest, we didn't get to be the apex species of this.
Yeah, but what moral prescription? What moral prescription? Okay, so you're saying some social species, some social species have an egalitarian society. So then, how do you move? How does science tell it? Okay, so it doesn't have egalitarianism. So then you're not answering my question. Then
yeah,
if it has empathy, you're not answering my question. I'm talking about egalitarianism, right? All equal. This is egalitarianism, right? This is the level of egalitarianism.
All equal under. Well, I can't answer that question.
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because.
But you brought up morality.
Right, but your constitution is based off of that. The only religious document you atheists have.
No, it doesn't say anything about God.
Is it immoral to know that we are not equal? Is that immoral?
Listen, I don't believe that every person is like a equal 1-to-1 ratio. Like not everybody's this intelligent, not everybody's this strong. Not everybody's this, not everybody's that. I understand that, but equality is not about ability. Equality is about dignity, and we are judged as a society by how we treat the least.
Based on what evidence? Based on what evidence?
Okay, so you said whoever causes the least.
Oftentimes, when you're bringing up points, we can identify that point and then speak on it. But if you're going to go on point for point. We're generally it's better to have a conversation going point for point.
Okay. So I want to address what she said about whoever causes the least amount of harm.
Before you can address it real quick.
I'm sorry.
Queen.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome, Queen. What's going on today? What brings you up here?
No, I heard that Miss Melissa was saying equality is based off of dignity, and that's actually completely false. In order for someone to be equal to another, or an object to be equal to, hold on. In order for man and woman to be equal, that means they would have to be exactly the same or add up to the same, which man and woman do not.
Honey, have you been picked yet? I just gotta ask you.
What does that have anything to do?
Super Dodger. You have to be. You're gonna go in the Hall of Fame of dodging. You might as well be.
Okay.
You might as well be.
Let me just say this.
You're becoming the one right now. You were Matrix. An hour and 45 minutes in, he's found out he can. Anyways, okay.
Okay. So when it comes to what you said, right? I would say that the one who causes the least harm. Right? Is that what you said? What did you say? The one who causes the least harm.
There's the way.
These are your words, by the way. I'm just
using. I know, but you misunderstood what I was saying. So
did I?
There is a way.
How do you know what I understand and what I don't understand?
Because of how you're repeating it back to me. So clearly.
No. I don't know what you said verbatim, so I'm trying to understand. Why don't you explain exactly the words you used? It's because I know what I'm going to respond with, but how did you say it?
You get inflamed by just questions being asked, and then when we ask questions, you're like, "How many chromosomes do you have?" And I'm like, "Lady." You're one of the most bad faith interlocutors. You're one of the most bad faith interlocutors.
You're asking her if she's been picked.
Have you been picked yet? That was your response.
I'm talking about human dignity.
We're having but Melissa, here's perhaps you never had a discussion, but in order for us to feel like you're not being insufferable, is you actually have to engage in the conversation in good faith. You cannot just.
I know.
Okay, so then why has Miss Queen's questioning been relegated to whether or not men want her? It's completely irrelevant. It's a baseless assertion. It's an ad hominem attack. This is like basic kindergarten, high school debate.
Yeah, she's done it a few times already in here, but it's fine.
Baseless, though, when
I don't expect any more anyways.
The problem is I came in with a definition to the word of what equality is. And I explained the definition to what it is, and you decided to insult me rather than engage into a mature debate with me, right? Because I don't have to ask you about your personal life in order to debate you.
Yeah. Can I just say, so whoever causes the least harm, right, you would say is the most empathetic?
Not whomever. I didn't. That's not what I said.
Well, look.
No
what I can tell
Would you
you
like
is
me to
this.
repeat?
With the absence of society, then you can have equality, right? But because society exists, right, we live in society, right? And society tells us what? That there's double standards. So how could you have equality but also double standards? It's treat me like a lady but respect me like a man. It makes absolutely no sense. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. It just
Do
doesn't
you?
logically follow. Yeah, no, I do understand what you're saying. So my point was that there is a way to study morality in a way that is efficient for everybody without, all of these different standards and upbringing. It's about creating the least amount of harm for the most amount of people in society. Instead,
Which men do.
everybody. No, they don't. They structure
Men are the
society around
reason why.
punishing those that they find least deserving.
Men are the
That's
reason
how-
why women who are not equal to them in strength or intelligence are still protected
Or
in
intelligence.
society.
Have you?
Well,
Do you know what
Is
are
that
you-
true or not?
Yeah.
Is it true or not? What? So at this point, you're going to ask your questions.
Strength,
I'm going to hold
yes,
your feet to the
It's
fire.
absolutely true.
Okay, but it's not just strength. It's also the society that we all live in, right? Most Western societies, they operate this way. Men dictate whether or not there will be rights or not. You agree? Yes or no, Melissa?
But doesn't that mean that a man
Melissa,
stronger
do you
than
agree?
can
Yes
also
or no,
dictate
Melissa? Do you
your-
agree? Yes or no?
Do I agree that's how it is now? Yes. It's
Okay,
a
in most
patriarchy.
societies.
It's always been this way.
Particularly in the
Not
ones
most
where
societies.
Okay, well, in most civilized societies where there's entitlement programs, constitutions, honor societies or diverse societies, yeah, that's how it is. Homogeneous, heterogeneous, from South Africa to America to Singapore, most systems are set up where men enshrine, instantiate, actualize, grant, whatever, the rights.
Yeah.
Is
Somebody
that
made a good
true or
point.
not, Melissa?
This is true.
Okay, well, go ahead, Chauvinist.
Yeah. Somebody just made a good point, right? Electricity, running water, right? The thing is, we don't care about, how equal or less equal we are or more equal we are to women. All we care about is protecting you even from yourselves. A lot of men are saying that, you're making these self-destructive decisions. That's why panels like this are existing, right? Is so that you can understand that the decisions you've made in life haven't made you happier just because you're smiling like a maniac. It doesn't mean anything.
No, she's
You can
just-
tell
she's
like
just a
people
smizer.
are. No, not her. I'm just saying like there's a lot of women that are laughing and smiling, but I know they're not happy. And you can kind of tell this too when they take their profile picture, right? It's always this scowl. Like most women are not smiling these days. It's always this scowl. And it's a reason for that. It's because they want to be taken seriously, but at the end of the day, they're not. And it doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if they have that scowl. It doesn't matter if they have like, that what is it?
You know what?
That-
Sometimes
that
you gotta,
resting-
a lot of things chauvinists be saying be rather profound.
I think that was profound.
I like to pay
You
because
are
the thing is,
ones up here. Like your whole thing is about like that you're better than like you can't compete with other
It's
men.
not about being
And
better.
so you're out here about how much better than
What
oh
women
my
you
gosh,
are.
she has that as her profile picture. She has a scowl.
Well, I was looking at her. When you said that, I was like, "Is he talking about Melissa?" So I went to look at Melissa's.
Why don't you look at the rest of mine? Okay?
Melissa's triggered.
Look at the
Melissa's
rest
triggered.
of my fucking profile.
But why do
Can
you
I
want
say
that?
But you are the ones. You're the ones up here. Like your whole fucking shtick is about how much better than women you are because you can't compete with the men that are also holding you fucking down.
Wow.
Which was my point earlier.
What is?
Wait,
I don't understand. Like,
Men aren't holding men down. Men are putting women up, unfortunately, and they shouldn't. We're trying to tell these men to get them off the pedestal or get them off the high
Men
chair.
with power are
Miss
holding
Queen,
you down, baby.
Miss Queen.
That's why
Exactly.
you're so worried about
What's going on,
controlling
Miss
women,
Queen?
so
Let
you
us
feel
know.
like you have something.
Oh my! I think
It's
you're
pretty
trying to take
sad,
personal
actually.
shots because you don't have much
I'm
of a
not,
life that's
no.
fulfilling. When
I'm
people
sorry,
don't
I
have a
don't like
life
to
that's
overtalk.
I just want to say this real quick, Ice Queen, then I'll shut up. Women that don't have a fulfilling life, they like to take well, this is anybody. They just take personal shots because they know that their life is not worth even talking about.
Well, we'll allow Melissa to give a quick quip in response, and then we're gonna let Queen. That was directed at you, perhaps. Did you want to respond to that, Melissa?
Who on here is married?
Here we go.
Me.
Personal shots again.
Yeah. Who has kids?
My wife's
I don't.
upstairs.
Me.
I don't have any kids.
20 plus
He's married
years
too.
here.
Yeah, me too.
So
20
I'm
plus
just
years.
saying, you know, and I work in a male-dominated field. You know,
Why?
You acting like why?
Uh-oh.
Because
Stupid.
it's what makes me happy. That's why I do it.
All right.
So
So,
you're-
anyways, that's the end of the quip. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Miss
Wasn't
Queen.
a quip, but
I'm saying the response or whatever. Queen, go ahead.
The issue that I see a lot of women having is when they are having trouble accepting that men are different. For some reason, they are thinking of superiority. Women are superior in many ways, as to where men are superior in other ways. The sooner that women could accept that, the better it's going to be, because we are not physically the same. Our capabilities are not the same. Our entire chemistry is not the same, which is perfectly fine. You don't have to be a pick-me to recognize that. In fact, if you went to, 8th grade biology, went to any class involving anatomy as a child, you would have the time to recognize this. It is fine.
Also, I don't want to do personal
Just small
shots, but
town.
if
Just a small town girl. Thanks for the
yeah,
follow.
if you're married and you're happy, why are you putting yourself on display for other men to see?
what the fuck? Really?
Yeah, like why are you on camera right now? Let's just see your
Why
scout
not?
profile picture. Because you're married, you're already taken. Like, why do you want to
I
put
can
yourself on
exist
display?
in the world? What?
You are
you hear the
married.
things
You belong to him. You don't
So I
belong to
don't-
us.
Oh, so I'm not a whole person of my
I don't
own, is what you're saying. But you
You're-
are. He
well,
is. He's married. He's
well-
on camera. That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he's a man.
But me doing it is wrong. Oh,
He's a man.
Yeah,
Hello,
I would
double
argue.
standards
I would argue it's
exist.
a
We live in
different thing.
society.
Perhaps maybe you guys would disagree, but a man advertising is different than a woman. Like
Yeah.
men do not
just
generally.
because you want to fuck me doesn't mean that I'm doing anything wrong.
Whoa.
I
Careful
can't with
now.
you. This
I mean,
is crazy.
how old are
and
you?
you don't see
United-
the irony.
You're
United
supposed to be
Passport.
more
Say.
mature the older you get.
All
Where's the
right.
wisdom?
Where's the wisdom?
Miss Melissa, do you flirt with other dudes?
She does. That's why she said that.
Do you flirt with other dudes?
Why do you assume that? Have I flirted with anybody here?
I'm just crossing. I'm just.
Even
I mean,
once.
perhaps. How about this? I don't want to make you uncomfortable if this line of questioning makes you uncomfortable. But I do find it curious why you are like. I do think that's interesting. That comment you made, it just made me. There's just a little befuddling, is
it
all.
was, and it should be.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of
It's
late
not
at
my
night.
problem.
This is all I'm
So
saying.
what?
If I was, if I had, I wouldn't like my wife.
Does
making
your
those-
wife like you on here?
making those type
You
of comments.
do
This late at
understand
night.
that-
It's a little edgy.
Yeah.
It's a little edgy. is
As
all.
a married woman, you're a representation of your husband. So right now, we're kind of getting a glimpse of what he has to deal with.
And vice versa.
Ouch.
Your husband would be a representation of you. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No.
Well, my husband's obsessed with me, guys. So
Obsessed. This is.
So, yeah.
That sounds. I mean, you have to
Marriage
think about it.
is not about obsession.
Yeah, obsession to me wouldn't really be a brag. I just want to pause to say to the broader audience here, when we talk about how a lot of the framing is around relationships, I notice this on YouTube or other places where they're like, how to make a man obsessed, or how to get a woman obsessed with you, thinking about you all the time. This is it's, I don't know if it's feminine or if it's just like a bit low-key wicked or Machiavellian, because why would you want someone to not be sober-minded or have their mental faculties working correctly, such that they can't stop obsessing over someone? I mean,
Fair enough.
I don't think anyone's worthy of obsession. No one here is a god. No one here is perfect. I mean, perhaps we're worthy of worship sometimes, but obsession
from it.
I don't think it's a brag. I think it's a bad language here.
Fair enough.
The reason why I bring that up, Miss,
I'll give you that,
Miss Melissa, because you're saying my husband's obsessed with me. It's like,
it's just
you had to think
adores
about
me. He loves me.
Yeah, but
He's
you
a
had to
good
think
man.
about how you would have to think about how men would size that up when we hear it. We would be like,
well,
that sounds
you could try
either
to
like
size it up, but he dwarfs most men, so I don't really worry about
to be
it.
stronger is not necessarily about. We're not talking about strength here. We're talking about respect, reputation.
Really?
Right, but ma'am,
You don't say.
I'm just saying it's bad form. It's a little bit bad decorum. Because I'm trying to say, hey, look, you might not want to talk about your husband like that because it doesn't help you. It doesn't help us think about your husband in a good light. But you can say, I don't care about what you guys think, but I'm telling you, a lot of men think like this. Maybe not liberal men, but like for example, let's just say you had a
poor choice of words.
A prospect. Okay, well you get the point. I'm not going to belabor it. Player, thanks for the follow. So
where is my husband? He's fucking right here. He hears everything. He's right here.
She's way too emotionally charged to have a. I mean,
whatever.
Stalkers can
I'm
protect
expressive. That's not the same thing as emotional. So cute.
What is this hair texture? Are you one of us? Yes, nigga. I am. Tube side. Yo, Outdoor, what's going on, man? Oh, did you have a question that I forgot? No, we're good on there. All right.
Anyway, I'm sorry. I like pushing buttons. I have fun doing this.
That's flirting. You like to flirt. It's a little.
It's not flirting. I like intellectual stimulation. That's not flirting.
Look, I wouldn't want my wife.
I've flirted with you once.
No, you're correct. You're correct. That is correct. That is correct. But I'll just, not to particularly shame you, but I wouldn't want my wife up late talking to men. You know what I'm saying? Granted, it is in a recorded space. Well, it's not because this is TikTok. But yeah, it's just stuff like this. It's just like the problem. Another problem I have, Melissa, with how things are in the modern day is that women just basically get a blank pass to do whatever the hell they want. Like in your world, what kind of feminist?
The same thing.
No, I'm not. I'm doing that which is consistent with providing. If I'm trying to make money for my family, I'm not doing this for leisure per se. I'm not doing this for leisure.
Enough.
No, but this is the thing. When I'm not sure if chauvinists agreed. Raise 33. Women.
Men is insane.
Also, the fact you argue with men is insane. I will say there's a difference between men can notice this subtly. Women who have a level of grace or maybe shamefacedness or their silence is their presence. I know that sounds kind of cheesy to you, but it does mean things to men. For example, I was telling my wife this. When women act feminine around me, the more they act feminine, the more I get protective. And we're not talking about territorial per se. We're talking about I feel kind of like this different drive to want to make sure I give them the space to be that way. So when Queen is saying, I don't overtalk people, I'm like, okay, that's crazy. I've heard a couple of women say that. I don't like to overtalk. This is like a real feminine trait. So
I'm sorry,
I'm
I
like,
don't want to interrupt you, but
Right.
just a moment. Jay Woody, I don't agree. No.
all
Listen.
right. So anyways,
look at the
like
comments.
as I was saying, just a small
Okay.
town girl, you're welcome up. So when Queen is saying, I've seen a couple of women say this. I don't like to overtalk, or when I feel like I'm being overtalked, I just won't speak. So I'm just like, damn, okay, I must acknowledge this. And I have to now assert more of my boundaries as a man around the conversation in order to allow that to kind of have more space, or just enough space. But with women who act masculine, I don't have that drive. It doesn't get that out of me. But I'm just explaining to you, you might not ever understand this because you don't know what it's like to you don't know what it's like to have these type of drives as a man. But
Well, I have children, so I understand the drive to protect and provide, if that's helpful.
yeah, but there's a gendered aspect to it, because I don't acknowledge
not.
women as children. I just acknowledge them as the weaker vessel.
Seems like you do, though.
But they're just
It
the weaker
seems
vessel.
like
This
you
is just self-evident at this point.
weaker.
Women are physically they're physically inferior to men on average, especially men who look like me.
physically.
I'm 225. I don't know, like
My sons dwarf you. Okay?
right. So
Listen,
so if that was the
all I
case,
can
they would
say-
know exactly what I'm talking about, especially how they view women. Women are
My
damn near
sons would
styrofoam.
never.
They don't
say
view
these
women as weaker
things
vessel.
to a woman.
Is it not true
No.
that women are the weaker vessel? At least
No, because
so women
my
are not
sons
physically
take much more pride in their intelligence than
so
they
they're
do their
delusional.
physical prowess.
They're delusional then.
No,
Are women physically
not
inferior
delusional.
than men?
women are physically weaker than men, not inferior. Though you'd have to define
Physically
inferiority.
inferior, weaker.
Well,
Are women
I
physically
don't know. I
weaker
think
than men?
growing a human being in your body is not inferior physically. I think
But you're
higher
f-
pain tolerance isn't inferior.
It's like
Better
you're
endurance
refusing
isn't
to
inferior.
acknowledge like
These are
complete
not
bad faith.
inferior
Is it true or not
traits.
that men are stronger than women?
Physically, yes.
Does that not play
Like,
to how they're going to
pure
behave?
strength.
Does that not play to how they're going to behave and treat them in society? Does this not make sense?
Well, this goes back to
Are
why
you going to answer
men
the
are
question,
physically
Melissa?
stronger than women. I'm trying
So do you think
to.
my
I'm
question is
listening.
based on a false assumption or what? 'Cause I'm not sure why you're going
I
off on this
do.
tangent.
I do believe it's based on a false assumption.
What is a false
Again,
assumption?
we did not
Please
become
concisely. Now it's just me and you now. Now it's nobody else to get in. Now explain to me how
Again, we did not become the apex species of this planet based on our physical ability. Compared to other
You're wrong.
animals, you are much weaker than a chimpanzee, and
yeah,
yet
but
you
because
don't
we
see
outsmart
them
them and we
lording
have
over us.
and we have the requisite force. That's
Yes,
why we were
we
able to.
outsmart
Yeah,
them.
but who are generally who is generally intellectually or quotient intelligently
you-
who is intelligently at parity generally to men, if not
Intelligent?
women?
Are you sure you want to have this
I'm
discussion? 'Cause I don't think you're gonna like how
I'm
it
actually
goes.
explaining to you that
The
women and
average
generally
woman
women and
is
men
more
generally
intelligent than the
yeah,
average
so,
man.
yeah, but for some reason
You can look it up.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You can tie even more arms behind my back. It's irrelevant at this point. It still doesn't hurt my argument because women are still dominated by men for most of society. Why is that? Are they if they're not smarter than us, then it's obvious their requisite strength is better, and it leads to their superiority. Correct?
This is the argument you want to have.
So another question with a question.
Well,
Answer
I
another
have
question
to
with a question.
understand where you're coming from. In
I'm
order to
asking you that
understand the
because if
argument.
you're saying
So do
women
you
are so
think-
stronger than men, if in your idea,
I didn't say that.
If I'm sorry, if
I didn't
women are
say women
so
are stronger than
intellectually superior than men, then why are they constantly dominated in
didn't
every
say they were
single goddamn
superior.
society that's civilized? Why is that? Why are feminists constantly complaining about how there's a patriarchy if they're just so smart? Why is a dumb, masculine, ooga booga man dominating them? Why?
Yeah.
Please explain.
It's the physical aspect of it, which has become irrelevant, especially in modern times.
You're incorrect.
Which
How
is
is
why
irrelevant?
you're so upset.
Yeah,
How
I'm
is
upset.
it irrelevant? Because
Rick, I'm upset. You guys can't
here.
reproduce. Feminists can't reproduce their own ideology. I'm upset. Rick, thanks for the support. One American. Thanks for the heart.
May I say something, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And is that just? Is that just? Or is it
No,
Queen?
it was me.
Oh, Queen.
Ice Queen.
Well, hold on, Queen. Just, my apologies. You were up. Didn't introduce you. My apologies.
No, she can go. I'll wait.
Are you over 18, ma'am?
I'm sorry?
Are you over 18?
Oh, yes. Heavens, yes. I'm 40.
All right.
40
Thanks. Thanks for coming up. All right, Queen.
Thanks for having me.
When we look at majority of women's intelligence, it shifts, and that's not to be insulting. That is being proven more and more with science, because most women's intelligence are based off of their emotion, as to where a man, he will strictly go off of logic. He could hear something he dislikes and still respond with a logical, intellectual answer to you, as to where majority of the women will respond with an insult, smart remarks, or just simply have to reroute and direct everything to where it is somehow going to try to bash the other person.
Okay. Baby, do you know what a bell curve is?
So, who are you asking? Who you
Ice
ask-
Queen.
Oh, Queen.
Do you know what a bell curve is?
You could go ahead and explain to me.
Oh, I will. So, you know, most humans exist among a bell curve, right? So there's outliers on both sides, and you know, most people exist within in the hump. That's why it's called the bell curve. Okay, so the average, you can look this up, and this is by IQ, not by emotion, not by anything else. This is strictly a completely just scientific viewpoint of intelligence and problem solving capability. The average woman exists higher on this bell curve than the average man, and this is just a fact, and this has been tested, it has been proven. So you can tell me your opinions, but
what are these sources? Because as far as it goes, I study psychology because I like working in mental facilities.
Oh, girl, I don't think you should be doing that.
Well, just give the source
And
instead of proving a
is
point.
not the same thing. I mean, I don't know how to tell you just basic facts that everybody knows. You can look it up.
That's not a basic fact.
Sanctimony. Hey, everybody,
go
to the
ahead
audience,
with
to the
it.
audience. Hey, let me just say this: sanctimony, being sanctimonious, is not a
moment.
It's not a gender thing.
Is there any more rum left?
This is what I was talking about with you saying it's basic knowledge, when I could
Okay.
actually give you the sources, right?
Okay, well, give them to me.
America,
because
thanks for
you
the
just
sombrero
told me
hat.
your opinions.
No, that's not an opinion. It's on NIH, where it will talk about women's choice making. It will talk about their behaviors, even their intellectual levels is dependent on the hormones that are surging through their body in the
I'm gonna
moment.
need you to provide your sources because
Hey, well,
I
let's go
Google
source
search.
for source.
I just did.
Let's go
NIH.
source for source.
NIH, National Institute of Health. I know you're not gonna lying.
Nope.
All right, so NIH versus the what you got? What you got, Melissa? Because you know you just responded by proving her
Just
point, right?
Google bell curve
Bruh.
male
Bruh.
versus female intelligence, and it'll show you right now.
But it's going to be a
Just do
variety
it.
of sources.
I dare you.
No, that's
All right, look at NIH when you Google.
I helping you. You need to get your own dang sources. Why are you making us do it?
I know.
You guys are
Because
right
I
now.
don't
What's
know
going
what
on
my
is
other devices right now.
oh man, you better. I'm not trying to hear no. I'm just a girl excuse at this point.
I didn't say I'm just a girl. I don't know
I
where
don't
the
know
other
where my other
device is right now.
device is. No, it can work.
You have one in front of you.
Yeah, but yeah, that's in between y'all and y'all. Me, the
Uh-huh.
audience, me,
Are
just
you
a small town girl, and the
intellectually
audience are just,
honest or no?
ma'am. When you assert evidence, the burden
Read
of
what
proof is on you to
read what
provide
you
it.
found. Read what you found, honey.
No. So, anyways, James,
Mhm,
about
mhm.
to flip the tables like Jesus. I mean, it's fine. Melissa's a good sport. That's in the Bible, Proverbs 12:12.
Listen, it's all in good fun. You know, James, I'm sorry, I did interrupt you before, but I was somebody was saying that you're not a good person, and I said I disagree. I think where you come from is genuine, and it comes from a place of empathy and love. Is it misguided? In my opinion, yes. Is it factually incorrect? Also, yes. But I still think you're a nice person, and I enjoy talking to you.
Yeah,
So
I
just
appreciate
wanted
it.
to
I
put that
think
out there.
yeah, I appreciate that. I think you're a good sport as well. You're not like malicious. So
Oh,
I
never.
appreciate that.
Why would I be?
National
Yeah,
Health
facts and
Institute.
logic on my side.
National Health Institute, men have higher IQ, 3 to 5 points higher on our average. About choose the bear scripture. Oh, choose the bear scripture.
What did you search?
I think it's more of a lesson and stuff like that. Not saying, okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Slarp. And IRC.
You're not wrong, Memento. That's why I said on average, women are more intelligent than men.
Men dominate
That's
the
why it's
extremes of
about
the bell curves.
But we're finding the most intelligent person alive right now is a woman. Look it up. So the bell curve is by what has been measured. When women have been held back for millennia, you discounted the intelligence of half of the population for millennia. And look how much we've progressed as a society in technology, in science, in health,
They're
in
male. Most
all
of
of
these are
these
male
areas
inventions, though.
since.
Most of these are male
No, they're
inventions.
not. Look it up. I dare you, baby.
What do you want to
Look
look? What do you want me to look up? What
up.
invention do you want me to look up?
I
You
would
better
like
not
you
say
to look
Wi-Fi.
up Albert Einstein's wife, is what I'd like you to look up.
What, that she was his assistant or whatever?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, what is your evidence that he took ideas from her? What's your evidence of that? You know, because they could both be, they could both be mathematicians, but that doesn't mean he stole from her, does it?
Think about how many genius women were held in homes raising children for ungrateful men that thought they were better than them
No, it's just that they
instead of contributing to society.
Well, I mean, they're just not doing what you would suggest, which is rejecting your birthright or abandoning your kids to go pursue some lofty dream.
I've given birth to 4 kids. They're
Okay,
amazing.
so
Again,
it makes
athletes,
sense why
honor
you would want the
students.
smartest people probably raising society. That makes
Right.
sense why you
So
would want
that
that
would be
happening.
why you would want the smartest women to reproduce with, because intelligence is largely carried on the X chromosome. So when you're
So
discounting
that's
female
fine,
intelligence,
but
you're
if
dooming your own children.
If they're basically gallivanting around trying to get an education to some degree that they're going to abandon anyways once they find a man
Wow.
who they accept, then
So the quality of your offspring.
so
doesn't
you're
matter.
saying it's in a man's best interest to look for an intelligent woman, but how can I do that
Yes.
if she's wasting all of her eggs on birth control, abortions, and college dick?
Wow. Is it being compared to the college dick you have a problem with?
No, it's the fact that I don't want women who are used up. Most men don't.
Oh, is your dick used up?
Compared to my wife, yeah, I'm more used up than
Yeah.
my wife.
Huh. Well, so
But
why?
men and women are different, so the standards applied are different. So how's that relevant? You see how I'm answering your questions directly,
Believe.
and I'm not being passive
Well,
aggressive.
you are, but
So
you are
how does
answering
this-
them, but not directly as you think you are. So you say men and women are different, so the standards are different, right?
Yeah, that's biological.
That's your point. Oh, it's biological.
Yeah, it's biological.
Oh, so it's natural, is what you're saying.
A lot of it is natural, yes.
Is it natural?
Yeah.
What in nature requires this level of force to?
You don't need force to have incentive. You just need the person's perspective from the inside, how they view the
Well,
other
it seems
person.
to me like
Agreed.
So
having a
there's no
very hard
force.
time
There's no
convincing
force that goes
people.
involved with me trying to ensure paternity. This is anthropology 101, is it not?
Oh yeah, no. Paternal uncertainty is the whole cause of all of
right.
this.
So
Yeah,
paternal uncertainty sounds to me
110%.
like a biological incentive, does it not?
Oh, it sounds like the
Because
egomaniacal
cuckoldry at this
incentive.
point is not. There's no evidence of a widespread cuckoldry such that it's an incentive structure around
You know
men.
there's tribes right now that practice
Are they
plural
the
paternity.
Are they the outlier? Yes, they are.
Yeah, they
I'll
are
just
the
start answering your
outlier, but
questions for you. Mental health awareness. Thanks for the follow.
they are the outlier, but they exist, and it
Okay,
works
so
for
you're
them.
pointing to the outliers. Interesting. When I'm explaining to you biologically informed incentives that we can observe as the
This
majority.
is not biologically informed.
Here's
though.
how
This
it's
is
biologically informed. Is
nature
it true?
versus nurture
Is it
argument.
okay? Is it true that that most humans have an instinct to survive? Is that biological or is that social construction?
That is a common thing that all living things have in common. Yes.
Biological then, right? If it's
Sure.
biological, is self-preservation biologically informed? To make sure that you can survive, you can eat food when you're hungry, breathe when you need to breathe, poop when you need to poop, feel safe for yourself.
So
Are these biological
patriarchy
incentives? Are these
is
biological?
as biological
Are these
as
biological?
shitting?
Are
Is that
these-
what you're telling me?
No. Are these biological incentives? Since they are, preservation and your mate is a biological incentive. You want to secure your mate. You want to make sure your mate stays with you. You want to do what's required of you to keep a mate. These are biological incentives, correct?
This does not follow. So we'd have to talk about Maslow's theory of hierarchy here. So you're going from base level, survival needs to higher functioning needs. This doesn't follow.
It
This
does
is not
follow.
biological.
It does
We're
follow
going into
because
societal.
it does
When
follow
you're talking
because
about mates,
each biological incentive informs or is reinforced by the one that follows it. That is.
Not necessarily. If
So
needs are
explain
met,
to me.
then the
Explain
next
to me
one
what I
could
just
be-
said, and the thread that I brought you to from
Well,
preservation.
the thread you brought me to is
All right,
that
so
people want
let
to
me-
live,
Alyssa, let me finish
so
the damn point.
therefore, mate.
That's not what I said. Strawmans. Again.
Well,
God
this
made it
is
that
not
way.
a
It's not biological
biological
to keep a mate.
imperative for survival.
Ask God, woman. She's the type that wants to
Well,
be right,
I
even
would never-
even if she answers she's wrong. I mean, even if she knows she's wrong. Water, it's starting to feel like that. Maybe for men, it's biological to cage.
Oh,
women.
yeah, men definitely revolve around access to women. It's your whole fucking purpose in life.
All right, so you even agreed that paternity certainty is a biological incentive, or is a
No,
it's not biologically
paternity
observed.
certainty-
It's not biologically.
No.
It's not a biological
For
incentive.
millennia.
So is
most
resource
of
gathering,
the-
is wanting to gather resources, is that a biological incentive or is it a
For
social incentive?
Most of our evolutionary
Answer the question.
evolution as a species.
Answer the question.
We were not a patriarchy. Patriarchy is a recent
All right,
invention
so at this point, if
after
you're just gonna keep
agriculture.
dodging, I'm just not really interested in having a conversation. You're about to
I
get the
am
axe.
answering your question.
It's
just
damn near
because
2
you don't
o'clock. You gonna
understand.
answer the questions or are you out of here? So, last question I asked you. Is resource gathering a biological incentive?
Yeah. And for most of human history, women gathered 80% of the caloric resources for the tribe
So men were not
through
gathering
hunting
resources.
and gathering and cooking and
Okay,
taking
so
care
it's
of the
biological,
children.
right?
Well, yeah, but we
Is
produce
ensuring
most
is
of it.
ensuring paternity certainty for your mate, is that biological or is that socially
Oh.
contrived?
Is it biological? Well, that is a good question. That is a good question because it seems to be a very strong drive for men. But it's a
Well,
fairly
it's just a drive
new.
to mate, right? Just because you want to
Well,
mate,
no.
you have testosterone or you have the drive, you have a sex drive.
Mating
Is a sex
is
drive?
not the same thing
Is a
as
sex drive?
paternity certainty, though.
But it's
Yeah, a sex drive.
directly related. It directly informs the other.
It is not.
Here's
it has
how.
to do with surplus in agriculture.
Here's how.
If
If you want
talked
to
about
make sure you
anthropology.
gather resources, and someone else sires your kid, you're not going to want to give them resources. Hell, a lot of animals in your own paradigm, a lot of animals will kill the young or the cubs of the previous mate, right? So this
Are you
sounds to
talking
me
about
biologically
lions?
consistent compared to your own worldview. Men have paternity certainty, and they will go to vast lengths to make sure that they're not siring or they're not producing for other
This
kids,
is
right?
a new phenomenon.
It's a new
relatively
phenomenon, and
for the human species.
cuttlefish don't do this. They don't sneak into the den in the ocean to mate after the mate has left.
Listen, men want to mate. We know that. That is a biological certainty across all species. Men's main drive is to scatter their seed wherever they fucking can.
Biological.
Actually,
So
pollen.
are there
It's not
things
seed.
that biologically?
It's pollen.
So because
But-
of that, that stands to reason that there's going to be mate guarding preferences that are biologically informed by that. It's just a simple
I don't think.
logical
No.
fact. So then
Mate
explain
guarding
to me how it's
preferences,
not.
this is-
Explain to me how it's not. You need to speak directly to it at this point. Please speak
I've been
directly to
trying
it.
to. You don't want to hear what I have to say.
No, it's just you go on tangents a lot. So let's get to it.
I'm not going on to. I'm
Mama
explaining
Gaming, thanks for the
scientific
follow.
principles to you.
Explain
so
to
that
me
you
how
understand
mate
where I'm
guarding and
coming
paternity
from.
certainty is not informed by biological instinct. Explain.
Well, it is in the fact that men
If it
cannot
is, then
know
why are you-
who their offspring is. But for most of human development, of human evolution, it was not a priority for paternity certainty. We raised children as a group. We were communal. We did things a different fucking way. Paternity certainty became a problem after agriculture and surplus. That is when that started.
So you mean to tell me?
So this is not.
So let me get this straight.
It's
Are
not
we
a
talking about
biological
humans? Are we talking about
drive.
humans, or are we talking about like
Yes.
Australopithecus
I'm
or something?
talking about humans.
So let me get this straight.
This is
If paternity certainty is a biological observation that you can observe, you're saying that only started once agriculture became a thing.
yeah.
That
pretty
would
much.
stand to reason that it's socialized.
Yes.
What is your evidence of this?
Anthropology.
All right. Well, just pointing to the broad study of anthropology is not evidence, because I can just say anthropology, therefore you're disproven. So what is your evidence?
You pointed to anthropology a little while ago. So why is it
I'm
not
giving you
but not for
evidence.
me?
I'm giving you streams of logic and observations that you and I can walk through. That's the difference. You just asserting.
I'm giving you.
You just putting in rainbow
saying-
caption. Anthropology is not a refutation of what I'm asking.
Do you know why women go through menopause but still live much longer past their ability to reproduce?
Because of the less disposable sex, men who have to get resources, there's risk that comes with it. It's just a fact.
No, it's because women have purpose for the community outside of our ability to reproduce. Like every other
men are more
species that goes
disposable.
through menopause. So yeah, that is true, and I
Okay.
don't like that.
Well,
and
it's
I
just a
think we should
biological
change
reality.
that. But it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
We're an intelligent
You're not capable of doing it.
species. We don't have.
Women are generally
do
not
these
capable of
things.
doing it. They're
I
not
can press a
capable of
button
being more
and
disposable.
flick a drone off too.
Yeah,
okay?
you're incorrect.
So
Weapons
we're
are
intelligent.
maintained by
Our
men.
strength is in our intelligence as a species.
Yeah, but the distinguisher,
has
and
been.
which makes us dimorphic and how we specialize as a collective, leans to our
It only means men
biological
were
traits.
able to control women for a long time.
No, it means you're
That's all
still
it
being
means.
controlled
It-
at this very moment. There's nothing you can do about it outside of appealing to other men. That's the reality. You can appeal to beta
Force
males, but there's
doctrine.
still it's just
It
it
always-
would just be a
it
beta
always
male
comes back
patriarchy.
on a force- Do you know who the leaders of a wolf pack are?
We're not wolves, ma'am. That's
Well,
true in a
they
narcissist
are a
perspective,
social
bro.
species that are
Disposable.
compatible with our species, which is why we were able to
It's not.
domesticate
It's not
them.
one to one.
So who
We don't
are
we don't
the leaders of a wolf pack?
Ma'am, it's not. I don't see how that's relevant. We don't operate.
It
in
is
packs.
relevant.
How is that relevant?
Answer the question.
Who is
Answer the
what?
question. Who is the leader of a wolf pack?
Alpha male, I guess. How they say it. I don't know
Do you
too
know
much.
that the scientist that coined that term spent the rest of his career trying to take it back because he had studied wolves in captivity, which would be equivalent to studying human behavior of
In
men
prison?
in prisons?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well then, I don't know. So I don't know then.
The
at this point.
leaders of a wolf pack, it's a family unit. It is usually the oldest mother and father of the group, but it is a family unit. Okay, this idea.
Do they have social welfare programs? And do they force their males to pay for child support when the women sleeps around?
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm not sure how this is relevant.
You want to talk about biological imperatives, right? But you don't want to get down into the nitty gritty of it.
Well, nitty gritty would imply the nuances.
Very
and
much of our society
you're trying to
is
do a broad
constructed.
stroke of analogy from wolves to.
It's not a broad stroke.
Okay.
It's not. It's a social species that we cohabitate with, that we domesticated, so they are compatible with us, and it shows us another perspective of a social species.
Do you have the ability to lick your own ass?
Oh my god! If I did, I wouldn't be talking to you. I'll tell you that much.
Hey, I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
You know exactly what it's supposed to mean.
Disavow. So
we have souls, but dogs don't have souls. Come on.
I'm just explaining we're not the same. You pay child support.
I just want to say, you're my favorite type of white person. You're dripped out. Have a good night.
Appreciate it, man. You pay child support of a kid that's not yours for sleeping around. Disapproval becomes an option when proper management is lacking or extreme conditions sourced from comfort. This disposal becomes an option when proper management is lacking or extreme conditions sourced. So here's where I disagree. You cannot account for all scenarios. If a boat is sinking, it makes sense why men are going to be deferent and have an affinity for standing by. Because if it means that their legacy can continue, it makes complete sense. The woman who can give more kids and the child who's going to depend on that woman in a way that she couldn't, or that kid could not depend on me. Hell, I can't lactate, for one. So a man to take a step back and say,
you're not physically strong enough to lactate?
Right, there's not enough muscle milk that can make muscle milk come out of my muscles. Correct. So when it comes to,
you can't grow a whole human being out of your tits?
Hey, what is a woman?
Sounds weak to me.
What's a woman at this point? I mean, are you a TERF? Hopefully you are. You would be less insufferable if you're a TERF.
It's not. I wouldn't say that I'm a TERF. I do have my issues.
Why
with
are you not excluding?
Well, no. It's not. Okay, let me finish the thought just once. Is that okay?
I'm not gonna let you derail me off of my tangent. We're gonna go on this tangent.
First of all,
we're going on this tangent.
Live and let live
when it comes to,
However,
hold on, Melissa, one moment.
Okay.
Men being disposable is a functional necessity of society because it could not exist outside of that.
Because they're supposed to compete with each other for access to women. That's why they're disposable.
It's not just that. It's not just the sole reason. We have societies such that we maintain your ability to have any rights, to afford any liberties, any securities, any protection from other men that you don't like. The men that you don't like are the men who...
a heifer is more valuable than a bull.
Huh?
That's why.
What?
It's the same reason a heifer is more valuable than a bull. That's why.
Oh yeah, fine. That's fine. But when we're talking about disposability, it's not a matter of systematic. It's not a systematic issue. That is actually a systematic necessity. It's a systematic necessity of our system. So, let's see here. She's got to be drunk. Water. I'm not so sure anymore. Why are you comparing? I have had 5 kids. You have rights because of men. Look how Andrea is just eloquently just making statements.
Eloquent. That is not a word I'd use to describe that.
Just a small town girl. What do you have to say about what's been happening? Are you just enjoying, or is this?
That's a loaded question. Where do I begin? I don't even know. I guess I'll just piggyback off of what the last thing I took in, which again, I am human. I'm not going to compare anything to animals.
Baby.
something about child support, right? I'll just go ahead and just start off with that, and whatever y'all talk about, whatever. But so yes, I do feel like a lot of men, you know, a lot of women, you know, they definitely have more power. Men don't. A lot of men are silent for a reason. And I think a lot has to do with it was not having the resources to be able to reach out, and women don't let them either. Women just want to talk, and they don't know how to communicate. And as far as the child support, I feel like, you know, it should be 50-50 straight out the gate, unless proven unfit. Because let's be honest, I mean, most of these women out here get child support and they spend it on not their children. They spend it on designer bags, getting their nails done, going out, not on the children, right? And yet they still don't even get to see their kids half the time, right? So I think that but 2 months ago, before you got that divorce, though, he was everything, right? He was amazing, this and that, but now he's all these horrible things, right? And also, you know, the topic I'm on right now is narcissist women. Okay, you want to pull out your statistics, go for it. But there are that, you know, that's not spoken about is how there are, you know, all you hear is how men are narcissists. But what about these women? There are so many women out here that are narcissists, and these men, they suffer from, you know, physical and mental abuse. Now, sure, it's not spoken on. You know, they don't speak about it because that's not how they were raised. You know, they're raised to be men, you know, to be strong. And they don't have that safe place as they should. And that's a lot to do with women. And now when I say women, I don't mean all. Let me be clear before I start getting attacked on that. And if you feel like I'm attacking you personally, then that's a you problem, not a me. So again, I'm speaking majority, some. I'm not doing statistics here. I'm just saying there are women out here that are, okay? And so, and I know you're over here muting yourself and you're just yapping down there. Go ahead, you want to interrupt? Go for it. I know you're dying down there.
I'm trying to be respectful of you. Listen, I don't completely disagree with you at all. Keep going. Tell me what you think, girl.
I mean, so yeah, I just feel like as far as the justice system goes and the child support and when it comes to child custody, I feel like that definitely needs to change. And that's something that I'm trying to make a movement in. And I hope that, you know, I don't know that I can make it happen, but I hope that I can spread that and get more men behind me, because I am an advocate for men, if you can't tell. And I'd have a Men's Wednesday, so I try to help them, you know, find their voice and speak up. And because it all starts with being heard, right? Because so many are misunderstood because they're not heard. And I want them to speak up. Just like all these women, that's how it's everywhere, all over social media. Men are narcissists. Well, men, speak up, step up, defend yourself out here, right? And again, people that get offended by what I'm saying, you know, that's a you problem, not a me. And trust me, I'm not the most liked person by women, and that's okay. I don't care. I'm just standing up for what I believe in, and I stand behind men because something's got to change here. Because men also matter. I mean, that's why there's so many failed relationships, I feel like, too. Why do you think people cheat? Why do you think people cheat? Because there's something lacking in that relationship. And again, women, we know how to talk, right? We know how to talk, and men, they don't, unless you can give that man that safe place and give him that, it's a very simple tool. Let me just back up. It's a very simple tool in a relationship. It's communication, but it's also comprehension. You got to comprehend what's being communicated, right? Yes, not to just, you know, to argue with the situation, because nobody's going to be hurt if you're just going to continue to, I'm right, you're wrong. I mean, that all you're doing is just cat and mouse. It's just tat for tat, right? If you both can respect each other and hear each other out on the argument, whatever it might be, burnt toast, I don't care. If you are able to sit there and listen to that person and why they felt it the way that they did and why they reacted the way that they did, and actually hear them, and then same for you, you tell them, well, this is how I felt and why I felt this way, then guess what? You fist pound it and you go bang it out. I mean, you know what I mean? It's
Literally
about
bang.
understanding each other. Yes, it's about understanding each other and hearing each other. It's not about who's right or wrong. It's a very simple tool, right? And all you can do is just grow from that. You have to grow what you go through in a relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you can only become stronger. And yes, before you even ask, I was married. I was married for 17 years. I have 3 boys. You know, I've I'm 40 years old, 40 young, you know, and I speak from experience and then also just from what I do, you know, just hearing other stories and testimonies, you know, and not because of statistics and all that bullshit on the internet. I mean, and you Google, you got cancer. What Google, the internet is BS, right? Because when it comes to statistics, I mean, listen, are they taking everybody? That's the thing is like, they're taking a small group of people and questioning these small group of people, these questions, right? And then that's how they're getting their statistics. But try asking everybody in this entire world, take that huge number and then tell me what your statistics are. That's the thing is they're just taking a small group of people and asking that question or doing their testing, but take everybody. Like imagine that they're just basing it off that number and that small group.
So, Ms. Smalltown, you're explaining that you tend to like to
1,000
develop
things.
your information around your case studies that you get through your conversations you have with men on your shows.
Yes.
Yeah, I can understand that. And there is a thing, men generally don't ask, or they don't, if they're not being asked of, they're not going to respond. If you don't ask him about it, he's just not going to tell you.
Yeah. I mean, it's very
because we tend not to complain. It's oftentimes to our detriment. We do it to a fault.
Yes.
But I notice here on TikTok a lot of times, if a woman asks for an opinion from men, she'll generally get a pretty good consensus from the comments about how they render a thing or how they feel about a thing. There will be exceptions, but Memento, thanks for the rose. So
and I think a lot of people misunderstand men too, because again, y'all don't speak up, but we also don't give you that opportunity or make you feel like you can, right? If we ask you, hey, let's talk about this, and make you feel comfortable. And that's the thing is, that's how y'all were raised. And it is at a fault. I mean, y'all were raised as kids, right? As just children. And we go way back from generations, right? This is just generations and generations. This is just how it's supposed to be, right? But here's the thing, we're in 2026. Like, how is that working out for everybody? It's not. Same with women, being stay-at-home moms. That's why you see more independent women. And majority of us, it's not by choice. It's because we've had to be. We've had to be, right? Not by choice. But also I can see from the man's perspective how that can take away that, you know, that man feeling or whatever. But that's the thing where women are wrong. Don't try to be all this and that and like you got it on your own, girl. Bye. You know you need a man. Listen, you want a man. Not that you necessarily need one, but damn, we all want one. What the hell? Hell yeah, we do. We want that companionship. We want that partnership.
Well, I don't think Melissa's, by looking at Melissa's face, it doesn't look like she disagrees too much with what you're saying.
And not with everything.
I'm just speaking in general.
No ill will at all. Listen, trust me, I have no ill will. I enjoy talking to people that I disagree with the most.
Me too.
No, but I don't think you really disagree with anything.
It's not that.
Smalltown was saying.
First of all, I agree. Women are human too, and also fucking awful. Human beings are terrible, okay? But to gender it is where my problem is. To say one's better than the other, deserving of more dignity or respect than the other.
I don't think she's saying that though, right?
No, I never said that.
I don't think she's saying that though.
But that was what I was talking about earlier. So everybody thinks I'm like, this is not a personal attack.
Oh, yeah, this is just your position that you're stating. Not necessarily in contrast to hers, but just your position.
No. And again, I have three sons as well. I have 3 sons, okay? I love my boys more than life itself.
Are they adult? Are any of them adults yet? Legally age?
2 of them are. 2 of them are.
Have you had them come to you with any of their grievances with women that they're dealing with?
Oh yeah. Yeah. But you know what it is? They think I'm the exception to women because I'm their mother. They're like, oh, you know.
A problem with a added feature of being a good mom is your sons will be surprised at the wickedness or how different women would act.
I'm wicked.
No, but if you are loving, but you can still be. Well, hey, look, if you've raised 3 sons and they're functional adults, that's still a baseline to be proud of. And if they're giving you the explanation that they're kind of being blindsided by how women are acting compared to how you treat them,
People are blindsided by other people. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. People can be terrible.
But they treat each other differently. For example, women are not trying to. Women are generally not going to be to the men that you've raised. These women are not like, oh man, I just want to have intercourse with them. That's all I see them for. This is a problem women, your daughters are going to have.
My sons are very
right. This is a problem your daughters will have. It's not a problem your sons will have.
So
okay, well there we go with the goddamn exceptions again.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying my daughter's a lesbian.
I'm just
so
explaining
I have no
in general. I'm just
in general, not a personal attack.
Man.
We're talking about your situation.
Here's what I wanted to say
where you got to keep your mindset. You keep taking this very personal. I feel like respectfully.
No, I'm not.
But we're talking about he's speaking in the like huge perspective here, not just your situation. Trust me. So that's where you're getting off track.
Okay, so then it would stand to reason that there's a gendered protection that you're gonna, gendered hedge you're gonna put around your son and daughter, not because the protection is like less than the other. It's just more that you have to have a specific perspective in mind when you're applying wisdom and how to safeguard against the other sex. You're going to, it's going to be. All right. So is it true or not that generally women or parents are going to want to make sure they teach their daughters? Men, there's going to be men out there who just want you for sex.
To be wary of men, yeah.
And then it would be generally good wisdom for parents to prescribe to their sons. You need to be careful with these gold diggers or women who are trying to use you for your resources or your time and money.
Absolutely.
I mean,
this would be a dimorphic, or this would be a, I don't know if it's dimorphic, but it would just be a gendered advice. But you can't say that that's not generally good wisdom. It is different.
I mean, it could be, but you can look at it a different way. I teach my kids that life's not supposed to be comfortable. So you got to be ready for a fight, no matter if you have a dick or fucking whatever. It doesn't matter.
It's a different fight, though.
People can be awful.
Yes, I agree.
You know,
it's a different fight, though, man.
You can't control other people. You can only control yourself. No, it's not off the subject.
But here's the thing: you can say that can be true, but this is not necessarily what we're talking about. You can still give that a wisdom, but it does that directly applying to them as a woman. Because if you're not giving them, all right, well, if you just treat everybody as if they're a Barbie doll and a Ken doll, that they have no parts down there.
I treat them like they're human beings.
But we're not just human beings.
Not
You're not just a human being. You're a woman. And I treat you differently because of that.
I am a human being.
You're not just that.
Well, you shouldn't, because I'm a person.
Well, okay, well, when your husband, when things go bump in the night, your husband is not treating you like a human being. He's treating you like the mother of his children, who is a woman.
If he were doing that, he wouldn't be my husband.
If he were doing that, oh wait a minute, don't bring yourself into this hole, because I bet you if he's going to agree with what I'm saying right now, he acknowledges that he's going to lie down his life for you. Why? Because he's responsible for you. Because he's on a balanced probability the only one capable of defending.
Joe, you're responsible for me?
All right. Well, at this point.
And that's the other thing that lacks in a lot of people is called accountability.
Yeah, it's like your husband's letting you run rampant right now.
Accountability.
Don't want to have any open conversation.
You need adult supervision.
Where's your husband at? Well, let me talk to this man.
He's right here. They always want to talk to you, Joe.
Please.
Poor Joe.
Oh, so you don't want
because you respect his opinion more than mine?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to talk. He's not.
Right,
he's not like
he wants your. I mean, I get it, but I understand it might be tired. He just got off of work, whatever. He probably just wants to chill and probably wants to just watch the ESPN. Don't want to deal with this freaking conversation. But all I'm explaining is you're not really making a good case for your husband right now. That's all I'm saying. It's about.
Can you get my soda on the counter in the kitchen?
Hey, I heard
any more tasks you'd like
I heard something akin to go make me a sandwich. So that sounds like
no, he asked me to go grab him a drink.
That sounds like some good masculine energy.
Don't take care of your man.
But first of all, I'm a chef, so I'm always making the food.
You ain't gotta just go do it. Just go do it, lady. Just go do that thing.
When I go there. He didn't say
goodness, man. Just go make him a sandwich, man.
Now. That's the guy's problem. See, that's the problem right there. So when a guy says when, he means really now. right? Just like
Oh, I don't
us,
give
when
a
we say
fuck.
I don't want to talk
You
about
don't
it,
care.
really we do.
Look, there's
I don't
no
care.
look. You don't need to posture to us that you're a strong woman. Just go get the sandwich.
I'm not.
Just go get
I'm
the
not doing
Coke,
that.
lady. I mean, we're not
We
gonna.
just want.
Why do you have to posture? What's so bad about
Who is
doing what your husband asks? When he asks it at that very moment.
When
Yeah.
I get up,
Yeah.
I will get it for him.
All right, when
I will do what
Okay,
he
but
asks.
just remember when he says, that was a code word of saying please now. That would be great. Not later or whenever you get up. That really means now. That'd be great.
Oh, does
Versus
it?
just
Then
like
you
when
should
we
say
say,
that.
when we say I don't want to talk about it or I'm fine. That really means we're not. That's
Oh,
basically
baby,
the
I
same
don't know
code
what you're
word.
talking about. I say what I mean, and I mean what I say.
James,
Okay.
you're the one posturing right now, and it's giving the ick. Well, I'm not gay, so I don't care if a man gets the ick or not. That's kind of fruity. So, anyways,
I don't
when
care
it
if
when
a
it
man
comes
gets it or
to
not.
when it comes to, ma'am, I mean, you've already heard I've already got on my soapbox to complain about you, Melissa.
I
So,
know.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize ahead of
you
time.
don't have to apologize. I mean, it's your dynamic. I mean,
I'm having
yeah.
fun. I'm sorry if you're not.
I'm not particularly mad. It's just
Good. Well, that makes me happy.
so. I guess at that rate, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna close out here. Melissa, did you want to start off, or Small Town? Which one would you like to? Which one of you would like to close first? I'm gonna pick. Melissa, go ahead. Close.
Oh.
What
Hey,
do you have
thanks
to
for
say to the
having
panel?
me.
Yeah,
Thanks
you're
for
welcome,
putting up
ma'am.
with me.
No problem.
I appreciate you guys. It's been fun.
Same here, Melissa. Thank you for coming up. Small Town Girls, do you want to say anything?
Yes. Thank you for having me. And again, I didn't mean to offend anybody. If I did, I'm just, I love a good debate. And each of their own. I'm a very straightforward person as well. And again, sorry, not sorry for what I have said, because I don't take any of it back. And all I can do is learn and grow from what I have learned. I listen. I turn all my negatives into a positive every day. And so, did I learn something on here? Yes, I sure did, and I'll take that knowledge with me. And again, thank you for having me up, host. And
welcome,
I
ma'am.
wish you all a blessed and wonderful weekend.
All right, you as well. I'm gonna drop you guys down, but you're welcome back up anytime. Okay.
Yes, sir. You have a good one.
You as well. All right. So appreciate the audience here. We got 21. Nice. 21. Oh, we got 18 now. But I got about good amount of followers. Hell, I got a lot of contribution. I'd like to appreciate. I got 37,000 likes. It's crazy. God is good. And I thank everyone for your contribution. Memento. Thanks for sharing the live, even though it is currently at its latter end. Tron, thanks for the follow. So I'm trying to get followers so I can start really integrating the YouTube environment, because I don't know how to get the stream key. I think I need to be a partner to get it. But anyways, Memento, thanks for the roses. One America, thanks for the sombrero. Everybody, thanks for your support. Hey, believe it or not, guys, Memento knows. I just came back from being suspended. I got suspended on Monday. I pulled an all-nighter streaming for 11 hours, and then on like the 12th hour, I got freaking yoinked off of the moderators. Yoinked me right off, restricted my access and everything. I couldn't go live until today. So I'll be live tomorrow. But I just want to let you guys know, I always want to end with my conviction here. Thanking the chat. Let's see what we got here. Is there a screen below the camera? Or are you just showing off your waves? No, that's just me, man. You know, it's a little bit of coconut oil or vitamin E oil and a do-rag to lock in the progress. Make sure you cut every 3 to 4 weeks of growth. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, when it comes to the support, I really appreciate it. In reality, I'm not going to be able to get far without you guys. If you enjoy the content or you think you have any suggestions or any feedback, feel free to PM me on here. I think, yeah, I'm just open to really having these discussions, but also I hate feminism. I'm just more even-tempered. I tend to get along with people regardless of their political views, or for the most part. So here's what you'll notice about how I do things here. I don't mean to gloat, but it does appear that I do get a lot of repeated feminists coming on, and that's for a reason. It's not just because, let's just say my arguments are bad, that's fine. But the way I hold decorum here, I think is different. And it's kind of a best kept secret here. But there's the last thing I'll say for a lot of people who are here. I'll let you guys in on a secret. Who you are and how you carry yourself. And it's not just the conversations you have with others. It's your listening skills and also how you hold boundaries. That is going to be a big effect on how people will view you as a person of influence, charisma, etc. Someone to have a level of gravitas or influence or presence. Is you have to, this is a dating tip. Listen, be okay to amuse yourself. To the men, I'm expressing, to the men, I'm gonna give you guys male advice. You need to be okay with making yourself laugh. You need to be okay with making yourself feel awkward even though you thought it was funny. Jokes. Why do women like charisma? Charisma requires risk. And what is risk about? If you can take risks and you can benefit from those risks, there's payoff. It means you're successful with being risky. That means if you show initiative and you're able to reap the benefits of winning the woman's smile or heart or laughter. This is an endeavor that women can acknowledge as social proof because it would be something that they can hope is consistent in other areas. If you take initiative and risk and you're benefiting in personality and communication, you can likely do the same with your job. You can likely do the same with how you connect with others, etc. Why is this important? Because a part of this is going to be perceived as toxic when it comes to how feminists view it. A feminist is going to view, you better not say something dumb, Cascadian. Men put in the work to respond and behave in an emotionally mature way towards your partner. All right, it's a little bit gay and neutered how you said it, but we'll try and build on that. We'll change out partner, and we'll change out emotional maturity. It sounds a little bit gay. It sounds like you're talking to like a boy. You need to be emotionally mature. Look, sometimes being immature and being bratty and treating women like your bratty little sister is actually one of the most potent ways to attract a woman. But why am I telling you this? I'm not telling you this in technique. It's not just about the technique of how do I make a woman laugh. No, it's who do I need to become as a person that's going to be indifferent to scenarios? Why? Well, God, at the very least, through my biblical study, has really taught me to try and be indifferent to outcomes and rely on God. I don't rely on the goals that I get. I don't rely on my senses sometimes. I don't rely on what the situation is telling me. I rely on whether it's true, whether it's honest, whether it's coming from a good place. Okay, but if you're coming from a good place and you're true and honest, and if you can encapsulate that into a joke, because it's just an extension of who you are from the inside, it's a matter of who you are of being, it's who you've become. It's no longer a technique. Being someone who is unapologetic or who might push the edge a bit, this can be something you can operate to become charismatic, to become someone who women will see as an inkling at least of leadership. But why is this important? You're not doing this to attract women. You're doing this because you're setting up yourself in the future to become a better husband, a better father for your children, a better protector of your house, a better watchman for society, a better engager of ideas, to become more effective or contagious as a personality. Why? Because it's a holistic approach and it's congruent from the top down. Being toxic sometimes, there's a time and place for it. Being crude sometimes, there's a time and place for it. Being misogynist, being mean, being evil, sometimes there's a time and place for it, believe it or not. Water, you clearly do not know what you're talking about. Cascadian, stop being so daggone smug. Never tell a woman your weaknesses or troubles. They'll use it against you later on. Well, here's the thing, Memento. There's a time and place for that. With the right woman, in the right context, the right environment, the right situation, there's a time and place for that. No, I'm a tone police, because your tone is kind of gay. Just a little bit gay, Cascadian. Just a little bit. And men, we tend to try and police some of the femininity out of our fellow men. Why? Because it's just instinctive to care about your men that you're around. It's instinctive. When I'm a friend and my friends act like a beta or a bitch, I'm gonna be like, bruh, why you act like that? Why? Because iron sharpens iron. This is how you temper your friends. Now, granted, it's a reflex, Cascadian. But anyways, that was a nice little nugget of knowledge here, or nuggets that I would think. What do you guys think? So I'll be on mañana, or today actually. I haven't met a woman that hasn't done that yet. Use it against you. Believe it or not, the women that I've acknowledged that I've seen are probably the best for me are ones that are forgiving and have grace for when you fall or when you're weak. And when women sometimes are not meeting up to that ideal standard, I've found I treat them better when I have grace for them. And even though there is an ideal that I want them to strive for, I still have grace for them when they fall. But that's a biblical thing. That requires sacrifice. That requires you to bite your tongue sometimes. This is why I'm a Christian, because really the Christian has a package of beliefs that make that behavior and treatment towards another consistent. But hey, man, I hope well, don't want to get too personal, but you just need to find you a good woman. Sometimes they might be weak and be manipulative, but if you find that as being betrayal, Memento, then yeah, that's one of your deal breakers. I can understand. But you can't really control for that. What you can control for, in a way, is whatever you tell them. You just need to be okay with if they use it against you. You're not gonna. But Memento, I get what you're saying. It's like sometimes women get emotional and they might just use it. But I've been with women who've never done that. So they exist. You just have to look a bit deeper for them. And you have to judge a lot further based on character, not just your attraction or initial physical attraction. So for everybody who's here, I appreciate the follow. Last thing I'll say is what I was saying before. I get restricted. Memento can be a witness. I get restricted and freaking suspended each month. So I'm not so sure how I'm going to do this growing thing or how I'm going to build but I know it's likely not going to be off of monetization, at least AdSense. If I'm trying to make a living by this, I'm going to need to grow further on YouTube and likely really rely on you guys' contribution. It's not likely going to come from AdSense, because I've been noticing a lot of the TikTok people on my algorithms have been saying, hey, TikTok ain't paying no more anymore, so I'm just gone off of this platform. Maybe it's God telling you that you are traveling down the wrong path. All right, Cascadian. All right. So I'll see you guys on Saturday, and I'll quit yapping. Peace, peace, peace. Doesn't the Bible say polar opposite? LOL. All right, y'all. Maybe it's God telling me that I'm doing the wrong path. I don't think so, man. If only you knew what was going on behind the scenes. So, on the YouTube side, someone went rogue, and his name was the Bill of Rights 1791. But I told you guys, even in the description of this video, your questions are going to take priority. 1791 didn't ask a damn question. He just went on a super tangent, and it was just with his thumbs. I couldn't really comprehend what he was saying because there's a lot to take in. But hey, guys, I want to thank y'all for coming on. It's about an 8-hour stream. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Got another one. Peace, peace. Oh, man. So freaking cooked.